in crypto, doing all the work by himself.
We are back.
Ooh, this is nice here.
Hola y bienvenidos al quinto clasificatorio de la Rlcs para la región de África subsahariana. En estos momentos, el actual campeón regional, Team Mobula, intentará defender su campeonato, su corona, mientras que el equipo que ha sido más exitoso históricamente, Team Rlcs, estará buscando de nuevo volver a la cima. Además de eso, hay otros 14 equipos que están reunidos para dejar su marca en la historia de la Rlcs. Y ahora, de vuelta a su programa.
Marco, thank you for that wonderful introduction. The legend of Sam Casting. Great to have him and bring that introduction. You know, we are almost on the back straight to the end of the season. We are on qualifier number 5. And to echo what Marco just told us, we have Team Mobula, regional champions, looking to extend their lead this split, while Limitless will be desperate to reclaim SSA glory. But of course, there are also 14 other teams in the mix to shake it all up. I am Greybeard alongside the Bromeo, Dumaxfish, and Yo Boy Q, and we'll be bringing you the action all weekend.
I am excited here, man. We're back in the booth, number 5, and you mentioned there's so much on the line. I can't wait till we get to break things down, but it's just the first day. Let's get down to it.
I mean, it's very easy to say excited. Yes, excited we are, and we're entering a point where there's so many complete unknowns, and I'm so here for that.
I mean, Qualifier 4 was almost like a new hope, perhaps a new hope of betterment for SSA, but this run really is going to see whether SSA can indeed strike back for Qualifier 5.
Yeah, the Empire strikes back, or the SSA strikes back. Maybe that'll be the theme for this coming weekend, but there's a lot to be done. But before forward, let's look a little bit backward. We are in the second regional of the final split as we head to the end of the season, and qualifier number 4. Have a look back. No SSA teams in the top 4. It was a shock, a tough pill to swallow, but Team Mobula, 2/3 of whom have moved to South Africa, doing the business out here, and I think. Yeah, Bromeo, it was, I guess, a realization of the pain that we knew was coming at a time where, okay, SSA, this is where we have to start defining ourselves.
I mean, there was some definite tough pills to swallow last weekend and the regionals before, and I think this is the biggest takeaway from all of this, is that we're looking better every weekend. We're seeing new combinations at main event. We're seeing the young people rising up. We're seeing the old guard stepping up their game. And to be a Rocket League lover at this point in time is great. We have so much choice, so many game plans, so many teams. And I think that's the crux of it, honestly.
All right, so top 4, Mobula, Drip. That wasn't the only upset, Muckfish, because we also had Drip Queens taking out taking out Limitless in the quarterfinals. And not to put too fine a point on it, this was the first time in SSA RLCS history that a Snowy team was not in the grand finals.
Yeah, Snowy missing his first grand finals, To Die For missing his first championship Sunday as well. Like, that upset of Drift Queens against Limitless, the importance of it for the local SSA region cannot be overstated. This is, or could be, the beginning of a shift of an era. Maybe it might just be the beginning of the end tier for Snowy. It was only one event. I might be getting a bit ahead of myself. Snowy will certainly be back, but these EU teams coming in, these import teams coming in, certainly showing that they bring a lot of class and a lot of stuff that Limitless and the other locals can learn from it.
Well, I think so. If we, Q, I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are on where we ended up. Since the start of the season, from an SSA remote team makeup, it's been about a third of the entire competitive field, but we're seeing that percentage being more 50-50, and last regional, less than half being SSA, and this one kind of similar, but it is, I mean, this is the sort of adversity from which greatness rises.
You got to remember that pressure does indeed create diamonds, right? Sometimes the arrow does have to get pulled back before it can find its mark. And I think that's going to be the most important thing. We've unfortunately kind of seen a little up and down as far as the mentality from some players to the other. But I do think what we'll see, just like always, the cream will eventually rise to the top. I feel like the big thing right now is to realize that this is going to be a growing pain. We've seen it happen in other regions when they get introduced. Right now, unfortunately, SSA has something that everybody wants, and that is a major spot, right? The fact that the rules allow other people to come in and have an opportunity at that, it's time that you really step up and put your best foot forward.
Yeah, and I do think, and I've said this to a few people, is that in 2 years from now, we will look back at this season and kind of, and I think have a good chuckle at how sort of deer in the headlights we felt, or how crazy it all seemed, and all the madness that went on. And I honestly believe we will come to see this as a formative time, a really important time in the history of SSA RLCS. And there's a lot of work that we need to do between now and that two-year little laugh we'll have, but I look forward to that work being done. But to sort of cap off how it all went this last weekend, Pyro J, who's not joining us this weekend, but he has done Pyro's top 10 plays coming out of qualifier number 4 2 weeks ago. Here they are.
It's your top 10 plays by Pyro J, and I'll leave you saying this is SSA. Last event was full of surprises, but take a look at how it started. First goal of the event is the Limitless Special. 1, 2, 3, but check out how it all develops. Sweaty air dribbles into a flip reset bump play. To Die For wipes the defense clean with a pass to Snowy for the swift finish. And speaking of satisfying team plays, let's take it to number 9. Bird connect the dots on the counterattack, and closing it all is a zinger from Gold Ninja. Slices up the defense like a pile of fruit. Now everyone please meet the clip-making machine of Velocity. Tough to pick just one clip, but here's a pitter-patter pinch off the ceiling into the sharp cut on the near side. And y'all wonder why the kid is getting tossed around the teams like a hot cake. Number 7 didn't take long for the mob to show up and away for the slot down south. Leo Rowe. Back to the regularly scheduled programming of the gun special. The whole court gets scorched on the flight downfield, and a little help from the defense carries this one into the net. But down to the top 5 we move right along, and I couldn't help myself. Velocity for one more. Take a gander at the handles. Catches this off the ceiling with the effortless arrival to the destination. But Snakes then snapped back. My man Ram doesn't get enough credit, so bear witness to this precise touches the control to keep that on the wall. And the last second look had Snake's Dens holding their ground in that match. Speaking of clutch, there is no colder ice than what we have left for the top 3. Game 7, game time. Revsy finds space up the wall. Flip reset towards, the goal. The post gets the read. The goal that sends shockwaves across SSA. And now for the clutch calls, continue on the 0-second mark. Byrachu call to action and answers it. Top bin, sending Astronic to the finals. Your number 1 play now of qual number 4 is a play perfected by the Pixel Chrono. Ice skull touch that drills the ball top corner. How do you catch this and release with such flawlessness? I have no idea, but that's all I got, Desk. Back to you.
And Pyro, it was a lot that you got. Fantastic little segment there. So there you go, our top 10 plays coming out of qualifier number 4, which then brings us to sort of segue on and carry on what we're talking about, the tough lessons that we have to learn in SSA. And I put out a video earlier this week basically saying that 2/3 is the way to go for the region and that we should have a 2/3 rule for 2025. But I wonder if there isn't a counter argument to that, because sure, that would certainly help us. I think it would add a new dynamic, but there's also an element of trying to be saved by the rules. And maybe there is an argument that let's follow the APAC example. They had James Cheese go over there, and it was tough going for them for some months, but they knuckled down and eventually lifted their game. So, Bromeo, I don't know. I mean, you and I have spoken about this a lot. And opinions have varied from like, let's get rid of all of them to, hold on a second, there's opportunities here, but there are lessons to be learned.
There are definitely lessons to be learned here. And we were, like you said, we've spoken about it a lot. And this last couple of regionals has proved to me what a veritable gold mine of footage, of stats, of information to learn that these foreign teams have shown to us. And it would have been business as usual if they weren't here. We wouldn't have been learning anything new. And that is the silver lining, is that there are teachings to be garnered from all of this. And each week we are treated to different styles of play, different mechanics, different strategies. And every single game replay shows something that I haven't seen before, and we need to see more of. So yes, there definitely is a counter argument to having these teams here week in, week out, because I know the progress might be slow and the impact might be big, but the improvements are there.
I mean, the improvements can easily be made. The question is just, how do you use that time? And how do you use that gift that's taken to you? Do you sulk? Do you block everyone? Do you get on the blacklist for scrims? Or do you actually put in the work and go into training? And what I mean is not just put in hours mindlessly. No, get yourself a coach. Work with your coach. Individual training plan. Team training plan. There's so much footage that you can watch every single, let's not forget, every single RLCS game. It's going to be uploaded onto Ball Chase. You can grab those replays very easily and then just analyze the opponents. You can learn from watching a grand final of Mobula versus Astronic Skills Quest, for example. You can learn from watching the Limitless series against Drift Queens. You can learn from so many different facets, and you can take the pickings. You can sort of amalgamate everything that you like into your own playstyle, into your own idea of how to play, and then you just discard everything you don't like. That's also very valid.
Yeah, I think just to kind of add to that too, and maybe, gentlemen, can y'all remind me, has there been a rule change between Split 1 to Split 2 as far as the roster things? No, right?
No.
So the only thing that's changed where all of a sudden it's become a big issue is all of a sudden Limitless was unable to defend their turf, right? It's not always about how hard you can hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and then get back up and keep moving forward. I think we've seen that some people do have the right mentality. It's about how you conquer adversity, right? That's going to be the big thing that I'm looking for here in far as qualifier number 5, because now I think throughout the lay of the land, we've kind of felt a little bit of the disturbance, right? Now you step up. This is where you've really got to make sure that if you're here to play, you've gotten in the lab, and it shows here today.
All right, and there are some harsh realities, tough lessons as we're outlining here, and there have been some vocal people about suggesting that that shouldn't be this way, and maybe there's no room for them, and maybe we'll go do something else. But that may in itself not be a bad thing. I know for a fact that from a community, school's point of view, there is a growing army of hungry youngsters who are viewing this as a mountain they want to climb, and perhaps their time will come to shine. So hopefully we see more of that sort of view to it in the future. But speaking of SSA, And what else would we be speaking about here? But SSA has a few records now, and this regional, this main event, we have the youngest and the oldest RLCS players with Tishao, who I've just found out is actually on holiday, so he's not going to be playing, but he is the youngest in the region, or the youngest in the world. And then LaRue from 104 Annie, who is 34 years old, playing in this regional. So there's that. And now we have 13 countries represented. So if we want diversity, we certainly having that in the region right now, Bromeo.
I think it's absolutely fantastic. And as this game matures and as the audience broadens, you'll only see younger talent being filtered in. I'm seeing it so much at schools at the moment, as you mentioned. And I could not be more excited for the future because there's so many reasons to get involved. And now you're seeing even younger kids. Like, I mean, Tishao, 14. I mean, only just 14. And he's already made it to main event. So there's absolutely no excuse for any high schooler not to say, let's go hammer and tongs and let's pull it through, because the evidence is there, the roadmap is there, it's yours to take.
And we're definitely getting an international complexion, eh, Mark?
I mean, a bit of an international complexion, but like 13 nationalities, that is absolutely obscene. Even for EU stands, right? We've got a lot of good nationalities playing in the EU, RLCS. 13 is absolutely obscene, but I mean, it's also interesting to see how these sort of rosters move between themselves, right? We've got most of them, they stick to their own guns. We've got the elites, they're just made out of MENA players. We got the EU teams, they usually hang about with EU, but I want to take a step at the global teams, World of Tanks, and then also Trifecta, and mostly Trifecta, to be fair, because they have what I think to be the perfect sort of mixture for what this rule set allows. They've got a European, they've got a South African, and they've got an Algerian player, and that sort of you can learn so much from these three different looks at how the game wants to be played and how you want to play the game, and that's just going to make everyone in the team look through a completely different lens and look at Rocket League completely differently.
Yeah, I actually got to piggyback on that real quick just before we jump it over and off this topic, Graybeard. I think the big thing for me is now you see, for me, going into this was, hey, we're going to see all this against your one team, right? The different regions, the different styles of play. One thing that we heard multiple times last qualifier in our interviews was most people just play to try and counter one team. Now teams have to be able to to make those adjustments from series to series, and that's going to be what's needed when you get to the bigger stage, right? Because now that there's a major spot on the line, it's not about just being the best in SSA. Now it's about being able to be the best in SSA and then go to that major and then be able to get yourself the first dub for the region as well. So you got to be thinking bigger picture. I love it.
All right, well, let's move on to the regional that is ahead of us right now. Qualifier number 5, and looking at the leaderboard and where things stand right now, and what's up for grabs. I mean, there has been a little bit of a change in that a couple of teams have lost points, so they're out of the running. But for the most part, for the major, your take on who's really in the running here, Mark?
Well, who's really in running here? Of course, for the major, I think we need to differentiate between major and worlds, right? We're going to stick to the major for now, because for that London major, of course, in the driver's seat is going to be Mobula. They've won the first event, they're here. But if we speak of our world, still, Limitless is very much in the driver's seat. And to those that have watched the season entire long, you've been noticing a lack of Drift Queens right now in those standings, and that is because Drift Queens and the Unknown Goats have just done yet another roster switch. So Velocity and Lazy Bear have switched around, making Drift Queens now full English with Reefsy, Crypto, and Velocity. And the Unknown Goats, well, now Glyfty, Chrono, and Lazy Bear to finish up that roster, but that also means Drift Queen's out of contention for Worlds.
And the one definite consequence of there being more competitive teams is that we're seeing very different looking top 16s, top 8 from one qualifier to the next. In this qualifier, there are 6 new teams, or teams that weren't in the top 16 for the last regional. 104 Annie, Nexa, OnlyFans, 77 Blocks, World of Tanks, Nigel's Lighties, we see here for the first time in this split, at the expense of WRG, Genesec, Strathkibity, STM, Vendetta, and Reverse Oreo. So definitely not as staid as it used to be, Bromeo. It used to be very predictable, not so much anymore.
This was the point I was trying to make, is that every single weekend is showing something new. This is an exceptionally volatile leaderboard. And I see that as healthy competition, because currently you're seeing new faces every weekend. Like you said, almost half the split is new from the previous qualifier. And that to me represents a healthy competition, because previously in years gone by, you could list the top 6 off the top of your head and rarely would you be wrong. And this for me is the fundamental difference here, is that if we want to get better, we need increased competition, and this is what we're seeing. Every single weekend you're seeing good teams face off each other, and you need to be on form if you want to make it through.
I mean, even on top of that, we've got teams that literally make top 8s that are not even qualifying for main event, right? Reverse Oreo, brilliant run to top 8 last time. No main event. 77 Blocks make it back now after missing out before, and they were top 8, very, very solid top 8 contender every single time. So it's that volatility that, to me, it's just so intriguing. It's like a mystery bag. We don't. It's like we're like a small child on Christmas again. We don't know what we're gonna get out of the present.
All right, well, let's look at the schedule. Let's see what's coming up. This is the Swiss stage, 16 teams, and the equation is quite simple. Win 3 series and you're through to the top 8. Lose 3 series and you are gone, which means by the end of tonight, the 16 teams competing here will be shaved down to 8. And these are the first round matches. Limitless, Nigel's Lighties, Astronic, Drift Queens, Elite, Unknown Goats, Mobula, Nexa, Elites, OnlyFans, 77 Blocks, 104, Snakes Den, Bird, and World of Tanks there at the bottom. And so a good mix of EU versus EU, SSA versus SSA, and then EU SSA. So a fantastic mix-up over there. Any standout to you, Q?
I feel like the big one that really kind of stands out to me that I would love to really keep an eye out for is the Astronic Drift Queens. We saw them both do really well as far as in the last. We know we've had the changes. I feel like that would be a really fun matchup to watch. I also, for me personally, just for the love of the boys, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on OnlyFans throughout the day. So that's going to be a matchup just in general I'm going to be wanting to keep an eye out for.
All right. Well, we have our featured match, and it is going to be a banger. The series we are going to be showing right here on stream live is 9 Lives versus the Unknown Goats. And this is going to be quite the matchup. And as we talk about it, the chat vote is now open, so you can vote in chat who you think is going to take this down. Hashtag 9L or hashtag UNG. Who takes this first series between 9 Lives and Unknown Goats? But for me, Markfish, a mouth-watering opener.
Oh, it couldn't be better. It could just be, and we get treated to this matchup simply because Unknown Goats have lost velocity and are now in Laserbeard. So it's a bit of a surprise back again. What's coming out of Unknown Goats here, but I think both these teams they will be aiming for that top 8 finish. 9 Lives fell short at the last possible hurdle last time around after being a bit upset by Reverse Oreo. But before that, honestly, 9 Lives looked very, very decent. They looked very good. I think they sort of fell a victim to an endurance test they weren't prepared for.
And Bromeo, I don't know your thoughts on 9 Lives, because to me, they are a roster. I mean, you've got Cam, who is such a veteran, so solid, and then the crazy youngsters, Guns and Snoozy. But they felt a little unready last regional, and now's their time to step forward and shine.
Well, look, I think the word is inconsistent because we cannot doubt the credentials of Guns, Cams, and Snoozy. They are incredible players, and they are in the same team for a very good reason. They are definite contenders if they get their ducks in a row. And having got the stats over here, it's going to be pretty tight. And I think that's why this matchup is going to be so fantastic. But for the sake of this game, I really hope Guns and Cams can link up the way that I know they can, because they are individually such exciting players. They just need to fire as a team.
Well, I think on paper, Macht, as I'm looking this over, on paper it would seem that 9 Lives has the advantage, but I don't know if we've seen enough of Unknown Goats. I don't know if that's a misleading story.
On paper, they were a tiny bit better in every single category, but then of course, Unknown Goats, they do have the result with them. They made it to top 4 last time around, and we can't say the same about 9 Lives. So I think while the stats are very close, it should yield an open game. But I'm very unsure as to who's going to take this one. I'm very unsure as to who I should favor in this one, simply because both teams, their sides are only set for top 4. Anything less than Championship Sunday will be a disappointment for either.
And then there is also the roster change, Q, and I don't know, Lazy Bear's coming in, so they are at least 33% different to the team that was here last regional.
They are a little bit different, but I feel like the big thing for me, I think this series is going to lie more on 9 Lives. And just in the sense for them, like, they got to get out to a hot start, Graybeard. I think when you look back at their results and back in this last qualifier, when they won big. They were winning with high scores, right? When things were close, that's when they were struggling. And even when you look in that round 5 matchup, they lost 2 overtime games. I think for 9 Lives, they control their destiny. As far as for Unknown Goats, this is going to be a chance for them to come out and see what it is with the roster change that might be able to push them over that little bit of like what was like a limit. They're close with Astronic in the top 4. So I feel like the roster change is big, but I still feel like it's 9 Lives who control the destiny of this first series.
All right, well, we're coming to the moment of our predictions. Just looking over at chat. Chat right now is 98% for 9 Lives, which is a little bit of surprising, and I wonder, that feels a lot more like a fan vote than an analyst vote, because 9 Lives, wow, already the Unknown Goats fans trying to get in there, bumping it up to 9%, but they've got a way to go. But now we need to get to our predictions, and just so that it's out the way, and I didn't do great in my predictions for the last regional, because I always predict with my heart, not with my head, and it gets me into trouble a lot. But I'm going to go out right away and say it's going to be a cold day before I predict against an SSA team. So I think 9 Lives take this all day, every day. But that's me. And then eeny, meeny, miny, mo, Q. Let's have yours.
I think 9 Lives has a point to prove after failing to make top 8 last time around. I think they come out guns blazing. No pun intended, actually. I do think that 9 Lives, though, takes this thing. I'm thinking 3-1.
3-1. Okay, so a pretty good win there. Okay, so eeny, miny, meeny, mo, bromeo, go.
I'd like to argue the same. I mean, you say that you would never vote against an SSA team, but 9 Lives are definitely in the driver's seat for this matchup. It's going to be a close game, and I have no doubt about that. I definitely think we might see a game 5, so for that reason, I'm going to give it 3-2.
All right, all of a sudden I'm getting a little tense because a desk sweep is just never good for a team. So a lot rests. You hold the fate of a lot in your hands. So Machtfish, where are you going and why?
I'm sorry, I may have to disappoint you, but before I do that officially, I'm just gonna give a little bit of insight behind the scenes. Obviously, we all here as talents, we predict every single series behind the scenes, so we can tally it up and we can also have some fun with it and call Graybeard out for being stupid on predictions. But mostly, it's also so that we are all accountable. And what I'm seeing is a lot of game 5s. 50% of our predictions have been game 5s. The other 50% game 4s. My opinion, it's going to be Nine Lives Esports, but that's also because I think Nine Lives does well against better teams. They have a play style and they play with their coach, which they work with their coach together, where they do exceptionally well against better teams. They went to Game 5 against Limitless, they went to Game 4 against Mobula in last Open Qualifier, and I think right here they can finally overcome that hurdle and actually win the series.
All right, well, there you have it. We have a full death sweep for Nine Lives. Well, they're going to have to go out and hopefully do us proud in terms of our knowledge and what we think about the game. So what I'm going to be looking to see, someone asked me the other day about what is the SSA play style, and I struggle to answer the question because I think now is the time where we will start to develop with the breadth in competition that we're now facing, the different styles of play, and hopefully we get to see that out on the field today, starting in the Swiss round. And this is at round 1 of Swiss, the unknown goats from England versus Nine Lives of SSA. That's it. Qualifier number 5.
And the Swiss stage has officially opened for the 5th qualifier. Nine Lives Esports are on the arc of redemption. Sub-Saharan local teams are on the arc of redemption here against the invaders. But can they do it when it matters most? Can they perform when the pressure is the highest?
Time to get down to Swiss, baby. It's everyone's favorite format. We get to take this field from 16 down to 8. And Mocked, what better way to do it than with one of those matchups between the couple, the home region and some of the invaders, as you say. Let's go ahead and get down to it.
Let's get down to business then, shall we, Q? The unknown goats in the orange, Nine Lives, trying to show that their top 8, or the missing of top 8, was just a fluke, that they are still indeed good enough, not just for Saturday, but perhaps even Championship Sunday.
Want to try and keep themselves pushing here forward. It's going to be up to what you can do as far as starting things off in the Swiss. I'm really going to be looking for Nine Lives. I was talking about it earlier, to set the tone. We know that when they're able to up the pace, up the volume, they seem to really have the control, but it's going to be unknown goats able to strike first, and it's just 36 seconds into game number 1.
Cam just gets a woeful touch into Glyfty, and he's not going to hesitate 1 second. Finds Chrono downfield, and Chrono able to put that one home. An early goal here after a bit of a mistake from the Nine Lives offense.
They got to find a way to respond here. They're able to get pressure into the offense, or into the offensive zone early off that kickoff, but it's a very quick visit. It's going to be Snoozy keeping things alive around the midfield line, going to try and get up under this thing, but you can see already contested. Unknown Ghosts looking to try and counter this thing, get into the offensive zone. Guns needs to try and get past Glyfty Man, but unable to do so here. Feels like the Unknown Ghosts doing a really good job of pushing their defense forward, making sure that even just simply entering the offensive zone is a challenge for this Nine Lives squad.
Holding midfield control, something that we've seen Mobula do last regional with exceptional prowess. Certainly some that Unknown Goats is well versed here as well. Makes it kind of difficult for Nine Lives, who inch their way forward. Guns just going away, trying to predict a clear to the side, but Chrono is not going to give him that luxury. It's now Unknown Goats idealistic in their approach, but in the end can't convert on anything going forward.
Be right back around this midfield line, now entering the zone here on this orange half of the pitch, and Nine Lives got a couple of players up in the skies. Guns going to be able to field this thing with a full tank of gas, has an opportunity towards the backboard, trying to leave it off for a teammate, but unfortunately ends up pitching it towards the corner itself. Snoozy again doing a good job as a third back, keeping the ball in the zone here, keeping the pressure for this Nine Lives squad, but really nothing threatening towards the net. We had the one play that was up in the sky, but otherwise just kind of a lot of back and forth.
And nothing really happening either from the Unknown Goat side, bar that one breakaway, bar that one little inaccuracy of Nine Lives. But can they come back here? Cam flip reset against the backboard is going to be defended away, but there's Guns to collect. Danger still not persistent, and Glyfty fights once more. A great touchdown field. Chrono this time lacking accuracy.
That net was wide open. Could have doubled the lead here. Now the counterattack coming in. It is going to get stopped, and now it's Glyptomoon with a chance of their own. It is going to get sent tier high. Chrono trying to keep the ball here in the zone for the unknown goats, and a second touch coming in as well. Glyptomoon's going to slot that thing bottom right-hand corner, and it's going to be the unknown goats going to be up by 2.
Well, the unknown goats, we of course know them very well, but so should Nine Lives. Cam moving in too deep, rotating in too deep in the net, and the shot to the back post is just beautifully placed by Glyfty as Unknown Goats take great 2-0 lead. Fake kickoff attempted here, but Lazy Bear saw right through it. Lazy Bear is going to be up at the second shot high. Where's the follow-up? There it is, Chrono. Blocked at the point of contact, and Cam having to scramble back to clear the lines.
Able to get this thing into that offensive zone here now, though. The only problem, nobody else really pushed up. Yeah, I see a little bit in the air from Guns. That's going to be Aaron. Now it's going to be a counterattack 2v1. Cam, the only one to be able to make the stop. Jumps the passing lane. Pass on up. Oh, I thought it was going to be past Guns instead. One more touch. Now off the Guns here for the shot. Bar not going to be down. That's an opportunity they're going to wish they had back.
That's one that you need to sink if you want to strike fear into the Unknown Goats, because right now they are looking quite comfortable on defense indeed, with Guns taking control, trying to fake it underneath Lazy Bear, but he's going to stand his ground. Not going to be disturbed one way or the other by any Line Lies player moving towards him. Glyfty trying to get out of defense together with Chrono. He does, but in the end, Nine Lies just having to regroup and rebuild from all the way back, and that's hurting them more than it helps them.
Gotta try and find some way to be helpful and continue trying to close the gap here. And it's gonna be a shot from Snoozy. Maybe a little too soft and misread here, but it is going to be one that cuts this lead in half. And Snoozy just put themselves in a great spot. Lazy Bear unable to get up and get the stop. We do have 59 seconds of play here for Nine Lives to try and get themselves a second and force an overtime.
Well, a goal's a goal. You take them as they come. And Snoozy's certainly not going to complain about that one going through. Now Chrono, though, has another opportunity. It's going to be wide. Guns, again, carrying that ball down the left flank. Guns, set. Can he get a second touch? Center, no, he misses it. And again, no follow-up, but it's close between the two. And honestly, Q, I have to say, there's not much too dangerous going on. Yes, we see the ball mostly deep in the half of Unknown Goats, but they keep it in such a position where it's rarely easy for Nine Lives to take a quick shot on target, to create a dangerous shot on target.
Yeah, we saw that second follow-up shot from Nine Lives there. If it would have had just a little bit more oomph, I think that might have actually found a way to get to the lace as well, but they're keeping the pressure in. Another opportunity coming across. Glyptomoon with the save. You see Cam tries to launch one towards the net, but sent over towards the corner. Final 5 seconds here. Ball touchdown. Glyptomoon wins the 50. Cam, nothing in the tank, is able to get that ball in the air, but eventually touches down on the ground. And the Unknown Goats take game number 1.
Game number 1 in the favor of the Unknown Goats, and it's a very weird one. It sort of felt like KQ that both teams were trying to figure each other out, but at the same time, Unknown Goats was just playing that tiny bit cleaner and just used the openings, used the mistakes that were presented to them by Nine Lives.
Yeah, I've seen you in
I
that
do wanna
fucking
say it felt
FPGL
like Nine Lives started to figure things out a little bit more so towards the end, but I don't know if it was enough for them to super feel or for me to feel super confident going into game number 2. Just because like Unknown Goats had a really good read from the start. We saw the early goal, and then for them, it wasn't so much that they were like coasting by any stretch of the means, but they were just very comfortable heading in the direction they were going and just playing at the pace that they were.
Comfortability where I feel like still that Nine Lives, they try to get comfortable in their higher speed, they try to be rapid, they try to play fast, but for me it's almost as they're trying to overplay a tiny bit. They're trying to be too dominant, they're trying to keep the ball too deep in the opponent's half, and that's where mistakes are few and far between, and those sort of mistakes, they were punished. They were simply punished by Unknown Goats.
And for now, for Unknown Goats, you got yourself off to the first start. They won themselves a game. The thing I'm going to be keeping an eye on, though, here, Mock. So that first game was what? 3-1 final score, right?
Yeah.
So that one's 3-1, 4 goals. I feel like for Nine Lives, again, looking back at kind of the trend from qualifier number 4, if they win, it tends to be in a little higher scoring affair. So for them, one, they're obviously going to have to up their participation on that, putting it in the net part of things. But I also think for them is making sure they can find themselves won relatively early. There are a few opportunities that got left on the table there at the end. If they do the same thing to start off game number 2, Mental could be in trouble.
Yeah, certainly when you get good opportunities, but you still drag them wide every time, or you just have a bit of a whiff, then your mental is going to be like, today's maybe not the day, maybe it's not meant to be, but that's a dangerous spiral, and that's a spiral where 9lives certainly cannot allow themselves to be. Let's see how they come back from their misfortunes of game 1 and how Unknown Goats can respond in tune.
Unknown Goats here, they're going to have their backs in the defensive zone here relatively early, but they are going to be able to relieve the pressure and now maybe even push down to the opposite side. Gun's not able to get that thing up in the air, and now Cam's got 2 defenders. They've got to try and get this thing by. Also, Chrono sitting around the midfield line. Kablamo comes across, maybe creating a little bit of additional space. Chrono passed down to Glypty Moon, but a phenomenal job by the defense being able to close that gap and send it towards the corner.
Snoozy's so important from him to rotate in, to move in just in the nick of time. 9lives tries with a quick counterattack. It's not going to be successful. Chrono pushing that ball down his right flank, trying to pinch the mid. Guns standing his ground firmly in that corner. There goes the speed once more of Unknown Goats going forward, and an opportunistic shot from Lazy Bear, nearly finding its mark.
Yeah, I think seeing them taking the shots like that lets you know they've got the confidence right now. They've got the swag for 9lives. They've got to find some way to slow things down and be able to turn it around onto their side. It's going to be Unknown Goats, though. Glypty Moon up in the sky looking for Chrono with the pass off the backboard potentially, but Cam's going to be able to get that thing right there. Gets towards the midfield line, met by Lazy Bear. And one thing the Unknown Goats are doing a really good job of making sure 9lives rotations get slowed just a little bit with that extra pressure around the midfield line.
And the first man is playing extremely aggressively here on Unknown Goats. Very happy to keep pre-jump, very keen on pre-jumping, very keen on forcing for his teammates and trying to make the 9lives players flinch. As once again, they try here with the counter. Snoozy caught a little bit too far upfield. Chrono's going to have now a lot of space to work with. And is now challenged in the corner. Already an improvement made here by 9lives. They're getting up quicker to meet Unknown Goats in the air.
Yeah, I like to see the adjustments being made, but they still don't feel like they've been able to spend much time down on the opposite side of the field. It's been Glypty Moon, Lazy Bear, Chrono, and all putting pressure, slowly walking this thing down the field. I like that the defense has stepped up. That's going to be a kablooey, though. That might be a chance for Unknown Goats here, but it is going to be Cam able to take the cookies. A second shot on the ground. Cam, you're filthy, and 9lives are going to be up 1-0.
I was wondering whether Cam got a reset here, and indeed he still had it, wave dashing into the landing and then going for the cheeky little drive-by past Glypty, and 9lives take the lead in game number 2.
Talk about a pop-off moment right around that halftime here in game number 2. And now it's Guns going to push this way up the field. Only Lazy Bear in the corner, but doesn't have much gas in the tank to make a play. Ends up getting a pass over to Glypty Moon. Snoozy needs to make the save. Goes off the top bar. Guns sends it over towards the corner here as well. But this could be where Unknown Goats turn things back around and keep the pressure in. A miss. Now another opportunity from Cams, but unable to win the 50.
Able to win the 50, and Guns stricken and 0 boost. Has Snoozy to rotate in. Still Guns on 0. Not one pad taken on the way back. Now finally gets one. And together with Cam can bring that ball into relative safety for now. It's Glypty again met on the ground this time by Snoozy. Lazy Bear to push it forward onto the backboard. He goes. What can he do? Can he get it center? No, it only pinches wide. Chrono in a race with the ball, and Chrono will beat the ball to that race, but Snoozy takes an easy shot away from his teammate.
And all the pressure right now is coming across from 9lives. Not much gas in the tank, but a save from Lazy Bear. Guns keeps the pressure off the rebound, and 9lives now going to be up by 2.
Oh, 9lives would have been kicking themselves if they hadn't scored off this counter-attack eventually. That was an open net earlier, and Guns just got enough power on that. Glypty lacking boost. 9lives doubling the leader now. Hopefully can steer their rotation and steer their nerves into calmer waters. They shouldn't concede here, but they do. A Chrono finds a brilliant shot.
A magical play here. Chrono able to jump on up, puts it just over top of where Guns can get to. and they're able to cut this lead in half. And with 73 seconds here left on the clock, Mock, they don't have to necessarily push the pace. They can still try and pick and choose for their opening. Lazy Bear going to go to this guy up over Cams. That's going to come off the backboard. Shots comes across, but that's going to be high as well.
It's still volatile off that kickoff. Lifty trying to come in. Cam 0 boost behind Lazy Bear. Gets good 50-50 up for Snoozy. Lazy Bear having to retreat, so does Glifty. Unknown Goats forced back for now here by 9 Lives as Snoozy lets the ball come to him. Guns, what can he do? Oh, he tries to fake out Lazy Bear this time. But that fake, not going to be successful. Unknown Goats still in possession until Cams comes along. Double tap, but it's wide.
Now for Unknown Goats, you got to find a way to flip the pitch and flip the script. You've got 30 seconds here to find yourself a second goal. Cam could easily be able to field this thing, but met by Chrono right around the midfield line. Lazy Bear able to win the 50, looking for a pass, but the teammate already committed back to the rotation, instead coming in off the sidewall. Now they're going to have to go screaming back to the defensive end here. I think they were looking for a pitch with Snoozy, a little bit of a miscommunication, but you know what? They've got to make sure that these last 10 seconds are clean. Last thing that you would want is a last second goal of Demo, which does create some space, but not going to be enough for the shot on the target to find its way. And for right now, 9 Lives just trying to get this ball down.
Trying to get that ball down, but Glifty has got something to say about that. Cam off the ceiling. Gets at least a touch on the ball, and that's going to be on the ground. 9 Lives Esports are going to win game 2, are going to equalize this series. But again, Q, I still think it's not looking as comfortable here for 9 Lives.
It's not looking as comfortable, but it definitely is one of those situations where they were able to start to figure things out in that last game, right? Things were starting to, I mean, at least early, they were able to get themselves the 2-goal lead, but I don't feel like this is the way that things finished out. You definitely don't feel comfortable here. You got to make sure that you're continuing to make adjustments, because we did see that Unknown Goats continue to close that gap there at the end.
Yeah, and the Unknown Goats, whenever they are tasked with coming forward, I think they come forward with a lot more intent. They've got a lot more structure when hitting the ball forward. Yes, while 9 Lives has got more of the ball and I feel like more of the field control, Unknown Goats, they seem more calculated in their approach, and that's what's worrying me right now out of a perspective from 9 Lives Esports, is that when Unknown Goats find their rhythm and find their groove, that's when they're going to be most dangerous.
Well, my perception that I was talking about at the top of things, mocked about 9 Lives more winning the more shootouts, has been proven wrong between games 1 and 2. One less goal in game number 2. But I do think the big thing for me seeing from 9 Lives is they're comfortable just taking what they get. That's something that we didn't really see from them in qualifier number 4. For them, in qualifier number 4, they had to be in the driver's seat and be very, very comfortable there. So hopefully some adjustments have been made, seeing a little bit of that maturity even starting to come across here as well. But the best of 5 has now officially become a best of 3. We're going to the rubber match. Let's get down to it.
Well, who can secure themselves a match point to open up Swiss in the best way possible? 9 Lives fighting back valiantly in game 2. The Unknown Goats still a bit subdued and a bit more passive than what perhaps we would be used to. Snoozy looking for a demo on the goal line. Guns second pickings. Snoozy no demo found, and that does not allow Cam to move in. But still, Snoozy being petulant, being a pest there in the corner.
They're doing a good job of keeping the pressure too, despite the fact that until just a second ago, they were only sitting on about 50% boost. Right now, Unknown Goats, though, now going to try and flip the field. Going to go down to the opposite side. Glifty Moon, an opportunity on the pinch coming down, but Guns trying to make it go the opposite way here. Unfortunately, not able to do so the first time around. That's going to be a big touch that at least gets it past the midfield line, and Snoozy needs to win this 50. The ball up under, a wide open net, and Chrono takes it home.
Oh no, Snoozy needed to make contact. He played for the read, but Chrono said, yep, you want to read me? Tough luck. I'm just going to fake you and ground double tap it in. A brilliant bit of creativity coming out of Chrono for that opening goal here. Game number 3 in the early stages, going the way of the Unknown Goats.
Themselves the lead, but plenty of time, plenty of Rocket League to still be played for 9 Lives to be able to flip this thing around. They are in the zone for now, but right now getting stuffed right around the top of the key, and it's going to be Glifty Moon trying to chase this thing down. The back pass to allow the teammate to move this ball forward, and it's a big booming clear, but it does put that thing right back into the control of 9 Lives. Neither team really able to seize the control of the ball, at least not for now. I feel like Unknown Goats slowly walking this thing in the offensive zone. Maybe they've made some adjustments. They seem to have the control.
Seem to be more controlled here, the Unknown Gods, but that double commit is going to cost them dearly. Once again, though, communication being the main enemy here of 9 Lives, as Snoozy taking one away from Cam, who had a better angle towards that ball. And as a result, Unknown Goats deep now in the 9 Lives half. Glyfty looking for his teammate, looking for LazyBear, but not finding him. Indeed, it's a pinch out of 9 Lives that brings the ball all the way to the other end of the pitch.
Does at least relieve the pressure, because they were sitting there for a minute. 2 players sitting on near post with like no boosto. Bad situation to be in. At least now they've been able to regain a little bit, but it's Unknown Goats now trying to push forward once more. Guns in the air, trying to get up under. LazyBear takes the cookies, but unable to maintain the control. It's going to be Snoozy up, getting met by Glyfty Moon around the midfield line. And again, the Unknown Goats rotations have just been on point, going coast to coast. The bump from Cam, and that's going to tie things up.
And not for the first time that Cam has to do it all by his lonesome. Gets it past one with a bit of a boost delay, and then the bump, the Goomba stomp on the ground on Glyfty. Full disrespect by Cam, and with halftime having come and gone here in game number 3, we are once again all square on DFH.
BCU tying things up, and that was fancy too. But over on the side of 9 Lives, they have to find some way to still be able to keep consistent pressure down this side. We had talked about it heading into game number 3. They have been looking on more, trying to capitalize on opportunities, and while they've had a few, they've also left a couple on the table. You can't rely on just the mistakes of the opposition, but they're keeping the pressure in the zone now. It's going to be Guns looking kind of around that midfield line, wait to see where they can strike. Has an opportunity to send this towards the net, but ball getting cleared for now.
Ball getting clear for now, and I like it from Snoozy. Twice he was on that flank, and twice he was not looking for the direct shot. He was looking for his teammate. A team aspect is something that we have rarely seen out of 9 Lives thus far, the passing plays. But here they are coming out as well, proving that 9 Lives still have got something untapped in their locker. LazyBear missing this one. Getting into Glyfty in the end, and that's an open net. How is it open? Why is it open? We don't know, and LazyBear does not care.
Who's that creeping in the cookie jar? That's all 9 Lives. They're all upfield. I'm not sure how you don't have anyone back for that, and that's unfortunate because now you've got less than 90 seconds, 86 if we're going to be exact, for you to try and find some way to now equalize. You win the 50. Gun's going to try and push this thing up the field. One touch pass off for Snoozy. The Kablooey I thought might have been just enough. Now a touch. Now it's going the opposite way. Not like this. At least hits the post.
At least it hits the post. At least it's not curtains for this game just yet. Only the one goal in between, as Snoozy trying to dribble his way forward. Guns gets a pass one. Can he get a pass the second? Yes, he can. Snoozy looking for the bump, but not finding the contact on LazyBear. Could have gotten for the doink there as well. Both options available to him. It's Guns now forced back by Glyfty. It's a great control touch from him. How does he do with a lot of boost in the tank? Gets it over LazyBear. Cam is there, and of course Cam will deliver.
Jeez, who else but Killer Cam with a beautiful control and the pass from Guns as well. And 9 Lives are going to be able to tie things back up in the final minute of game number 1. I'm sure both of these teams would love to be able to avoid some overtime, and with 45 seconds, you don't have to push the pace just quite yet, but you got to be feeling good if you're 9 Lives. Maybe be able to use that little bit of that momentum and prevent an overtime here in game 3.
Maybe you can use that momentum as Cam has an open net to shoot. It goes for a double tap intent. Cam doubles it down. Hat-trick hero for 9 Lives.
Oh, Killer Cam at it again. My goodness, put him on a poster. And that's a highlight there to be able to put 9 Lives in the lead with just 30 seconds left to play, and for them, they've got to be feeling good. You win the kickoff as well, and that's just more of those precious seconds. Tick, 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 dwindling off the clock.
Ticking and talking down the drain, down into the eons of time past as Guns puts it into the center once more. Cam there, but blocked at the point of impact. So is Guns. Don't overextend now if you're 9 Lives Esports. Don't invite the counter-attack, Cam! Being a hero on both sides of the pitch.
Offense and defense. Cam's got you. The best type of friend you want when it comes to Rocket League, especially when it comes to round number 1 of Swiss, when you're trying to do something you were unable to do in qualifier number 4, and that's make it to the top 8. Now for Nine Lives, they are 1 game away from at least winning their first series here today.
1 game away, and I mean, the mind of the unknown goats must be something similar of why not friend if friend shaped. Cam, looking such a lovely guy, but of course he's going to bring you a world of pain if you don't respect his abilities. And a hat trick to his name, really putting Nine Lives Esports on his back and saying, don't worry, I've got you lads.
I guess the question really becomes, though, are you going to need Cam to be peaking like this just to continue to rack up the dubs? I want to see something from Snoozy and Guns here in game number 4. Actually, would love to see Cam almost be able to take the back seat and allow the other two to say, hey, you know what, we've come here to play today. But the good news for them, at least for now, is they are now up 2-1 in this series.
They are now up, and I feel like if you do have a player that is being spectacular on the day or spectacular in the series, your job as Snoozy and Guns is now to feed him. Just let him go. Let him be that free-flying angel. It's normally, I would say, Cam is that man, that third man, going back, holding everything together, and letting Guns and Snoozy be a bit more loose on the count of them being a bit younger there as well, right? And not having that much experience in the RSCS. But with Cam taking charge, Guns and Snoozy, first priority is now, okay, one of us is going to feed him, the other one, just get the rotation in order.
Feed the beast and make sure you're back for D. I love the game plan here, Mock. Let's see if they can do that here in game number 4, because now they are looking at that potential of that gentleman's sweep, right? But we all know how dangerous momentum can be and just how quickly the tide can turn. You go into game 5 off an L, you could potentially be in trouble. So 5 minutes away, it's time to lock in if you're Nine Lives.
Nine Lives. Everything before this point doesn't matter. Just have to continue your movement. Have to continue and take it fresh with Guns now taking control, gets it over everyone. Guns have arrived to the show.
Who did I say I was looking for? Guns was definitely one of them, and it was Cam's was just like, you know what, let me get out of the picture, let me watch you do it all here, homie. And what a play to start things off. 18 seconds, put him up on a poster like that. Nine Lives look like they want to wrap things up here in 4.
Nine Lives certainly poised to do just that, but a lot of time still remaining. An early lead, though, will certainly do a lot to calm the nerves of everyone on the Nine Lives roster. And now it's on the Unknown Goat to show some fortitude, to show response. Lazy Bear can't get it quite out. It's going to be bumped as well, but bumped into position. That shot is a banger. Guns out of the woodwork. He gets it away.
And then a second save coming in here as well, which is going to be able to get this thing past the midfield line. That's going to relieve some pressure, and now it's Snoozy in the air. Doesn't have but 2 boosts left in the tank, but at least able to put one somewhat towards the target. Allows for Nine Lives and now continue moving their way up the field. It's going to be another touch towards the corner here as well, and for Nine Lives, again, they don't need to put any extra necessary pressure as long as they can play keep away. I know there's plenty of time on the clock, but they can kind of vibe here right now, Mike.
They can just try to solidify their rotations, try to solidify their positioning on the pitch, deny Unknown Goats the mid boost, deny Unknown Goats the opportunity to counterattack, and then be a threat on offense when needed. Guns certainly threatening that second goal there, and Snoozy sitting in far behind.
It's going to be Lazy Bear able to win the 50, looking to try and drop this thing down to Chrono, but unable to do so. Now the Unknown Goat's got to get back on the defensive end. That's going to be one demo, but doesn't open up enough. Chrono responds with one of their own. That should at least allow them to get this thing past the midfield line. It's Clifty Moon with the ball in hand over to the sidewall. 30 boosts in the tank, though. Probably should leave this off for a teammate. Able to do just that there for Lazy Bear, but Snoozy read it like a book.
Snoozy hasn't read, and Snoozy crucially gets it past the second, and I feel like this is where Nine Lives has already improved so much from what we've seen of them in Qualifier 4. Not just get it past the first one with one touch, but get it past 1.5, get us 50, or get it just clean beat on the second player jumping in as well. Again, Guns carrying it over to Chrono, caught with low boost in his own back line. Snoozy just putting on the pressure, can bounce shot towards the net, but defended away.
Keeping things in the zone here now is 9 Lies. Snoozy, 1 touch, but now going to have to at least get back towards the midfield line. Lazy Bear going to be able to win that one, leaving it off to Guns in the corner to have to try and at least field it off for the team. Unable to do so. Actually, more of a center left off for Lazy Bear. And it's the Unknown Goats still able to keep their offensive pressure alive. As you see, Lifty Moon, 1 touch past the Chrono, over 1 defender, but that was going to be just a little bit wide, negating the fact that Guns was there. But every time 9 Lions hits the clear, it's right to where a player from Unknown Goats is sitting there lying in wait.
Exactly, 9 Lives just struggling to find the open space again. Lifty, quick turn, gets a good 50-50 there against 2 9 Lives attackers. Needing Guns to step in and take charge off that ball. Into the back line it goes. Cam onto the backboard. Lazy Bear already present.
Keeping the ball in the zone. Let's go, one more touch for Unknown Goats. No, actually going to be a big old clear. And remember, especially as the clock continues to dwindle away for 9 Lives. These big clears down to this other side of the field. That's an additional 8, 12, 15 seconds. That continues to dwindle away. Cam looking for a potential pass as Chrono jumps the passing lane. Snoozy going to be the third back, but getting pressured here by Chrono deep in their own side of the field. That's actually a pass down to where I thought Lazy Bear was going to be able to drill it home, and that's a very threatening situation that 9 Lives kind of got lucky with.
9 Lives sort of got away with on here, certainly. Ball in the center, not what you want to see, as Cam looking for the redirect off the corner, off the side, but Lazy Bear is going to just collect, takes it high, but does not cover any ground in doing so. Guns already there present in the midfield once more. 9 Lives playing an immaculate job of keep away. Lazy Bear just in the path of the shot. Lifty moving in, shot aside. Where's the follow-up? He gonna do it himself. Into the corner, double commit has happened. Lazy Bear with the shot. Oh, Chrono it was! And Chrono will score!
Chrono able to find the back of the net. The double commit here trying to get things out of the way. And then it's Glifty Moon able to get the bump onto Snoozy, who was surely going to be in the position there to get the save. And we're all tied up here at 1 with 28 seconds left on the clock. And it's going to be Lazy Bear moving this ball forward off the kickoff, looking for a center, which goes right onto the lap here for Chrono, moving the ball forward. Unfortunately, though, it's just floating there. Makes it easy to be read by 9 Lives.
Easily read indeed. 9 Lives, though, are a bit too passive, have lost a bit of control over the series and over the course of the game, making Unknown Goats stronger. Getting the pass to the mid goes wayward. Lifty having to collect Guns, keeping that ball airborne together with Cam. It's a magnificent pinch. Can he latch onto it? No. Lifty can, though. Ball still getting kept up as we finally have an overtime here.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was gonna be a mistake by the Unknown Goats, keeping that up over on their half of the field with players bearing down the hill to try and get there, but overtime we go. Golden goal opportunity where one shot is truly all it takes, and it's gonna be a save from Chrono, but Guns punches it home. 13 seconds is all they need, and 9 Lives start off the Swiss stage 1-0.
And we ask, could this be the revenge of SSA? And 9 Lives is certainly delivering a result that could be indicative for the rest of the week, and a 3-1 victory over the Unknown Goats team, which, let's not forget and let's not forget ourselves, are still one of the very best that the entire region of SSA has to offer.
Yeah, definitely a big win here. And I think even for Unknown Goats, I mean, you play against 9 Lives, you keep it this close, some things that they can build on for sure. But for 9 Lives to be able to come in and start things off hot, especially with the fact that you dropped game 1, right? You meet yourself with a little bit of adversity, and then you turn around and win 3 straight. And against the narrative that I kind of thought was their narrative from qualifier number 4, it was all the low-scoring close games that they were able to come out on top in.
Well, I hope that Snoozy's opening goal all the way back in game 1 makes Pyro's top 10 plays the next time he does it. A little dab into the slow bouncer. I certainly enjoyed it. It wasn't high flying. I think it rolled in at about 40 Ks an hour. But man, oh man, Muckfish, what a great performance, an opening performance. And as has been pointed out, especially after the adversity of losing game 1.
Especially then, they just showed a lot of resolve, and they stuck to their guns. They didn't try to, they didn't try to switch it up too much. Yes, when Cam popped off, they tried to keep feeding Cam, but in the end, they didn't waver from the original game idea, which was stay high, keep in control of mid boost and try to suffocate the Unknown Goats.
And I was pleased to see in game 3 where it was 1-1, and that game 3 is always tricky when it's leveled up because it kind of dictates where it's going to go. And Nine Lives were looking a little rough for a while there, but coming from behind to then find their way and equalize and take themselves ahead. And for me, that was a defining moment, Q.
I mean, it was almost just the story of the series, kind of the way the series started, right? You start down from behind, and that really did feel like the big turning point in the series, because in game 2, yeah, you win 1, but it didn't really feel like you still had that control. And then game 3, you started behind, but then game 4 comes around, and all of a sudden it's 9 Lives field. And unfortunately, at that point, you have the fact that they just happen to be playing in the same match as Unknown Goats, and Unknown Goats are just kind of there, you know what I mean?
All right. Well, the quote of the series for me comes out of Markfish, do Markfish. And that was, "Can the free flying angel for 9 lives?" And then I was also, you did. It was glorious, Mark. Absolutely glorious. And then guns coming to the party in game 4, which was great to see. And we have a driver of the day is open. You can vote for your driver of the day. Who's having the most impact in their games, in their series? You can go vote on acgl.gg/vote. That voting open now, and we'll announce today the Swiss driver of the day at the end of the night. We have a couple of results. We'll start with the sweeps. Limitless sweeping Nigel's Lighties, Team Mobula sweeping Nixa, and Snake's Den sweeping Bird. Otherwise, pretty standard, I think. I'm trying to see Elite, though, beating only Fans, which they'll be disappointed. That was a 3-1 scoreline. 77 blocks taking down 104 Annie 3-1. And World of Tanks Trifecta has gone to game 5, so they're still duking it out there. And there you see them live up on the screen as it stands now. So 2 series that are outstanding. Astronic and Drift Queen still ongoing. 2-1 currently for Astronic. So that's where we stand. So that brings us to the end of our round 1 game. 4 more rounds of Swiss still to go. Round 2 will come up after this break. And we're back. Round 1 of Swiss in the bag, and we move forward onto round 2, and we welcome Ultrazim back to the action. Your thoughts on 9 Lives there, mate? Not a great opening, but man, they did the work in the end.
You know what? It's exactly what we've been asking for from the SSA side. They were faster in their aggression. They were more efficient in their touches. I was watching your video this week, and that's exactly what everyone needs to take away from that. The fact that these guys have already stepped it up. They've got that mentality behind them. They came and they saw themselves through the first round. Probably one of the hardest matches they're going to have of the day. I mean, all Limitless and Mobular aside, obviously, if they go up against them. But, I mean, that was a tough start of the day, and they did it with aplomb. A good, clean 3-1 is a very solid start.
And then, Bromeo, there was a lot of talk on the podcast and elsewhere about SSA adapting, changing. Did you see the beginnings of that? It looked pretty good to me from what I was seeing out of 9 Lives.
Because I definitely saw it was very contested. So that's definitely work that needs to be done, is control of the field, but the aggression, and oh my word, Cams. Some of the goals that he scored were immaculate. Chef's kiss. It was just so good.
I want to jump in there because, yeah, I think that Bromeo has actually got a whole point there about the control of the field. Even when 9 Lives was being pushed back against their own half, it wasn't that often. They seemed to, even though they weren't getting a huge number of goals, they were in and around the goal line for a large period of especially those early games. It was so nice to see them not having to struggle and fight from the back line. And I mean, Bromeo, you talked about it on that episode as well, was the idea of if you're stuck with only your own corner boost and you have to waste all of that just to get it out of your half, it puts you in a dangerous situation. They didn't struggle with that as much today.
All right, so they move forward, and so does everybody else. We have round 2 coming up. So Swiss, for the uninitiated, all the teams who won their first round series will face another team that won their first round series. If you lost your first round, you'll face a team that lost theirs. That's how this works. So round 2, these are the matchups that we will be seeing coming up right now. So on the upper, Limitless, Mobular, the Elites, Astronic. Okay, well, you see them all there. We are going to pick the one we are going to show here, which I think is going to be another banger, the Elites versus Snake's Den. And it's an SSA versus MENA technically, but you know, people talk about MENA. Really, it's Saudi Arabia. The Elites are out of North Africa, so I'm kind of they're sort of a half SSA team. They're right there and thereabouts in the Sahara Desert. But that's our matchup. Snake's Den, another roster that kind of got together pretty close to the start of this split, but looking better as time goes on, Alt.
Yeah, they are really good. I enjoy this side. You know, Ram is a very aggressive player who kind of bullies people on the back line, and that opens up a lot of opportunities. Werty has been such a calm person, whether it's in the interviews or in his play style, very dedicated to the sport, very keen to get in there, creates a lot of opportunities. And then Eliakim is absolutely mad when it comes to his individual plays that he tries to set up. And so if he can go with that, first wave attack and then have someone like Ram or Werty working alongside him or playing that midfield role to follow up on what they can create, any constellation, I think that they're a team that should be getting through at least to tomorrow pretty comfortably.
And they do have, I mean, something we haven't really touched on with Snake's Den and 9 Lives is both have EU coaches, Spooks for 9 Lives, and definitely bringing some insight there, and Dijon for Snake's Den. And I do think that they're just that innate knowledge about what goes on in Europe and how they approach it has had an impact on the game.
Well, I definitely think that has been a factor, is that we've seen an EU influence, obviously, not just from the players, but from the coaches as well. And I think you'll start to see playstyles shifting a bit. And Eli's been a bit unfortunate with his roster makings, that he hasn't been able to play to his full potential. And I love the player cams, because you get to see Eli when he's at his most emotional, when he's feeling the game the most. And I can't help but back him every time he plays. And just let's look at the stats quickly. Snake's Den have been scoring consistently. You can see they're scoring an average of 2.7 goals per game, and that's definitely healthy, and it will definitely favor them coming into this. Elite's a little bit more subdued, but definitely not out, and I think this is going to be a lot closer than we'll give either team credit for.
Well, I think the chat vote is open, and I see chats already getting in on the action. Hashtag ELI, hashtag SDG. Who do you think is going to win? Currently, 83% are backing and fully behind the SSA team of Snake's Den. So my message to the elites is get more of your fans to come and get into chat and throw in your votes there. But from the stat comparison, it would seem on paper, Snake's Den should be winning this, but I do get the feeling that those stats belie how well elites have been doing. You know, they are fairly consistent in the top 16, certainly top 16, but into that top 8 Ultrazim. So I don't want to be too misguided by the numbers.
You know, as Bromeo always says, a small sample size doesn't always tell the full story. I think the big factor, and one of the stats that actually stood out to me as much, is that it was Snake's Den leading on every single one of those stats. Every single one, including saves that they're having to make. 5 saves a game is actually a lot when you consider that means you're in your own half for as much of it. And Elites is certainly a team that can bring a lot of aggression. So if Snake's Den is being forced into a large number of saves, they're not making their own plays, and there are a lot of these things that they could be challenged on the back line to actually reach those balls. So they certainly need to be careful not to get pushed back too much at the end of the day. If they get that breakaway, then they've got a good chance of
Ultrazim, we're 20 seconds away from game time, so give us your prediction.
I think it's going to be Snake's Den, but game 4?
All right, Bromeo.
It's going to be close. If Eli fires, I'll back them all the way. I'd say game 5, 3-2, Snake's Den.
Okay, Snake's Den if Eli fires. So your prediction comes with caveats. Okay, fine. I'm gonna go with Snake's Den myself. The day has not grown cold enough to predict against an SSA team. I think they take it all day, every day. So Ultrazim says game 4, Bromeo. Game what?
Game 5.
Game 5. So it's a banger. It's going all the way. How about a game 5 overtime? How are you feeling about that?
Oh, it would hurt me. It would hurt my heart. But I'm ready for it. I'm here for it.
All right. So 3-1 says Ultrazim. 3-2 says the Bromeo. Snake's Den will take it. I don't think we're in a position where there's going to be a sweep. So I don't see that happening, which is the only other option available other than what you two have said. But I like the idea of the game 5 myself. And Elite struggling, though, in the chat vote. If chat have anything to do with it, it is going to be a Snake's Den sweep. 91% to 9. And remember, driver of the day is open, so keep an eye out for who seems to be having the most impact, doing the most in this series, and go and vote for them. But it is time for round 2, SSA Snake's Den, coming up against the MENA, the North American team of the Elite. This to go 2 up in Swiss and almost secure a spot in top 8.
Rams versus Ramsey, the two teams with high intensity, high scores, high pace, and they get to meet here on the second game of Swiss stage. This is going to be a clash, as Greybeard says, and Bromeo, I am so excited to get to do this alongside you in your debut of Rlcs casting.
What a time to cast as well. This game is going to be an absolute cracker. Yes, we had a sweep on the desk, but we're definitely not gonna see a sweep on the field. 2 high-quality teams. Early demo there, and Ram getting it through. 3 seconds on the board. Snake Den are 1-up.
Well, chat, you're gonna be screaming with joy right now as your team that you backed so voraciously comes forward through there. And they've been bitten, of course. Ram leading the charge. They're always being found in your opponent's half, and a great way for SSA to start it out.
Ram leading the charge. I see what you did there. Abulba making the save there quickly. The Ram getting an absolute another one. This is absolutely incredible. Ram generally being the aggressive guy at the back, but now with the brace, and look at this, 11 seconds gone. And we're talking about big games. What are we seeing, Ultraism?
Oh man, we're seeing the biggest starts to this series that they could ever hope, and they're gonna get a third! Ram picks up a hat trick within 14 seconds! Someone get online to Rlcs. We need to see if that is actually a record for the fastest hat trick ever scored, yeah. And Snake's Den jubilant.
I'm a little bit speechless. 14 seconds, 3 goals, all by Ram, and this is absolutely nuts. And as we see this, it's a very undefended backfield. Demo's coming in, and Eliakim, 20 seconds, 4 goals.
Well, we said there wasn't going to be a sweep in the games, and this game certainly setting us up to be proven wrong there. Obviously, game number 1, the first 20 seconds, not something we can judge an entire series by, but 4 goals, 20 seconds. This is the sort of turnaround pacing that you're wanting when you're giving it all up. But what an aggressive start, Chan. I mean, Romeo, we've said that SSA needs to become a little bit more aggressive. How's about that?
Aggressive indeed. Wordy taking the shot. Evolva making the clear. And now, shot high, getting it down. And are we going to see a fifth? It's definitely still open. Pass to Eli. Eli up against the backboard. And now Wordy almost putting it down. The pressure is definitely being applied by Snake's Den right now. And this is absolutely incredible. I was expecting to see 4 goals the entire game, maybe, but 4 goals all by Snake's Den, and it's looking pretty tough for the elites right now. They got to do something, and it's settled down maybe a little bit, but we know that both sides are equality. As we see a shot off, oh, this is definitely a game that we signed up for.
Oh man, right now the elites are rumbled, they are shaken, they are stirred, and they're served up on a platter. And I mean, the number of demos that we've even gotten to see out of the beginning of this game, both of these teams going up at over 3 demos per game. And I mean, I think we've seen 2 or 3 from each of these sides just yet. What a shot coming off the roof from Eliakim to once more test the back line of the elites, but unfortunately not able to get it up to it. I think they're still going to be content, though, at how much they're pushing the elites back onto their foot.
We are definitely seeing a nice little settle down here. No goals conceded in the last minute and a half or so, so we can put it down to nerves. But wow, 4 goals due to nerves is pretty hefty as the pressure is continuously applied here. And you see the Snake's Den are maintaining that boost battle very well. Nobody's looking empty, and the pressure is still being applied. Wordy putting it up into the corner, but Evolva gonna get the clear. Boost for the tank. And the demo there. Oh, what a shot there by Mass. And wow. I didn't see it. Brilliant run of play. Just bumped Evolva there, and that was all he needed.
Yeah, hats off to Evolva there. That was a fantastic play. Takes it up so quickly in the air. He beats the first attacker, takes out the demo in mid-air to find the second, and then hands it off to Mass. Mass putting it just on the margins of the goal. Elites managed to bring one back, and so I think they're going to be able to settle their nerves a little bit, but quickly back into the aggression is Snake's Den, trying to threaten that midfield. Ramsey gets a little bit of space, cut out in the corner there. Well done to Eliakim for that one. Mass going to try and keep reinvigorating this. It's going to drop down awkwardly. Wordy up to the task off the backboard though. And look, once more, look at the aggression coming out of Snake's Den. They're challenging every time.
I definitely see lessons being applied, and wow, shot there, almost in. Wordy couldn't quite get there, but Crossbar doing the job for the elites. And now all across the field, back on Snake's Den side, but it is all over the place. And yo, what a pinch. Trying to get that jump off, and Evolva challenging in the midfield. And Ramsey taking it across. No boost though, so he's going to have to take the 50. And I think this is exactly what the elites needed. They needed that 1 goal to settle things down a bit. But boy, oh boy, have Snake's Den not taken their pedal off the metal at all this entire game.
No, and that's exactly what you want to see. I mean, now it becomes this very difficult job of bringing back the next 3 goals for the elites. And they're having to worry about more going in there. Eliakim just denied on the outside. Great pass across there and good intention to follow that up. Patience now being forced out of Wordy. Mass takes it off the roof. Awkward bounce there. Forced towards Evolva, but Eliakim up to the task. And he's got even a breakaway here. This is the efficiency we want. Comes off the roof. Has got that extra flip, and he gets it in!
What an absolute clanger. Eli off the ceiling and getting that flip Oh, straight off the top of the post. And that is exactly vintage Eli. And he is coming out so strong. In the first regional, he was looking a little disjointed, but man, are things clicking.
Yeah, challenging nice and early there. Stays patient on the wall there. If Ram needs him, actually takes it off Ram and forces a shot. Ramsey tossed in the upper corner, but manages to get to it. Still Werty wants to keep this going. Sends a bouncer down there. Well cleared out by the elites, but I like him once more up to the task. His rotationary speed around the field has been great. Bounce towards the center. Snake's then not able to get on the first attempt, but I like him. Wins out a good 50. And forces the elites to try into a transitionary play. Cut off by Werty. Still, the elites keep going. They've got a Boba with the shot, but I like him. He's present everywhere on this field.
Eli is everywhere. He's the live wire player. And, oh, this is going to be a runaway. And Eli steals that goal off Ram. Or I'm thinking he'd like to say securing the goal. But it was going in either way. And that's a very unfortunate turn of play for the elites just as they were looking to set up. But now 6-1 down and only 25 seconds left in this game. They are staring down the barrel. They're going to need to recoup.
Well, we said that the elites were starting to finally look a little bit more settled in the game, but I mean, a miss like that from Mass was devastating. I mean, it doesn't change the scoreline, but it certainly changes your mentality going into the rest of the series. And I mean, considering, yeah, it was a little bit of a secured goal at the end there. Maybe Rams having had enough in the first half, alike, and wants his hat-trick as well. But a great showing to come out. Snake's Den could not be happier. 6-1 up. And I mean, what's most important out of that, Bromeo, I think, is it's not just the 4 goals in the beginning. I mean, you can't count on something like that happening every game. The fact that they still got 2 more goals versus the one of elites in the rest of the game shows that they are here to play.
I mean, you like him coming out MVP of that game, but Ram scoring that hat-trick in what was it, 14 seconds? That was incredible. But I think this is touching on something that was very important that we didn't see in the first qualifier, is that Eli is being allowed to play his game because he's being supported by such sheer aggression from Ram.
Yeah, and I mean, the rotations from the whole squad are good. They're not giving away after that first attempt. You know, you have one wave that crashes, and in the first split, it seemed to be a little bit vacant afterward. At least 2 weekends ago, right? Qualifier number 4. There was not the 3rd or 4th or 5th attempt at the goal afterwards. Right now, Snake's Den taking hold of this game, grabbing onto it and never letting go was a key part of that victory, I think. They were always around to try again.
Well, you got to have a look at it this way. Like you mentioned, those 4 quickfire goals in the beginning, if you remove them, it still becomes a 2-1 game. It was tight towards the end, but Snake's Den was showing such good composure. They never looked rattled, and sure, maybe the scoreboard pressure was off and that allowed them to play their game. But if they want to continue with that form, they need to take the learnings from the second half rather than the first, because that was an immaculate performance and shot quickly there, but Eliakim clearing. And I think we're in for a good second game here.
Yeah, I really like this. Eliakim rarely found on the back line here for a long period of time, but Force there manages to get a nice bump on the way out. Actually finds a second one. Ram's got to look at the goals, and it's just denied by the woodwork and nothing else.
Oh, that was so close. But those bumps are all we want to see from Snake's Den. Allow Eli to play. It's a little bit dicey here, but Eli in the mid, playing it across to Ram. Trying to put it into the corner, but a Bulba, very good clear. Now, Werty off the ceiling. And wow, these touches are good. They're directed and they're being contested. Very, very good demo there by Ram. And I swear we're going to see a lot more of those. He is a very aggressive player. And now, I think now that we've seen the settle down of game 1, we will see a lot closer game 2. I could be wrong. I hope to be wrong. But I think that's what we're going to take from this.
Oh, 100%. We can already see the elite starting to link together. It's a great pass towards the center. Boba up to the task and finds the opening goal. Elites now managing to open the account. Look at this team play, though. They're clear onto the wall with a waiting player, even with 2 defenders at home, and a desperate attempt from Eliakim. A valiant attempt, but not up to that. Bulba had that read the whole way through. Suddenly, Snake's Den put under a little bit of pressure.
I mean, we're seeing Ram almost with an immaculate kickoff goal, but They are learning quickly, the elites, and I've got to say, this is something I noticed. Oh, like that brilliant save from Eliakim, and he's got possession here. Just needs to beat one, beats two, and the defense is frenetic. But the point I wanted to make was that, oh flip, it is getting so hectic that I can't even get into the colorful bits because the action is so intense right now.
Man, that's the beauty of one of these high-paced games, is that there's no time to break down. Even these players are having to figure it out as they go along. Eliakim takes the air. He's got one more. Doesn't manage to get the 50. Pushes it towards the side at least to create an opportunity and slows things down for his teammates to get involved. They've still been beaten now time and time again. Desperate attempt from Ram, but thankfully he's got Eliakim behind him. That was 2 players to commit. Eliakim, though, relieving that pressure, setting it up high. Finds a Bulba, but a Bulba suddenly shut down there. Werty going for this.
Ooh.
And again, Snakes then find nothing but pixels behind them.
This is definite pressure being applied by Snake's Den. They want to equalize as soon as possible, and they're definitely throwing everything. It's a loose ball, but Werty is there to collect. And they need to settle this down a little bit more and get onto the driving seat. And from the first goal that the Elites constructed, it was very, very well played. First touch pass, and that redirect by a Bulba was immaculate. And a Bulba with the clear here, but it is still in the blue half. Eli going to try and pass this off, beats one. But Mass there to make the save.
Still great intention, right? Pops out towards the center. Eliakim's up for this. Good save from our Bulba in the center. Both of the players now up for the task. Neither manages to get any sort of connection. Werty cutting across the field to try and intercept and cause some consternation, has at least bought some time for Ram. That's a pass out towards the center. Ram's up for this. It's going to come off the roof. Eliakim for the touch and is forced into a save. Elite somehow still managing to hold their ground on the back line. This is a bit of a breakaway. Werty with work to do. Manages to push it to the backboard. Pass tries to come across, but his teammate evaporates in a cloud of smoke.
What a frenetic passage of play now. A Bulba in the air, trying to beat, but it's getting there, and it's loose. Can't get under Werty though, but easy shot in by Mass with that bump on the goal line, and now the Elites looking far more comfortable with a 2-0 lead over Snake's Den, and they've definitely taken their learnings from game 1, and they've put in the driver's seat for game 2.
Yeah, the Elites have flex right now, just withstanding the onslaught of Snake's Den and then taking advantage on these counter-attack opportunities. And it still takes, an error from Eliakim on the backboard, not being able to clear that out, and a bump to find the goal. But they've done it for now. They've managed to pick up the 2 goals that they needed. Just under a minute left to go as the handoff plays coming out from Snake's Den. They're going to try and challenge long. Mass up to the task on the backboard, though, has done the homework that he needed to. Eliakim would love to reinvigorate this, but kind of miscommunication. Still takes the shot out there. And once more, Elites save it quite comfortably.
Bulba has been everywhere, as you see him guarding the back of the net there. The bumps almost coming in there, and the pressure is being applied. There's no lack of effort from Snake's Den, but it just looks like the Elite are in a bit more control this game. They found a way to keep it, and Werty clearing off the line there into the corner, but they're not out of danger yet. As very, very good clear there. Mass playing it into the middle. Ram trying to get it past, trying to force his way over. Eliakim passing down to Werty, and Werty, what a goal! That was a pretty shot by Eliakim, and I thought it missed the first time, I thought it missed the second time, but when you want it enough, it goes in.
I can't believe Ramsey got to that save, and well done to them. Once more, the Elite showing that they're stalwarts in defense, but you cannot push it out. Eliakim was there for the long haul, manages to get that in, and it sets us up now. Snake's Den, 10 seconds left in this game. They've got control of the ball, and a soft pop up there, cut out by a Bulba. Bulba setting it down. Werty has work to do, not just to keep it out, but they now keep it up. Tries for the pop, does at least find it towards Ram, but Ram contested early enough. And Elite's going to level up the game.
What a game that was. The Elites coming out deserved winners of game 2 with an absolute controlling performance there. And that looked a lot like the second half of game 1. It was a lot closer. The scorelines are a little bit reversed. But Mass coming out MVP. But a Bulba, though, he was everywhere.
Yeah, he was. And he needed to be, though. Look at the stats. Snakes Den still very heavily leading the shots. 10-7 is pretty good, and it forced the Elites to make that number of saves. They had 8 saves out of that, and Snakes Den, they do average out 5 per game. And they were equal up to that today, but I mean, some of these constructions from the Elites was just phenomenal. They were able to put it in there, mass in the space, Ramsey having the awareness to clear that line out there, and Snakes Den, just try as they might, unable to do anything about it. There's our wonderful backwards goal once more. It really did come down to a tussle and how much Elites could withstand before they got their opportunity.
And this is definitely turning into one of those street fights behind in the back alley because no punches are being spared, and they're not playing with any gloves on because some of those goals were filthy. And give it to both teams because it was incredibly tight. But I've got to say, if Elites carry on this way and they've learned how to control the game, it's looking a little bit dangerous here for Snakes Den. But with the quality of Eli and, wow, Werty, it just needs to open up the game a little bit more. And who knows what's going to happen in Game 3, but it's going to be a fight nonetheless.
Of course it's going to be a fight. We wouldn't want anything else here in round number 2 of the Swiss stages. Both these teams winning handedly in their opening matches and locking horns once more. One game apiece. Suddenly Aboba put into a difficult situation. Eliakim's coming in. He's cut across there. He's popped it up. Mass has to make some work. Great little doink to keep this engaged. And Mass is going to take it the whole way. No! Not when Eliakim has something to say about it.
What a play there. I thought for certain it was in, and he came out of nowhere. That was a live wire say Ram beating one, getting the demo. And that's what I love to see from Ram, is the pure, uncontrolled aggression. Getting in another demo there. He's at 2 demos in, and we're not even a minute in. And if Ram can keep up the aggression and set the platform for Eli, we're going to see a bounce down here. Ram going to take the shot, gets it under. And now Snakes Den 1-up game 3, and this is the kind of response that they needed to get this.
Yeah, 100%. That came off the speed of Werty, managing to intercept that ball, finds the long shot, baits the defender up, and still manages to come off the backboard, and then Ram with the placement that he needed to open this up for Snakes Den. So they're back into the driving seat. They didn't manage to get there after game number 1's conclusion. Now the Elites, once more forced into a familiar situation against their own backboard. They've got Ram bearing down on them. He's going to try for one. He manages to get the second touch, and he finds Werty to confirm it.
And I feel like we give Eli and Werty so much props, but none of this would be possible without Ram's aggression up front. The stats very rarely favor the man who's up front doing the damage because the assists and the goals. See another demo there from Werty. Eliakim joining in as well. Can they sink this? They can. Absolutely brutal from Snakes Den.
And again, it comes off these 50s. There's a demo there. Eliakim keeps going, manages to lock it down off the defender. And Ram patiently waiting, always there, ready to pounce. And he does so with aplomb. Suddenly, Snakes Den back up into a comfortable lead.
This is definitely what they're needing to continue doing, Snakes Den, if they want to see this lead expanded. Oh, shot there, but Eli pushing it safely to the corner. Mass going to have another go, though, and this is dangerous. Albulba putting it in to reclaim one of those goals, and they are definitely not out. Fantastic pass up against the backboard by Mass, and Albulba doing what needs to be done to secure that goal.
And you're seeing the Elites once more coming through with that cohesion as a squad, not needing the advanced mechanics, no flip resets or musties involved. Instead, they just come forward as a team. They do some great work there. This time denied out there. Ram only just managing to get a bumper on that. But the counter-attack is there. Werty's found it towards the center. A bit of a pop-up from Mass. Has to recollect it. Doesn't manage to get on top of it. His teammates up to the Eliakim, crowding them out. Still finding Ram in the center. The shot is solid, but it's held stalwart by Mass. Still muscled in. Attempts from Snakes Den to wrap their coils around this one. And they get denied once more on the baseline, but they carry on going forwards. They never seem to relent, no matter how close they get or how much work Elites is doing in the back line.
Snakes Den definitely pulling a constrictor move there. They tried to force their way in, but the Elites held their cool, as they are so very well doing. Ramsey trying to get a redirect off the corner. They're not quite getting it. Now, another setup, Eli without any boost. And I'm loving the play that we're seeing here from both sides. It's such a contrast of styles. You know, Ram and Snake's Den playing with such brute force aggression, but a Bulba here trying to get the double tap. It's loose. And now shot straight across, but Snake's Den not giving it up just yet.
Oh man, what a hold there out of Snake's Den. They were challenged by a Bulba, and a Bulba showing some fantastic mechanics, but he ends up being pinned against the backboard. Now Snake's Den into the attack. Nice pop towards the center. Ram decides not to try and challenge it. It gives Ramsey the space for a counter-attack. Snake's Den once more towards the center. Mass has work to do. Gets it up high. Doesn't manage to find a teammate, but it still comes down into his waiting arms. Trying to find another pass as he did previously. Tap towards a teammate. The whole of the elite squad getting involved in this one. If they don't get it out far enough, Ram going to send it out long. If that was on target, I don't know if Bulba would have been able to get there in time. The consternation, everyone's starting to miss this, and eventually it ends up in one more shot for Snake's Den.
Well, the open play definitely favors the elites because Snake's Den prefer the aggression, force the mistake, kill the opponent. And we're seeing elites playing a lot more openly. They're playing shots across, and you're seeing a lot of the ball flying across the field. And as the more it stays like this, the more I back the elites to get a goal through because they just construct them so well. But oh, what a beat! Werty is going to get a runaway goal, catching... Who was that at the back?
Mass.
But unfortunately, Mass didn't have the boost to get back there in time, and very well spotted by Werty to take the opportunistic goal.
Such a close touch from Ram to be able to get it out and managing to find the teammate. The transition play once more from Snake's Den is sublime today. They're being tested on their own goal line. It skirts around, flashes for half a second. Double commit comes out there, but they both managed to come away with it. Ram, I'm going to keep this going. The touches off the wall have also been something that Snake's Den have been able to rely on quite handedly. And the Bulba gets one more bump, but Werty sitting there patiently waiting, sends it down to their side. And 26 seconds left in this. All Snake's Den is concerned about is whether they can get even more of a lead to send themselves to the game for the attempt at the bump, the attempt at the double, everything there. 15 seconds left. Eliakim wanting to flex one more time. Werty still engaged in this fight. A vacant goal, and Eliakim always there to steal it.
I think we've given EU a lot of credit as to how they played that game, but SSA... we have a game too, and Snake's Den are playing it so damn well. They are brutal, they are up front, and you can't save the ball if you're not on the field there. And Ramsey trying to get a demo in there, but with only 4 seconds left on the clock and 5 goals in the Snake's Den back pocket, this has been a very, very good showing from Snake's Den as we just wait for the ball to hit the floor. And no doubt Snake's Den allowing it as they take this game 3 and they take it strongly.
Yeah, strongly being an operative word. You know, when you do drop a game like that, you start to worry, did we actually deserve that first game? Are we going to be secured for the whole thing? But I mean, the stats card tells the entire story. I mean, we said that the last game with, 10 shots was a great performance by Snake's Den, still losing that one. Oh, they just decide to go more. 21 shots out of that. What a fantastic opportunity. I mean, you don't have to get them all in when you're getting 21 shots in the backboard. Elites is good at their defense, but I don't think you're getting to it every time. And you can see when Snake's Den pick up that pace, the elites just, they make mistakes. You're forcing everyone into desperate opportunities, and then eventually someone gonna pick it up, hammer it home, and just keep hammering until it eventually hits.
Well, like you say, you don't need finesse if you punch really, really hard. And I feel like that's what we've seen. I didn't catch a full look on the demo stats, but they heavily favor Snake's Den. And they were unrelenting with that pressure. Ram was in between them the entire game. They didn't take the foot off, not once. And that was incredibly well played by Snake's Den.
Yeah, and I think as the chat who came out at 91% towards them, you guys must be just as ecstatic as so many people in SSA are. Not just because there's an SSA team winning now, but there seems to be a different mentality, a different attitude of the aggression, the shutdown plays. And EU has certainly brought us that lesson, and SSA, you know, we adapt as quickly as possible, but the job's not done just yet for Snake's Den. They've got one more that they need. Elites, though, need to turn around the series if they want to keep uncontested in the Swiss stage, and it's going to start straight away. Ball rolls towards the blue net. Snake's Den, they have started, they have stamped their authority. They're not looking to let it go anytime soon.
Snake's Den definitely saying that we're going to continue playing exactly the same way until you stop us. Now, Ram going to have to make some nifty defensive work because it's a little bit dangerous on the back, but lovely little doink there. And Ram getting in another demo, and it's looking dangerous. Mass, 0 boost on the goal line, and it's looking kind of sketchy, but very, very well cleared in the end. And this pressure by Snake's Den, they are unrelenting. And as you see, Ramsey, the only man forward, but getting a demo through, and are we going to see it? No, but almost some very bitter medicine for Snake's Den.
I mean, even when you're chasing down your opponents there, you're putting them under the pressure. I've got to take the shot now, because if I don't, I just disappear and I don't get a shot at all. And so that's a great play to come out, but Elite trying, poking, prodding from various angles. Try the backboard, gets taken out towards the side. Tries for the 50, a Bulba beaten by Werty. Gonna pop awkwardly off the roof. Mastel reads it well, but all he can do is handle possession. I like him, tenacious in his challenges. He manages to find the space for Werty. Werty, though, getting challenged in his own right. Eventually has to find it, pops it out loose towards the center. Mass sends it far across the goal. Not going to be an easy follow-up from anyone of either side. Eventually it goes out. Still the Elites hold their presence strong. Boba finds it out to a pop. I like him, slows it down. Boba still wants to try and take this. Mass with the shot now, and Snake's Den need to get this out of their own half.
Elites definitely getting some of that rub because they are playing incredibly aggressively. Fantastic little redirect there off the ceiling. They want to keep it fast. They want to keep it open. And the more that they get Snake's Den to spread out, the more it favors them so that they can get those mechanical plays in. But it is still 0-0 halfway through the game, and this is turning out to be a tight one. And we haven't seen Snake's Den this game able to demo as much, exert as much pressure, because I feel like Elites are responding well to that. With Eli almost getting the shot off. Werty got some control, putting it up against the backboard. A miss there, and this is starting to look a little bit dangerous. Nobody in the goal if they could finish it off. Oh no!
Oh, the pass was there, and the shot was following it up, and it was actually the touch, and Elites managed to find a counter goal there. Boba carrying it the whole way across the field, and it just comes down to heartbreak. Suddenly the pace that Snake's Den trying to play at is causing a couple of mistakes. We've seen missed touches from them, and there we see the miscommunication. They were there, and they thought that they had to snatch at the opportunity, and Elites hold strong for long enough that they finally get the goal that they worked so hard for in the first half. Now, as history goes, Snake's Den take a confident game, and then the Elites manage to level up the series. Will that be repeated in the last 2 minutes here?
Well, we've still got a lot of game 4 left to go, so it's still anybody's game shot.
What
Not
a
quite
save.
in there. What a save. Werty, I'm not believing that that didn't go in. And now, Elite's trying to respond in pressure in kind. And Eliakim playing with such confidence, even with absolutely 0 boost. And I think, shot off and saved there by Ram. And this is so all over the place. It's so open. It's so back and forth. And these shots are just coming from anywhere else.
They really are, and it's so difficult to defend against. But Boba makes a critical mistake there. Doesn't manage to get on top of it. Makes up for it by finding Ramsey across the right-hand side of the field. Killed by Eliakim, taking fully under his control. Gonna take it up nice and high. Beats out Mass. Ram is with him. Still denied out though, and there's a breakaway. Mass has the open goal. That just the charge forward from Werty, a little premature, and it leaves this completely open. Snake's Den maybe just getting a bit desperate in the last minute with that timer ticking down, but they didn't have to give away their chance like that.
I like the Rocket League game that the Elites are playing right now. They're absorbing pressure and then using that pressure against Snake's Den to get the runaway goal. And wow, almost, played across. It's going to be very, very tight. It's like it's all committal. Shot through. Can't get it in. And just like that, the Elites absorb the pressure and they're back on attack.
And that is incredible the way Elites are managing to get to some of these balls there by fingertip. If cars had fingers at the end of the day, but you know what? Work is done. Ram gonna have another chance. Bulba challenges him nice and early, and Elites doing this at every stage. We give credit to these fingertip saves, but there's so many opportunities that they're stopping before they actually get towards the goal line. They've managed to hold a clean sweep so far against Snake's Den. We'd love to pick up something at the end of this game, take it to that 2-1 score line like game number 2. But I think it's going to touch down eventually, and at the end of the day, the scoreline going to mean nothing except for the 2 games apiece between these squads. A nice little fake at the end, and the Elites are going to take us to a game number 5.
Well, that is all that matters, is game number 5. We knew it was going to be close. We didn't know it was going to be this close. And all hats off to the Elites and Bulba leading the charge there. You feel like they watched Snake's Den in the first game, in the second game, in the third game, and now they are applying the lessons that they've learned. They know that Snake's Den is going to be very aggressive, and if they can just hold off and they put out with a very quick counter, very quick clear, the goal is there to be taken. And they've shown us a couple of times that runaway goals happen when they manage to withstand the pressure that Snake's Den are applying. So I've really got to say I've been impressed by both teams so far.
Yeah, you know, we talk about the tenacity of Snake's Den, they're intense to go forwards, but like you say, the Elites just up to the task. They were so good at saves, actually, in that game, that they got more saves than the Snake's Den got shots. Somehow that's possible. But, you know, these are the stats, Bromeo, your mates. But at the end of the day, it really does come down to that. And I'm pretty sure that stat is bolstered by what I was saying. The idea of being able to cut it out everywhere. They didn't need that many shots themselves. And they did a very, very good job of actually restricting Snake's Den down. Only 6 shots in the whole map means that they managed to control the tempo a little bit more. But what's most critical, we're down to a best of 1. Game number 5, winner takes all. And Snake's Den would absolutely love if history were to repeat one more time and they could take this quite handedly. But they've work to do. The 5 minutes to determine who remains undefeated in the Swiss stage.
Oh, this is going to be a close one. We need to see Snake's Den play a little bit closer to each other because that is where they thrive. Because Elites want to stretch them out and put the passes in between. So whoever keeps the ball the closest is going to get the goal. And these shots are flying in early on. And the pressure isn't relenting just yet. Snake's Den controlling off the back though. And this is looking positive. Mass coming in with the early challenge and making it. And it's just flying all over the place. And I love the way that the Elites are manipulating the game to suit their style.
Like him tries to take that under their control, does manage to get at least something, but the challenge from the Elites once more denies any further opportunities. Ramsey misses this one off the wall, and counterpart Ram gonna also do the same. Leaves a bit of a breakaway. Werty wants to turn this, but doesn't manage to get the recovery in time. Leaves it to drop down to Bulba. Werty, though, back into the task. Doesn't have the boost to do anything more with that, so the handoff of possession, and it's becoming a little bit of a ping pong. Rams found a bit of space, needs to come off this wall well, puts it softly towards the center and picked up. Still, Eliakim into the task, there to help out the rest of the squad, and this game just keeps oscillating between the two halves.
Well, it is very back and forth, and it is by design. Elites are throwing that ball into the air because that is where they are comfortable, where they can play the pass, and as we see that almost a vicious redirect towards the Snake's Den side. But now Ram up in front, he's going to look for a demo, but nobody there to get demoed. Now Eli trying to be one. Oh, that was so damn close. Now Ram playing the shot across. This is the pressure by Snake's Den that we talked about, and we want to see more of it. And now this is just looking so damn open at the moment.
Oh, this is chaotic. Ram doing the work on the backboard to be able to cut that down. Needs to still get it out. Gets a nice chip over Ramsey, though. Ramsey gets the consolation prize of the demo to Eliakim. Still, there's the overlap. Ram just decides to leave it. Werty has not had enough goals in the series, but he's going to find one here. and a great way to intercept once more, coming through with the pace. Bulba was trying to intercept that, just wasn't fast enough. Snake's Den pick up 1 goal. It's taking them half a game, but it's the critical one.
Oh, I really want to be in comms there because Eli would have sunk that and not even apologized. And Ram was like, you know what, Wordy, you got the shot, you deserve the goal. And it's open once more, but very well recouped there by Bulba. Unfortunately, no boost on the ceiling, so he's just going to have to pass it down, and it's open. But yes, this is where these demo plays are coming in again. This is Ram gaining confidence once more. And he's definitely imposing himself on this game. And it's fantastic play from Snake's Den. When Ram is playing well, Snake's Den are playing well. But the game is far from done. 2 minutes left on the clock, and it's still anyone's.
Critical demo interceptor gets the ball back into the hands of Snake's Den. Eliakim got to bait out Ramsey and now leaves Bulba alone on the back line. Tries to get it out far. Still managing to go back in there. Eliakim finds the pass to Ram, but shut down in the midfield. And Mass collects it. He's got people on both sides trying to hand it off. Ramsey just lets it roll off the top of the car. Werty going to come through once more with pace. Now looking for some aggression. Tries to pop it out there. Bulba there. Manages to intercept it. Eliakim shuts it down. The ball not vacating the half of the elite. So they have to keep doing this work. Bulba tries to send it up high, but once more invigorated. Ram going to win the 50. Gets checked off the ball, so he can't follow it up. Werty, though, stops it. Says this belongs in the blue half. And as long as Snake's Den can keep this up, they're going to be content.
They definitely will. Fantastic redirect there by a Bulba. Attacking intent definitely being shown. Elites are not out of this yet, but fantastic clear there by Snake's Den as the game is very open right now, but only 1 goal so far, and with 45 seconds left to go, Elites are gonna be wanting to do something about it. They're gonna want to respond in kind, but Ram now playing off the corner, open net, couldn't take the shot. And Mass with the clear to take it into the final seconds.
Ramsey going to have to do something. Tries to send it long. Intercepted by Ram, who's coming off the wall confidently. Gets taken down. And Elite starting to make a push forward. Gets denied once more. Snake's Den trying for a bit of sneaky plays. Keeps their opponents guessing. Ram stops it dead. It's a bit of a counter-attack though. Bulba has been proficient in the air. More than proficient. Finds the pass across there. It's going to clash down to the side. Less than 10 seconds. Greybeard really wants it in overtime in game number 5. But it doesn't seem to be happening. 2 seconds up there. Eliakim sends it home to secure Snake's Den. And although the drama kept us guessing until the last second going to be almost irrelevant as Snake's Den secure themselves their second game in the Swiss.
Oh, what a game by both, but immaculate by Snake's Den. Going out, game 5 winners and series winners. They are going to love the strong start into Swiss, and if Ram keeps up the way he's been going, nobody's going to stop these boys tonight. Eliakim, MVP, but that, as always, doesn't tell the full story. Ram, hats off. Werty, fantastic construction of play, and even down to the last minute, it could have gone either way. So props to Elites as well. They really put us to a treat for Rocket League tonight.
Yeah, I am always impressed by this. And I mean, it came down where they were able to hold off Snake's Den. Snake's Den, we've said, is one of the highest shooting squads in this competition. And I mean, even there, they added to it throughout this series. Fantastic construction. The Elites so close to being up to the task, Greybeard.
At the beginning, I said I didn't see it being a sweep. But as game 1 went on, I went up to grab a coffee, came back, the game was 20 seconds in and there were like 4 goals on them. I'm like, what is going on here? And I thought maybe we do get to see a sweep. But what a comeback. I really enjoyed the work from Elites to come back in that game too, because when you get hammered like that in an opening game, it is tough. And then the way Snakes then performed in game 3, I was like, okay, well now they got it. But then they came back again. Fantastic series, thoroughly enjoyable, but hats off to Snake's Den for what they did there. And my quote of the series comes from the Bromeo all the way back in game number 1, which was, and he's got a boot full of tank.
I remember saying that, and I was hoping nobody was listening, but clearly Greybeard's out for blood because he's not going to make it on the points test today.
And my word, and Eli what gets the prize for the daily thief, sort of taking lessons from To Die For, obviously, in terms of taking lessons from To Die For in terms of stealing goals. But I loved Ultrasm, how this was a fairly last-minute pickup for the start of this split. You know, that when teams were scrambling, it's like, oh, we don't have a team. But man, they are coming together so very well. And I'm so pleased for Eli that it finally seems he's on a team where he can thrive and everyone else can thrive. And they're just looking very good.
100%. I mean, Bromeo said it earlier, was the idea that Eliakim has never really had the team around him to enable that play style. Very mechanical, loves to slow it down and play through the air. And, you know, when you're playing with people who are not confident to follow you into that, or not, you know, patient enough to give you the space that you need, this is a squad that is. You've got Ram who's clearing the way in front of you and going to be happy that you're taking half a second longer. You got Wurtsy sitting in the background who's going to keep sending it long, trying to find those passes towards you. I really enjoy the way that this team comes together. And what I really enjoyed more than anything today specifically was that, you know, we typically talk about 1, 2, 3 Rams in that first position. Eliakim probably sitting around the second, Wurtsy probably in the third. That didn't come as cleanly through today. They were so mobile. They were so fluid. How many times did we see Eliakim sitting in the background, managing to make fantastic saves and then transition it with that mechanical skill into a potent offense?
All right. Well, remember, your driver of the day can be voted for. acgl.gg/vote. Who has had the most impact? Maybe you saw your driver of the day right here in this last series we've just seen. Go and vote for them. But we do have results from the other matches in round 2 of Swiss. And I don't know, I mean, guys, this will be your first look at this. And as you look over there, I don't know if any surprises jump out at you. I mean, we've got the obvious of Drift Greens kind of getting a sweep, Limitless getting a sweep, Magula getting a sweep, but some duke outs in the rest.
Close there between Astronic, Skillquest, and Nine Lives. And I think that was one of the key benchmarks for how well this Nine Lives side is playing. I know, Greybeard, you love the SSA teams, and you're probably despondent about that. But I think in terms of how good Astronic was previously, that's still a great result for Nine Lives.
Yeah, well, listen, I think they would beg to differ. That they would feel they should have taken that. But yeah, hopefully they can look. They are looking. I think they should have taken this down. Astronic have proven to be a great team, but it was, I think for me, it was a key test on whether they could take down that team, but certainly not over for them yet. So there you go. Everything is concluded there. So we'll be ready with round 3 very shortly. 5 rounds of Swiss, but for now, Snake Den will go into round 3 among the teams who are yet to lose a series in Swiss. So round 3 coming up pretty shortly. All right, so there are 4 teams who have not yet lost a series. 4 teams who are about to, 2 of whom will go out. They're going to be fighting for their lives in the next round, and then a bunch of teams in the middle who have won a series, lost a series. So, Machtfish, that series was kind of weird. It was so up and down. In the first minute, I thought this was going to be a 27-goal walkover and landed up going all the way to Game 5. But entertaining. Elites still remain a good team, but I love how Snakes Den are coming together.
Snakes Den, the thing is, when Snakes Den feel themselves, they feel themselves, and they just continuously drive up the score. They continuously drive up everything, and are very hard to stop once they got that momentum behind them. The problem I have for Snakes is, what do they do when they don't take the 1-0 lead? And that's really what the Elites were capitalizing off of, because then Snakes Den struggle to find their rhythm.
All right, and then so we've got up on screen right now the Swiss stage. These are the next round matchups. And Nexa Bromeo's continuing to struggle, coming up against Nigel's Lighties. And the way things are going, you'd favor the Lighties.
Oh, I mean, that's tough. And you're really putting me on the spot here. But behind the scenes, yes, I have voted for Nigel's Lighties to take it purely because they're young up-and-comers. And Nexa has been very inconsistent. They're currently 0-2. And Nigel's Lighties, if there's a game that they're going to win, I think it's this one.
All right, and sorry, I'm production. Could you put that back up for a moment? I beg your pardon. There was a couple other things I wanted to have a look there in terms of the matchups that are coming. I mean, a big one, Mabula and Snakes Den, as well as Snakes Den, are doing. Machtfish, I think that's a proper struggle match for them.
I mean, the problem is they're facing Mabula, right? And Mabula are just so unbelievably good. They are rightfully that they won the last event, and I think Snakes Den, if they can get into their rhythm, score an early goal, and then take it from there, I see a chance. But I'm not too hopeful for Snakes Den there. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. And then we've got a couple of EU matchups there: Drift Queens and World of Tanks. I don't think World of Tanks get too far there. Bird and Unknown Goats. I mean, obviously I'm rooting for Bird, but Bromeo, do you think they've got the taking down of Unknown Goats? Keeping in mind that Tisha's not there. Lankai playing out of Ghana, who's going to be playing on silly ping of around 200.
Well, that's got to say Tisha on holiday when the rest of his team are grinding. And this is going to be one of those close games. I think they might not have it to go all the way, but as they proved previously in the last game, I think it was, who did they go up against? It was OnlyFans. It went to Game 5. And I see OnlyFans and, Bird very, very similarly. So that's definitely going to be a fixture to watch out for.
All right. Well, the fixture I didn't touch on was right at the top of the screen, which is Limitless versus Astronic Esport. And that is going to be a banger. And that is the match that we are going to bring to you live right here. And the chat vote has already opened. #LMT, #ASTR. Machtfish. I mean, there used to be a time we wouldn't even really show a Limitless match because it was like, okay, let's see someone who might not get through or whatever. But we're now in a time where Limitless games are not the sure thing they used to be.
I mean, Limitless is still a very good team. Let's preface this with this, question. Perhaps, but like, this is no longer where you even in round 3 you would think Limitless probably with this 3-0, 3-1, or it's not going to be a close series, maybe one close game in there. But no, with this new Astronic Esport skill quest, with this new brigade and barrage of Europeans coming down to South Africa to play, Limitless have their work cut out from going out in 3-0, going into top 2 seats for the Saturday bracket is no longer a walk in the park. This is actual competition, and Limitless are going to have to contend with the Astronic, which they haven't faced in this constellation either. They faced the old one, not the new one with Torres.
Well, it's not a walk in the park, a jog through the park with weighted boots. But on paper, Limitless clear this, and Limitless have played Astronic in the previous split and would beat them. But this is a new roster here, a different looking Astronic squad. And Bromeo, the stats notwithstanding, this is a very a legitimately close to being on par matchup.
Well, look, statistically, it is very, very close. And with the way Barachu and Torres have been linking up, I can't be surprised by Limitless. That happened last weekend. I lost all my channel points. I don't want to go there. But this weekend, I have full faith that Astronic can come out of the woods and take down this Limitless side, especially if Limitless haven't prepared the way that they need to. And having a look at the stats on paper, it is very similar. I mean, to Die For and Barachu being compared here. And look at those stats. The only difference that's, is swinging in Limitless favor is to Die For's assists. And that also is marginal. So Limitless has got to be at the top of their game today. They must be under no illusion that they are not favorites. And that is what they need to do.
Well, I think there's it does raise an interesting point, is that with Limitless, they were an automatic prediction in every series, and when it comes to SSA, they've never really been under pressure, not massive pressure. Yes, they've dropped a regional now and then, and but then when they go to Worlds, it's kind of different. In fact, the pressure is off them because they're just not expected to do well there. So when they lose there, it's like, yeah, well, they're still, it's SSA, we're still grinding our way up. For the first time now, Mark, we have a Limitless team that is under pressure. And this, for the first time, it's a mentality that they've never really had to face before.
It's certainly a new era that's come along here in the second major split, and with the influx and with the teams getting better and better and better, and also getting better at predicting the ping and getting better at playing the ping as well. That's no longer the disadvantage it was in split 1. So Limitless having to contend with rivals at home is going to be a very interesting one. What I like to see out of Limitless is what the reaction from To Die For after they lost the quiz last time around. It was to the tune of champions are not made by winning, but champions are made when they finally lose. And I want to see that reaction now from the list. They've gone thus far very well, 3-0, 3-0 against, well, easier opposition. Now let's see how they can stack up against the other big dogs. Can they show that they still have that fight and that they still want that redemption? That's what I want to see here.
So Markpitch, do you believe they have that, since we now work our way around to the predictions, or is this new look Astronic squad gonna have the better of them?
Hola, mi nombre es Pesque Potente, and I'm predicting for Astronic in this one, but I'm gonna say I think it's gonna be in 5. I don't see a walk in the park either way. I think it's gonna be a closely fought series, and I think, but in the end, Astronic takes it in 5. Yeah.
All right, Bromeo, how are you feeling about this?
I can't do it, GB. I cannot. I'm not at that place yet. There is not a game that Limitless plays that I will not vote Limitless. And look, they had a rough time last weekend, but I see it as they've had plenty of teaching opportunities. So let's see what Limitless is made of. They've got me, but I think it's going to be a game 5.
All right. Well, it's still not. You know what? Limitless had a bad regional, and I think there's a tendency. It's enough of a shock that we maybe it's done and over. I don't think so. I think they come back pretty strong here. I think we're going to see Limitless take this, and I think take it fairly well at 3-1. So I see them taking it down 3-1, and that's a lot of heart, but I think a lot of info. And then over in chat, we have 80% for Limitless, 20 for Astronic, and that's the first time we haven't had a desk sweep in the prediction department. It is now SSA versus EU. Limitless Astronic in round 3 of Swiss. Winner here goes through to the top 8. Let's go, Commandos. It's howling time.
You know, iron sharpens iron, and pressure creates diamonds. But unfortunately, pressure can also cause leaky pipes to burst. And for the first time in a long time, all eyes are on Limitless, and it's not only the Swiss bracket, but we're talking about round 3, baby. A series we thought we'd get for Championship Sunday. They got to take on Astronic. Let's get down to it, Graybeard.
All right. Well, Limitless, as so often seems to be the case in blue, Astronic skill quest in orange, and an early opportunity for Astronic, but no real plays in anger yet. The opening 30 seconds, not much going on, but that's heading towards the net. Oh, and a combination of a touch away. Sweaty looking for a finish, and maybe now Snowy can finish. Indeed he does. And there you go. 10 seconds after saying not a play in anger, Limitless are up 1-0.
Able to just keep the pressure right up off the rip, and it was multiple attempts at the net, and what was eventually going to be a pepper of shots, one finds the back. It's 1-0 here, and it only took 36 seconds. Winning the kickoff here as well. Looks like Limitless have come to play, quickly entering themselves back into the offensive zone. It's going to be a pass for the dive for, but that's going to get put off the post with a beautiful save. Rebound, bang from Snowy, and Limitless up by 2.
And you know, we can't overlook the benefit of what we're seeing here in this region. And one of them are, you know, regional after regional interviews with Snowy. It was, how do you guys keep performing at the top? And Snowy would often say it is very difficult when there's no one above you. And for the first time, I mean, can you imagine a Limitless team that is constantly challenged and they are forced to raise their game? Then if they are making it to land, they're a different team. And I think that will be a tangible benefit coming out of this.
Definitely something to be excited about, but you got to make sure that you continue to keep the pedal down to the metal. You can't have own goals like this. A costly mistake from Snowy, and that's going to give Astronic their first goal of the game. And you wonder, maybe gives a little bit of momentum to Astronic that they really didn't have in the first minute and 20 seconds.
Man, a brutal misread there off the back wall. Snowy looking to clear it and went a little early and just pinged off the back of his car into the net. So they're very aggressive, very good-looking start, kind of nullified to some degree there with the one goal, an own goal from Limitless. So they're going to have to put that behind them and focus forward. And here we go to Dive4, looking for his crossfield play. Sweaty looking for the double. He gets it. Oh, that's a beauty.
And they just continue to put the pressure down. The pass from to die for to Sweaty, the bar down, and oh my goodness, talk about the boys in blue. The boys are back in town, and they're looking to regain their crown here in SSA.
Okay, well, this is more like it. I love the link-up play. I love the fast play and the aggressive play, and they're right back on it right off the kickoff. They're camping over in the Astronic half, not letting it go over the halfway line. Sweaty there again, and this is a Limitless team when they do this, when they can just squeeze that pressure. You know, they love to choke out their opponents, and I love to see that they're doing well with it now.
Doing a fantastic job, like a boa constrictor, just slowly squeezing in, slowly walking their way up the field here as for now. And Yellow gets it back towards the midfield line where Sweaty's going to be able to sit here going towards the corner, looking to try to make a play. It's to die for following it up. It's a touch in front of the net, but now it's Torres on the counterattack. No boosto, kablamo from Snowy. Now going to put a pass towards the middle where to die for should be able to get the control. One touch off the back, the redirect off the second touch, but that gets saved.
Yeah, that's good, but the pressure... Oh, no! They've been undone at the back. Their pressure was looking immaculate. They were doing so well forward. Tiny mistake here. Sweaty gets beaten on the wall, and Torres overcoming last man Snowy, 3-2.
Ole, says the defense, allowing a second one here. The first one an own goal, a second one also a costly mistake, and Astronic might just be proving that if you make mistakes against them, they'll make you pay just about every single time. There's still 2 minutes and 10 seconds here left. They only need to find one more to bring this thing to a tie. That's a pass, that's a goal, and it's Yellow bring it to a tie at 3.
Man, oh man, and just like that, we were at the point, we weren't too far away from calling it a dominant performance from Limitless, but bang, bang, here we are, level game, 2 minutes to go, and back at square zero, and if there was any whiff of a dominating performance by Limitless, they're going to have to work hard to rebuild it from here.
They've got to find a way to regain. They've got this thing brought back, at least to tie. The good news is after a couple of goals, it's not like you're sitting at a deficit here with 1 minute and 55 seconds left. It's going to be to die for. Off the sidewall, sitting at about 50% boost. Should be able to make a play, but nice job as far as from Agnello. Rising to the 50. Torres now going to also try and rise up to slow down this attack. Leaves it off for Byrachu, pushing this ball forward and to die for. The last one back, having to at least get a touch on it. Slowing things down a little bit, but it is Astronic who still has control here in the zone.
Ever since that second goal that Astronic got, they've managed to break the stranglehold that Limitless were looking to build in pressure over on the orange side, and now it's Limitless who haven't been able to get the ball over the halfway line. Limitless was so good at keeping it over in the orange half, but it's been a long time since they've been able to do that in a sustained way. Maybe something here. Snowy looks toward to die for. Doesn't have the angle on it, can only press it up high into the sky, and Sweaty keeps it there and thereabouts, but at least they're out of their half. The pass into the middle, and again to die for. Not in the right position for a real shot on net.
Yeah, unfortunately just caught just a little too far forward and basically had to pump the brakes real quick just to get a nose onto it. But it is still Limitless with the control, even if it is temporarily. Ball going down here and at least set over towards the corner. But Torres pushes
Danger.
up a kablamo. A shot from Byrachu, and it's Astronic now up 4-3 with 39 seconds left to go.
Man, oh man, and have we had a shift in the balance, in the force here. It was Limitless all the way early on for a good 2.5 minutes, but they have fought back Astronic, and now they've taken the advantage with that goal and just 35 seconds to go, and all the work for Limitless to do.
Gotta find some way to, one, get this thing out of their zone, and two, you gotta find a way to stop like that, and Yellow just comes screaming down the middle of the field. And Byrachu finds him with such a simple pass here. Snowy with the misread, and Yellow makes him pay, and it's now a 2-goal lead with 30 seconds left.
Byrachu remaining unchallenged high on the wall all the way from his own corner just about, and was able to just cruise around the corner and put that pass in. Definitely far too much time on the board, on the ball given to him, and with just 20 seconds to go, it looked like Limitless have been unstitched here, and unless something drastic happens in the final 15, it is going to be Astronic with game one high in the air. They've got to get one of the two they need right here, right now. Give themselves a fighting chance to die for trying, but the touch from Torres will put paid to that, and Limitless go down in game one.
Just when it looked like maybe, just maybe, we had seen Limitless returning to old form and going through in 3 straight series, Astronic say, maybe not today. I like the bounce back from this squad. They went down, what was it, 2-3-0, and then just slowly scratched and clawed their way back. It's not like this was something where Limitless let one go last second, maybe could just go win to game number 2 feeling like everything's okay. That last half of the game was all Astronic.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, because it was all Limitless until they conceded the second goal, and it was a mistake from Sweaty up on the wall, and I'm not sure what happened there, but it just seemed to undo because they were looking good. Their link up, their pressure play, for which they are famous, where they just keep threatening you in front of your own net, and eventually a goal goes in, and there we see it, the mistake from Sweaty, Torres's goal over Snowy, and it all came apart there with 2:21 left on the board. So yeah, they're going to put it behind them now and fight back to die for. Put into reality his words, champions coming from defeat.
Now they've got to find themselves some way to overcome the adversity here. I mean, we saw Astronic was able to make some adjustments and be able to put themselves in a really good position for those last, 2 minutes, 12 seconds, I think you had said there, we saw in that last replay. But for Limitless now, you've got to find some way to at least put yourself back in that driver's seat and make it so Astronic has to start asking themselves some questions, because if they come out here and duplicate that success from the last 2 minutes, and all of a sudden Limitless is playing from behind, the doubts start to creep in, that's where you start getting into that quicksand effect. But the good news is, no matter what the score was in that last game, we've got 5 minutes on the clock. Score's back to 0. Let's get down to it and see how the boys in blue do.
And I don't think it's so much with Limitless, I don't think it's doubt that creeps in. I think it's frustration, because if I know anything about these players, they don't doubt their capability and how good they are, but they do become frustrated when it's not. When their game plans aren't going the way they should, or they're not quite doing what they believe they should be doing, or the strategies aren't quite paying off. So it's a game of nullifying the frustration. A demo here might just open things up. To die for going on his own, heading toward the net, but it will get cleared. This is good from Limitless. Good pressure start. Sweaty. He's not over it, so can't get the double, but it does pass to die for, and he will sneak it under for goal number 1.
And the big thing here is keeping the control, and the big thing is also the boost. The Torres on the wall is the only one with boost, so Byrachu can't close the gap to try and get any sort of assistance. So you are depending on one player to make the perfect read, and they're unable to do that, trying to fall down from that backboard there. So Limitless going to be able to put themselves in the driver's seat. We talked about the importance for that. Feels like you probably want more than a 1-goal lead here. It's going to be Snowy looking for the ball off the backboard, Sweaty for potential to follow it up, but Byrachu now goes the opposite way.
Well, they had a 2-goal lead before, and they gave that up and lost by 2 goals. So 4 unresponded goals. So yeah, 1 goal certainly not enough. They want to keep piling on the pressure. That's heading toward the net. Not enough source on it from Snowy to find his way past Byrachu, but they will keep the pressure going. Here comes Sweaty. Not quite sure where he was passing it to. Maybe trying to pass himself with the backboard. Pass into the middle. Good pressure build up here from Limitless.
They still got the ball. Listen, I4 goes to the air and loses it off the 50, but Sweaty sitting there waiting for the read, has the control, tries to keep things going towards the net. Snowy going to be able to punch it home, and it's Limitless. Going to be up by 2 with 3 minutes and 27 seconds left to play.
And there we go, the Limitless pressure paying off in a goal. Very good to see from them. So we've got our question partially answered. They have bounced back. They've shaken it off and they've come out. They got the 2-goal lead, but it's the halfway mark. The halfway mark in game 1 where it all started to come apart. So we got to see if they can persist with their confident play, with keeping it together. And there were 2 mistakes: the own goal, the Sweaty miss on the wall, where they were unpicked in the last game. So how do they keep it together the last 3 minutes?
At least for now, it seems like they're playing a pretty darn good style of Rocket League. They've got themselves the control, and you can see trying to re-enter into the offensive zone. It's Torres with the pick. Snowy going to leave it off. I thought was for to die for, but now going to actually just follow it up on their own. A potential pass towards the middle that does get jumped by Aniello. Limitless doing a good job on the defensive rotation. They're making sure to keep the pressure move forward, and Astronic doesn't get to move forward, at least for free.
All right, well, we're at the halfway mark now. This is where Astronic in game 1 turned the table, shifted the balance, and they are starting now with a bit of an attack, building up some pressure over on the Limitless side. As good as their defensive rotations have been, they're not getting up. There's been a double commit, and I think an 18 bump. Oh, my word. They got to get there. They got to reset here fast and furious, because Astronic are just looking here to punish.
They're trying to find a way to be able to punish those mistakes here. It's going to be a double touch from Torres. Absolutely filthy here. And it's just, you can see Aniello doing a good job of jumping that lane, leaving it off for Torres, who does the magic work from there. 2 players up to try and swat it down, neither of which able to get a nose on it. And the lead has been cut in half.
And a mistake leading up to there, the high in the air double commit, which resulted in a team bump, and it's pretty much just over halfway where it started to fall apart, but not here. They're going to get it right back after kickoff. The kickoff, Yellow, it was left in the midfield, and Byrachu streaming back, but he is just half a boost behind it.
Got caught coming up just a little too far there, and that is a mistake that Limitless knows how to capitalize on. They're able to re-extend their lead now back to 2, but they got to worry about their offensive zone, or I should say their defensive zone, as it was Astronic moving forward. Looked threatening for a moment, but now moving forward to the opposite side of the field. Byrachu going to be trying to exit out of their side as Snowy at least puts a little bit of pressure, allows Sweaty to move forward, and a big clear to the opposite side. I'm really liking what I'm seeing, even the aggression with the demo to try and be able to build up space, but Limitless unfortunately doesn't find anything there.
Yeah, and what I'm liking from Limitless is that there was a mistake leading up to the goal they conceded, but they haven't sort of fallen apart like they did in game 1. They've kept it together, and they've not let it undo them. And oh my word, that was an absolute cracker save. Still within a pressure position, but they've worked their way out. and they keep their 2-goal lead, at least for now.
Still 65 seconds here left on the clock for Astronic to try and make some magic happen. Torres looking for a pass to Byrachu. Not going to be able to drill that thing towards the net. Snowy should be able to get towards the midfield, at least unless Yellow jumps the passing lane. Unfortunately, no one in the corner able to continue moving the ball forward. Boost in the tank here for the side of Limitless. A little bit of miscommunication. Ball still going to be in front of the net, though. It is going to be Sweaty rising on up. Keeps the ball in that offensive zone. Ticking away is the time for Astronic, and it might be going to game number 3, all tied up at 1.
Well, it should. It would be a gargantuan joke if Limitless were to blow it from here. But all it takes is 1 goal and a little bit of nervousness, and it's there and thereabouts. It's still in the Limitless half. It's still Astronic piling on pressure. To Die For will clear it only as far as in yellow, and finally makes its way to Astronic's half, and maybe they're running out of time here. To Die For tries to go over the pass, looking for To Die For in the middle. Doesn't quite get it. 10 seconds. They should have it from here. If this goes in, there's going to be a squeaky kickoff, but it doesn't happen, and Limitless should secure it, and we will have at least a game 4.
This is a big bounce back here. You did exactly what needed to be done after, kind of fumbling the bag a little bit in game number 1. You come out in game number 2, and you handle business. We make this thing a best of 3, and for Limitless, now you put yourself just a little bit more back into that driver's seat. Not as much as far as that frustration that you were talking about, right, Gravier, from the squad, making those mistakes. It looked like a really clean game from Limitless there, and even on the scoreboard, all the stats pretty well with those blue bars leaning over towards the right shows that was the case.
They came out in this game. They shook off that game 1 loss. They went about their business. They went about it well. When they made a mistake which resulted in a concession, they didn't wobble. It was just that mistake. They got right back onto their work. It was good, aggressive pressure play. 6 demos throughout that game. Only 1 from Astronic. They're making it work. So much, much better. And now it's Astronic going, okay, can we adapt? Can we adjust? Now they've got to answer questions that Limitless have asked in game 2.
Yeah, now for Astronic, you don't want that momentum to shift too far over onto that blue half of the pitch. Last thing you want them to do is win 2 in a row and be looking at that gentleman's sweep, especially giving that confidence back over to this Limitless squad. We know that this is a team that, man, when the going's good, it's really good. It's good eating, boys. So you got to make sure that even if they do win game number 3, it doesn't feel like they're in such control. Astronic still has so much time left with this essentially being a best of 3. You don't necessarily have to win this next game, but you got to at least close the gap.
Well, in the good old days when SSA Rocket League was a lot more predictable, there was a habit of the Limitless squad to lose game 1. If they were going to lose the game, it tended to be the first game, and then they would get it together. And maybe it's that they needed a game to sort of lock into their game plan and strategy. And here we see right off the rip in game 3, it is Limitless on the attack, looking to build that pressure.
Trying to see if they can put themselves onto the scoreboard here first. It's Snowy wrapping around, unfortunately getting shut down by Torres, who hands it off to Yellow. It is going to be a nice little flip. To Die For easily reads that thing, and now going to look for a way to get this up out of the zone. Not much boost in the tank, but is going to have enough to get past the 1. Now going to be on the sidewall is Snowy to continue advancing it forward for this Limitless squad. It's a pass. That's a shot from Sweaty, but it gets shut down by Torres. Luckily To Die For is here to be able to keep the pressure down. Tap, dropping it down, unable to make the connection.
Man, almost a ridiculously stupid angle, and but it doesn't go, but it continues to be Limitless pressure. Maybe undone now. Snowy's going to have to grab this in his own corner, which he does fairly well, and they want to get it right back over to the Astronic side because they've been camping over there. And over time, it might get frustrating if they're not scoring despite all their pressure, which they haven't been able to do just yet.
It's going to be them trying to look for a way to get out of their zone. Astronic doing a good job of keeping the pressure in towards the middle of the field, trying to find those shots. A nice little stop there to send it back towards the corner, but it's still Astronic with the possession. Even when it looks like Limitless is going to find themselves a way to leak it up out of their zone, it's the rotations that has kept the pressure down. But Yellow look here on the back wall with Sweaty, going to be able to send it towards the corner. Snowy with the shot towards the top bar, but does get stopped shy. The Astronic defense really stepping up here in game number 3.
Man, it has to step up. They're being peppered now at the moment. Pass into the middle to die for. His shot read by Torres, I would believe. He got in front. He knew exactly what was what. And now heading toward the limitless net. Snowy having to do defensive work, which he does do. And now it might start to get frustrating. And that is incredibly frustrating. Despite all their possession, their pressure, they're a goal behind. Torres bangs it in after the shot's pinched into the middle. And they have a 1-goal deficit to show for all their pressure.
From the top of the key, Astronic able to sink that thing in and give themselves the lead. About 2 minutes gone by, and got to agree, Limitless had quite a bit of pressure there. You don't want to really hang your head just quite yet. What you got to do is get right on back out and get back on the saddle, baby. Try and get that control. Moving their way up here is denied for, at least with the 1 touch. No boost, though. Gonna have to now fall back as Byron-Chu in the sky and gonna move it forward for Astronic. And if they do allow Astronic to find themselves a second here, they could be in trouble, Graybeard.
All right, well, we're at the halfway mark. And, very important touch from to die for to get that clear. And now they're going, it's 2v1 for the moment. They need to hurry. Some harassment going. Great work, but the defensive presence of mind to make sure and to read that touch, that play, that shot coming in. Very well done from Astronic.
Now it might be a chance for to die for, depending on this ball gets over and yellow. It doesn't, but Sweaty following it up to keep the pressure here for Limitless. They have 2 minutes to be able to find themselves a solution to be able to get one across the goal line. Their defense, of course, still has to hold the line as well, and it's to die for. Falling down from the sky, a second touch, puts a shot towards the net. Was a little wide, despite the fact that Byron-Chu looking to field this thing and flip the field. A shot from Snowy, bang, and we're all tied up at 1.
The fantastic part about this shot, look at this. It's a first-time shot. He doesn't look to control. He doesn't look, and I think catching the goalkeepers completely by surprise. And that's always been a strength of Snowy's in ones, is to spot the scoring opportunity and go for that quick first-time shot. He does it to perfection, and we have a level game.
Now it's Sweaty looking to try and get some control from the sky, and at least a second touch going to come from Snowy. Deny for with the shot. That's the angle, but not enough oomph. Makes it easy for Torres to be able to get the save. All coming back out. Snowy trying to keep pressure on the net, and it's going to be Torres trying to relieve that. A second touch towards the middle of the field, and Sweaty, a very important touch, sending it towards the outside. It is Torres keeping the pressure down for Astronic. Limitless has to find a way to get this thing up out of their zone. Snowy might have the resolution coming up off the sidewall, although they're upfield all by themselves. The defense, as far as going to be have to move this ball back forward, it's kind of a tussle around the midfield line.
Yeah, starting to feel like an overtime sort of game. There were very clear periods in game 1 in terms of who was dominating. Game 2 was pretty much all about Limitless for the most part. This one being fairly even. Great pressure, great defense, and we're just ticking down the clock, heading toward our first overtime. No! Just clips the posts and bounces wildly away.
The MVP coming into play once more. The most valuable post. Going to keep this thing tied up at 2. 2 Kablamos. Looks for the demo on the third, but that's an opportunity, and Yellow unable to shove it in. And now it's Snowy. No boosto. Pockets going to get picked here from Torres, and they're keeping the pressure down. 15 seconds left. Limitless has to find a way to get this ball up out of the zone. Torres pretty well has a decent amount of boost in the tank as the pass to the center. No defense, and Yellow punches it home. And Astronic going to take the lead with 7 seconds left.
Man, there was a whole bunch of close quarter combat there on the goal line. Argy-bargies, all 3-4 players all gathered around the ball. The pressure never let off, and you don't often see Limitless panic, but they got definitely frazzled. Astronic taking advantage, and they have the lead. A game I was convinced was going to overtime. May well be an Astronic win, and now it is in the final seconds. They've got to keep it up. The clock has run down. Sweaty trying to get it forward. I don't think he's got enough on it. He doesn't. Astronic will take game 3.
Astronic have now won themselves a second game of the series and put themselves on series point. And Limitless now going to be feeling more of that frustration that you were talking about from earlier, especially in a game that was so close. I mean, yeah, the scoreboard showing a lot of the stats leaning a little bit in the favor of Astronic, but it felt like the back and forth as far as out on the pitch was relentless throughout the entirety of the game. No team really able to seize control for more than like 20-30 seconds.
Yeah, and it was probably the most even of games that we've had so far. I mean, game one was a tale of two halves. Game two was very much Limitless's game. This was pretty even, and which makes it even more frustrating to lose because the amount of pressure they had, particularly early on, the first 90 seconds, and Limitless came away with not scoring and instead got countered and attacked and conceded. So that's incredibly frustrating. So for the second time in the series, Limitless got to fight from behind.
They got to find some way to find the fight, and they've got to find some way to find 2 in a row if they want to put themselves into that top 8 and one of those top 2 seeds. As far as for Astronic, I think they wouldn't mind having one of those top 2 seeds in there right as well. They only have one more game left. They've got to be feeling good because it feels like slowly things have turned in their favor. And as long as they can avoid the reins really falling out of their hand, if they can keep it close, the history, at least thus far through the first 3 games, says it should favor Astronic.
All right, well, this is it. Do or die time. It's get the win, go to game 5, fight again, or go into round 4 of Swiss, a place that Limitless has very little experience in. Astronic will go forward. Of course, their work for the day will be done if they can close out this game.
For them, they want to make it a quicker day. Might as well get to sit back and chill and watch as the rest of the field tries to play itself out. Now it's going to be Limitless, looking to try and see if they can set the tone in the first minute of this game. They've been spending quite a bit of the first 30 seconds in their backfield. They've got to find some way to relieve the pressure. It's Snowy off the backboard, but doesn't have much of the control. Allows for Astronic to still keep pushing forward, and you wonder how long from the defense bending until it breaks.
Probably the most surprising thing for me is I don't know that I've seen Limitless make this many double commits. We've seen it a lot in all of the games. And it might just be a factor of the fact that they're having to change the way they play and their general approach to how they've gone into series in SSA. So maybe just a little bit of new thinking, new play, resulting in a few errors here and there. But good to see that they are looking to change it up.
Able to change things up a little bit, but they got to find the results to go here with it, because at least when it comes to playing against the best in the region, at least so far when it comes to split number 2, it has been a little bit of a struggle. It's Astronic who still has the control in the offensive zone. Now moving forward here is Byrachu. It's a flick of the wrist. It's going to be Sweaty, able to get the save, but doesn't have much boost in the tank. Are they going to be able to find a way out of their zone? That is still yet to be seen. A touch moving it towards the goal, and now it's going to be to die for in the air with the extra pressure. Can they make an attempt towards the net? It doesn't seem so for now. The Astronic defense still doing a good job putting the clamps on the boys in blue.
Nice pass from Snowy, but absolutely no one to die for. It's up in the air, touches down. What a save from Torres. That, in any other time, on any other day, is a goal. But it's a save, and it's turned into a counter-attack. Shot on net. Snowy's backwards, but does get the touch away.
There's one thing that we have seen that Astronic does very, very well is when they flip the pitch, man, they have the ability to do that quick, really flipping the pressure around. Limitless has done a pretty good job controlling it thus far in the series, but you wonder, with 2.5 minutes left in game number 4, could one potential quick flip of the field be the difference to what allows Astronic to move themselves forward into the top 8? It's going to be Torres with the pass, a shot opportunity, not going to be able to find it, but they do still have the ball here over the corner. It's Byrachu rising on up, a potential tap over, but Snowy doing a good job with the clear.
All right, Snowy will dunk it round the corner, but won't get the second touch on it to die for. Will look to make it forward. I think he's going to try go on his own. He does. Can't get it round, but they are at least still building pressure. No, they're not. They've been undone. Very similar goal to what we saw, the second goal that Limitless conceded in game 1. Third man being undone, this time Sweaty, and they are in danger of going down.
Got caught with their hands in the cookie jar trying to steal a late night snack, and now it's Astronic with the lead. 2 minutes left though, so you still have plenty of time for the squad of Limitless, but it feels like the longer that they go, still being held scoreless, the more they're going to feel not only the frustration, but maybe even start to feel a little bit of that pressure here as well. And Yellow looking to try and go the opposite way with it. At least leaves it off for Byrachu, a shot on the target, but to die for, gets enough of it for a save.
Well, it is Astronic who have the lead, and they've also had the best of the pressure after the kickoff from that first goal. Limitless not able to get anything going over in the Astronic half. The pass now into the middle. Sweaty tries to read it out, but Torres is just that much quicker. Snowy desperately wants to get to this. He does get the touch over the first man, but easily picked up by second. And now, once again, pressure. Limitless have not cleared their lines for any appreciable length of time for the last 40 seconds.
Oh, Torres pushing his way forward. Sweaty's going to be able to at least get the touch. Nothing left in the tank to really get the exit out of their zone. To die for following it up. Has to worry about Torres in the corner. But it's going to be a shot coming across to commit to the save. A potential opportunity here for Limitless. They do have to worry about that backside here, though. We have seen that Astronic does very good flipping the field. An opportunity that they cannot be able to walk away from empty-handed and not feel discouraged, but instead it's in yellow, moving it forward, looking for a potential counter-attack off the pass to the middle, but to die for it. Now moving it up for Limitless.
Sweaty! And I don't know if that was deliberate, if he was looking for the flake, for the fake, or if it just happened because he wasn't there. But either way, it works beautifully. Now I'll give Sweaty all the credit. He knew what he was doing.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. It doesn't matter what it is as long as it gets the result. That's all that matters. And as for now, it gives Limitless that little bit of safety, a little bit of security, even though there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. Now a potential attack here from Torres, one coming back in off the respawn. You also got Sweaty back there able to make the save. A potential center off the corner play here, but it does get sent to the opposite corner. Limitless's defense trying to send as much as they can towards the outside here, even have one potential play down the opposite side of the field.
And they had some territorial advantage. They got to make this work again. The clock is done. That's heading toward the net. It will bounce, and we will have our first overtime of the series here in Game 4. Either Astronic goes through, or we go to a Game 5. Right here, right now, big decisions coming.
One shot is all it takes for Astronic to be able to wrap up their day. For Limitless, it would at least allow for them to find a game number 5. That was a good pass. If they would have been able to connect on that, I think that would have had the umph to be able to beat the defense. They are going to be able to keep this thing in the zone. That's a pass. That's a shot. To die for, though, going to be able to get the save as well. The Kablamo might allow for Astronic to keep the pressure in the zone if it is only temporary. That's going to come up high. He got to die for entering the zone with the shot, but that's rather slow. Makes it relatively easy to read.
All right, well, here we go. Sweaty, can he go? Baraju's having none of it. Comes straight off the backboard. Another double commit here. Snowy now is an awkward third man. Does very well to push it into his corner. But these are tense times. Often, Astronic have been very good at punishing mistakes, and there to dive for, taking far too long to line up his shot. It's heading toward an open net. This will be at the demo chair. Open net. Sweaty finishes. We've got a Game 5.
We're going to game number 5. Sweaty doing such a fantastic job, rising up, taking the cookies, dunking it on home as well. What a great late night treat as we go into game number 5.
Man, oh man, oh man. What? Hey, so there we are, Limitless having to secure in overtime just to get to a Game 5, not even to take the series. They were close to being out of the series, but it is going to be a nail-biter to the end. Last game, they got a single demo, Limitless, 5 again, so they're picking up the aggression game, the bump plays, and it does stand them in good stead, but it wasn't like it was an easy win. They came from behind to secure that overtime.
And they had to definitely put in the work, and they had to show a little bit of resilience as well, not just in the gameplay, but in the mental fortitude. Got to be feeling pretty good heading into game number 5, but we do got to keep in mind that this Astronic squad has shown the ability to put this team onto their back foot. Maybe, just maybe, with an additional adjustment or two, that's all that Astronic needs. But as for now, we're getting ready to head back into that game number 5. This best of 5, Graybeard, all comes down to this, a best of 1.
Yeah, well, I think from Limitless's point of view, they have to come out here swinging. Yep. They can't be given oxygen to Astronic because Astronic we've seen they like the late show. We saw that in game 1. We saw that in other games where they will come back late in the series, late in a game, and find a way through. And I think Limitless, they got to come out swinging. Don't take it deep into time with no goal. They want to be 2-3 goals ahead in going into that last 90 seconds.
You want to make sure that Astronic really has the pressure put onto their laps going into that last minute and a half, last 60 seconds. Definitely have to agree there. But let's get into game number 5 and see if Limitless can put themselves into that driver's seat. It's going to be Agnello with a shot. Sweaty gets themselves a save. Doesn't have much boost in the tank when it comes to trying to rise up to put pressure on it. Torres with the shot. A save comes across, but no one there to be able to field the rebound. And Agnello going to be able to give Astronic the lead just 30 seconds into this thing.
Limitless definitely not the team coming out swinging. It was Astronic right from the get-go. They had the pressure, they had the territorial advantage, and now just 28 seconds in, they have the go-ahead goal. They will lead this game very early on, and now Limitless fighting from behind, which they did in the last game, leveled it up, took it in overtime, so they certainly can do it. Plenty time to do it. But, to die for going for the bump, I'm not sure if he got a touch. He might have. That almost snuck in, and it is Astronic suddenly awkward and under pressure.
They do have a little bit of pressure in their defensive zone. To die for, going to keep the ball alive, and the offensive side as far as for the boys in blue. To die for in the air, tries to get a shot on the target. Does require a couple people to make a play for the save. As you can see, Astronic still struggling to find some way, somehow, out of their zone. Snowy rising up to keep the pressure down, but doesn't get a touch. Now is going to be an opportunity for Astronic to try and flip this field, but it's short-lived.
All right, well, they'll try again. At least they're not spending too much time in their own half. If this gets by and there's an open net, fortunately it goes to the wall. It'll give Limitless time to rotate back, get into position, but it remains awkward. There's been a demo. Now it's a 1v1. Sweaty up against, no, he's been bumped off by Anilo. Great work there, because Sweaty might have done well on the 1v1, but not to be.
Now they got to find a way to keep this pressure down here. They've got the ball down on this side of the field. Snowy gets a touch to send it up over by Richu. It's going to be Agnello on the back wall, easily fieldable, but to die for doing a good job playing right around the midfield line. Has the control, has plenty of boost, tries to go for the pass to Snowy. A bump, maybe creating an opportunity. A kablamo as well, which means Torres has all of the weight on their shoulders to try and keep this defensive pressure alive for Astronic, but they're able to do just that with a beautiful save.
Man, oh man, they weathered a pretty torrent there. The Torres keeping them in it. But now again, to die for gets under it. Can't get any kind of shot on. And once again, Astronic are able to clear it. It's 2v1 for the moment. Snowy pushes it into his own corner. And this feels a lot more even now. The opening 30 seconds, all about Astronics. Limitless fighting their way back in, heading toward, but goes just wide.
Now trying to get up out of their zone, but not going to be able to do so for now. As Agnello over in the corner, leaving it off for Torres. Torres unable to field it, but it's Byrichu able to relieve the pressure. Gets this thing deep down in that Limitless territory, but Sweaty easily able to get the control, has the ball in hand, able to get this thing over Agnello. A second touch to try and get past the defense, but no dice. A shot from to die for, that finds the back of the net, and we're all tied up in one, baby.
And now it's Limitless with the late show, going behind early, taking about 2.5 minutes, but they find their way there. They've leveled up the game, and it's 2 minutes to go, and no clear certainty on which of these two teams will pack up for the day with their work done, and which is going to have to go forward and do it one more time.
Gotta find it at least one more time. Of course, that task could become a little bit tougher depending on what the defense can do. Sweaty, unable to connect off the sidewall. They gotta make sure they can at least slow down this counter attack, because Snowy, the only one back, is gonna rise up here after getting the big pad. Able to look over here towards Sweaty. Sweaty now with a big touch, and now trying to chase it down into the opposite zone, but it is a very quick visit once more.
Danger. Torres finds a way past.
What a score here. Look at this counterattack. One thing we talked about earlier was Astrona's ability to flip the field and do it quickly. One big clear, but it ends up being a pass to the sky. One pass right on back down, and that's all it takes. Astronic in the lead with 90 seconds left.
And they've done very well with the quick reads. They've... Well, there you go. That was the lead for all of 4 seconds. Here we go. We're back to a level game.
I'm sorry, did you say quick reads or quick leads? Because we're all tied up here at 2 now. Nice response from Limitless. But, of course, with 84 seconds on the clock, this still could go either way. With this being a game number 5, pressure being felt on either side here. And Yellow going to be able to get the second touch to try and enter back in the limitless zone, but no dice. Sweaty potentially looking for a pass over towards the middle. No, tries to go single-handedly towards the net, but unable to get any sort of success in the middle of the field.
This is a sweaty game, an old school sweaty game, a sort of the knuckle duster, Snowy trying to find a way past, to dive for in the air, looking for a read of the wall, but it says in, and Yilu, who's having none of it and will get the clear, and it will be a transition into an Astronic attack. Danger again for Limitless. Snowy has to get a touch there, he does, but the pressure far from over.
Flores had a nice look towards the goal, but the defense doing a good job of sending it towards the side. 35 seconds.
My.
That's going to be a beautiful slide of a shot from Yellow. And Astronic able to find an answer with 36 seconds left on the clock.
Man, oh man, oh man, look at that. And you know the rough part of that, you're sitting in net, Snowy is there. You're reading that, hitting the back wall and going out. It clips the post and goes in. 34 seconds to go. We saw a quick response. They're going to need a really quick one here.
They need to find something. Sweaty going to look over one, but it is still shut down right around the post. And Snowy going to try and rise up. Last one to try and really enter the zone here. But Astronic continues to play patient. Not necessarily passive, but they don't need to play aggressive. They just have to keep this ball out of the net for the final 10 seconds, and they will advance into the top 8 and see if Limitless can continue their way and also lock in a spot in round number 4. Last chance for Snowy, unable to get it out of the zone, and then able to keep it up in the air as Astronic win a banger of a game number 5.
All right, well, the Bromeo was right. It went to game 5. The ultimate victor he got wrong. It is Astronic who take it down. Their work for the day is done. They are through to the top 8. But Limitless, their work will continue. They will march forward into round 4. But a great series, an entertaining series, and not a good result for Limitless.
Especially after the way they started, right? It felt like maybe came out here where we're ready to try and make a quick day for themselves. I mean, when you look at earlier on, I mean, they were able to advance in 6 straight games through the first 2 series. And thought maybe that they were going to be able to do something similarly at the very beginning. But Astronic being able to just scratch and claw, making adjustments every step of the way and proving that, at least today, they were the better team.
They were indeed, and it's not over yet. The joy of Swiss is that there are more chances to fight. And Bromeo, I don't know what you took away from that, but I mean, a great series of Rocket League to watch, though.
I mean, that's putting it nicely. My heart's still broken, though.
Fair enough.
It's so tough because Limitless was looking so strong when they had possession and they had time to build. But Torres on the counter kept stabbing me right here in the chest. And honestly, very, very well played clinical by Astronic because they didn't need the possession to score the goals. They scored so quickly and caught you guys a couple of times, caught us sitting in our seats. And that was just a very, very good Rocket League demonstration by Astronic.
And for me, what I've noticed about Astronic is how quick they are on the second touch of the ball, whether it's the person making the first touch or a teammate coming in to take it to advance it forward. They were so incredibly quick. And at least a couple of times, Limitless being caught a little unawares by that cue.
Yeah, it just seemed like the speed, again, Limitless in the past has been so used to being the fastest team, being the most mechanical team on the pitch. They're still finding ways to make the adjustments, but I do got to say, looking from Qualifier 4, when they played against similar teams that maybe were a little faster, a little bit more mechanical, it seems like they have found ways to really be able to focus on the counterattack. Still some rooms for improvement, but hey, we're still in the middle of the split. They still have time.
All right, well, let's have a look at the results from the other Swiss games in round 4. And, well, let's see who's out. Look at that. Nexa going down 3-1 to Nigel's Lighties. So the end of Nexa, the end of Bird losing 3-1 to the Unknown Goats. And Drift Queens, Bromeo.
I know. I
lost to
didn't.
World of Tanks. What?
My predictions are in tatters. I pegged Nigel's Lighties to take Nixa because, you know, they're running on some good form. But World of Tanks taking down Drift Queens. That for me is one of the results of today because, you know, we can understand a Nine Lives OnlyFans. We can see the Elites taking down 104 Annie. But World of Tanks taking Drift Queens, that's an upset.
And then Snake's Den taking a game off Team Mobula. They did lose there, but the first game loss for Team Mobula, though.
Yeah, you wonder, though, as far as for a Team Mobula, does getting that first loss off the board almost relieve pressure, right? Because now you don't have to worry about having the perfect qualifier anymore. And I also think it is a quick reminder that, hey, at any point in time, any of these teams that you are facing off against on the opposite side of the pitch have the ability to pop off. So you really got to make sure you're on top of your P's and Q's, especially because now that they're done with Friday, we're heading into single elimination.
Alrighty, well, that then wraps up round number 3. Remember, Driver of the Day is open. If you want to vote for your Driver of the Day, you can do so on acgl.gg/vote. The driver will be announced at the end of the night. And for voting, you do get some ACGL currency there. But we ain't done yet. 3 rounds done, 2 more to go, which we will get kicked off in just a few moments. Round 5? No. Next will be round 5. Round 4. Still 2 more rounds to go. And Master, I think there's the requisite amount of Swiss chaos going on.
Oh, Swiss is doing a great Swiss thing, but I apologize for throwing you off there. I just said before we went live, it's business end of the day. So I'll take that one. That was my mistake. That wasn't Ryan. Ryan would never do a mistake like that.
No, not me. So Limitless going down for the 3rd time to a 3rd team. So it's tough times.
Oh, that's hurting my heart.
It's hurting, right? It's a reality check though, and I think if I have my power rankings right here, I would say Mobula 1, Astronic 2nd, and then Limitless only 3rd. And when's the last time that anyone in any SSA power rankings could base with evidence say that Limitless would be outside the top 2?
So that fight will continue. They've got 77 blocks in the next round, Limitless, so they're certainly not out of it yet, and I would fully expect them to do it in the next round. But let's look at Snake's Den versus Mobula. It was a 3-1 victory for Mobula. I think it was game 1, they won 9-0, absolutely smashed Snake's Den. But in game 4, it went to a 4-minute overtime. So and they did take a game from Mobula. So they're not insurmountable, Bromeo.
Not at all, by the slightest. I mean, look, these games were pretty close. The game that Snake's Den won was 3-1. Mobula then responded with the 2-0, and then the much vaunted 9-0. I'm not sure what happened there. That's a little bit wild. But they held it tie at 3-all until the very last minute, and then went 4 minutes over, and then only conceded a game. So yes, Mobula still coming out on top, and that's the only thing that counts. But it's definitely progress from Snake's Den, and I've been impressed about how they've been playing this split.
Well, they're going to be taking on Drift Queens in the next round, and Drift Queens lost to World of Tanks. So it's like, I'm glad we're not in the old predictable days of SSA and Swiss and all of that, but what are we supposed to make of it?
Embrace the chaos, right? Embrace the chaos. Come on, we're having you. We're having it.
So if World of Tanks can beat Drift Queens, then surely Nigel's Lighties can.
No. Come on. I'm all for it. Nigel's Lighties have been playing incredibly well. Drift Queens have had a rather subpar split. Subpar Swiss, because they finished top 4 last regional. So I would fully back Nigel's Lighties to take it. Yes, they don't have it on paper, but today's a different day and crazy things are happening.
All right, well, there you see it. 2 teams have gone through. Team Mobula and Astronic are through to tomorrow. 2 teams have been eliminated. Nexa, whose rough season continues, are out, and Bird are out, not playing with their young star T-Shao, unfortunately. So that means this is who we have left in round 4. And Limitless 77 blocks. Mark, how are you feeling about that?
Yeah, Limitless.
Limitless should take it.
That's where the old adage of, if 2 teams take the pitch in SSA and Limitless is one of them, Limitless wins. Yeah, there's no way through.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're bang on there. But let's turn our attention now to our featured series in round 4, and that is going to be Trifecta and OnlyFans. And this one is hard. I mean, offline we were talking about it, Bromeo, and everyone's a little like, flip a coin. We're not sure. Where do we stand with this?
Well, look, Trifecta have also had a mixed bag of results. Their most recent being is getting swept by 77 blocks. So they were doing well, then they weren't doing well. And OnlyFans, this is the deepest run they've had so far, if I stand corrected. So I think that this could easily go either way. I think my prediction was that Trifecta would take it. But, it's going to be close.
All right, well, the chat vote is open. You can go and put your vote in there. Hashtag try for Trifecta. Hashtag OPS for OnlyFans. fans, and there we have their stats. And Mike Fish, I don't know if those stats tell you anything, and if they do, is it enough to have a sense of where this might go?
The problem is with this OnlyFans roster is that on paper, from what the names read, Willu and Happy Meal on the same roster, that's decent. That is decent. Shadow backing them up as well. That is, on paper, very good roster, but they just struggle to put it on the pitch. I feel like they probably don't have that necessary cohesion or just haven't worked out of how to play together. They missed main event last time. Now they're in 1 and 2. I'm not convinced that this is the old strength of someone like Willow, who we had as one of the main contestant players that's of last season of Limitless, right? He was so good on French class, and that which then became Valiant. But I don't know where that has sort of come or gone, rather.
All right, well, there we have the team comparison. Kexi and Happy Meal, who you were just talking about. And Kexi, we certainly haven't seen much of. I mean, he's out of the UK and becoming a massive supporter of the region and bringing up one of the three regions competing on this trifecta team. And again, I feel, Bromeo, like we don't have enough long storylines with a lot of these players because they haven't been here that long. You know, when you talk about Tristan and Happy Meal, we've got 3 seasons worth to talk about. So again, I don't know if the numbers tell us too much.
The numbers can't tell us too much because, as you say, these are all new rosters, all new players who've only been recently introduced to the scene. But what the numbers do say is that Kexi, Akai, and Friction have had an incredible run of things, and OnlyFans have not reached up to their own expectations. And, you know, having said that, both teams have got very, very good players on them. It's just how they link up. And I find it ironic that the one with the biggest ping difference is the one that's been doing better. So maybe it's not all down to ping. Maybe it's just team cohesion. And you need to look at that before you do at the big flashing red bar next to your name.
All right, Bromeo, let's get your prediction. I know it's hard. I know it's tough. We've whined about it, but now you gotta put it down on the desk. Which way are you going?
It's going to be close, but I'm going trifecta. 3-2.
All right. Muckfish, 3-2 from Bromeo. He got his game score right last time, not the result. So where are you going?
Well, I got the game score and result last time correct on the last time around, so I'm gonna go OnlyFans.
In case anybody missed that, yes, go.
In case anyone missed that, I'm going OnlyFans and 4. I think they've certainly the quality must still be there. I don't know why they're struggling, but yeah, give me OnlyFans.
All right, well, we're going to keep in mind that these are the 1-2 matchups, which means the loser here is going to be eliminated. I'm right in that. This is a 1-2 matchup, right? Okay, good. So it is. There's no chances after this in this round, the low round of the Swiss bracket. I myself am also going to go for trifecta. When the desk is swept, we've been right. When there's been one, the majority have been wrong, and it is Muckfish again going against the grain. So it makes me a bit worried for. I've predicted wrong. I was. Sorry, production. I completely messed that up. My prediction was for OnlyFans. My bad. Well, that makes it a bit more of chaos. Well, here we go. The low round in round 4 of Swiss. Loser is eliminated. Winner will go through to round 5. The 3-region team of Trifecta versus...
As Greybeard demonstrated perfectly there, this game so hard to predict. Is it going to come down to the experience, or can innovation and integration come up as the usurpers in this match? It is do or die time, and it's now a Trifecta versus OnlyFans.
Trifecta being that global team that we wanted to see us trying to get SSA and propel SSA forwards against the local legends of OnlyFans. Let's see if the old guard still have got something in them. Happy Meal, Shadow, and Willu, not the best of splits for them thus far, missing out on Regional 2. Now in an elimination round in top 14, not where they see themselves naturally.
It's going to be very interesting to see how these old dogs have managed to adapt to all the new tricks that the import teams have gotten. I mean, if there's ever a team that's uncertain in terms of how they're going to approach it, is Trifecta. Kexi comes in over the top, intercepts above the heads of everyone of OnlyFans. And this ball from Shadow just doesn't manage to find the clearance it needed to. Goal number 1 up for Trifecta.
Not the clearance, not the follow to back it up, and then it's just an easy latch on for Kexi in the midfield. Long shot in, no defense left. Let's see if OnlyFans have got a response in their locker. It's Willow towards that backboard. Already after the kickoff, he has been blocked, and Trifecta willing to put in an easy and an early challenge here against the OnlyFans offense.
Right now, Kexi trying to take it across the Kai along with side. Manages to get it towards the center. Shadow up to the task, but still can't get it out very far. Wheelu has to make a desperate save, and he and Shadow join forces. It's still not clear, though. The Kai going to go up there. Willu with work to do. Manages to at least link up with Happy Meal. Happy Meal trying to clash there, but only finds the back towards his neck. Keeps the pressure on OnlyFans. And eventually, Wheelu sends it up long.
Wheelu up long, and there's a save coming out. So looking for Happy Meal on that right flank. Happy Meal going for the bump, trying to find someone, but not making contact with any of his opponents. Wheelu there to keep up the pressure. Where's Shadow? There he is, but out the Shadow Realm he might come. But into the Shadow Realm, he was banished once more.
Friction just slowing down all parts of this attack, trying, in fact, and finding Wheelu in the counter-attack. And so now Kexi, with a bit of innovation, tries to flick it over the top. Makes work for Akai, though, as OnlyFans puts on a bit of pace. Friction now with a bit of a breakaway. He's got Happy Meal charging backwards. Shadow cuts across the field, trying to find it towards the center. Gets a nice double, but it only finds its way harmlessly across the front line. This is still the first bit of real extended pressure we're seeing out of the OnlyFans side.
And yes, while they do have that pressure and they do have possessions certainly on their side, there's nothing too dangerous happening on the end of that possession. A bit tentative for OnlyFans on the other side. Trifecta show you exactly how it's done. Direct, straight to the goal. Not a lot of creativity there, but a huge bit of efficiency.
Yeah, the cohesion from Trifecta, despite their differences in both ping and region, they all link up together there. That was great follow through from Friction to be able to engage that. Trifecta managing to get a second one. And like you said, OnlyFans, even though they've got a little bit of a route up the field, still yet to really put on anything venomous. This little bit of demo on Friction could open things up. Shadow's got the flip reset, and he manages to bring Burn back for now for OnlyFans.
Manages to bring it back, Shadow. Good area control, not challenged though on account of that demo from Willow as well, off the ball. But the Frenchman or Reunionese rather, is so dangerous for OnlyFans, but this time opening the lane. Let's see whether or not they can weather the storm a bit, whether or not they can get back into the series into more calmer waters.
Kai doing a good job of harassing the back line. Opens up the wall for Friction to try to push through. Bit of consternation in the center. Kai going to have a soft shot towards that left-hand side. Still trying to follow it up. Manages to pinch it towards the center. Happy Meal has to deflect it down to the side, but can he make it out of here alive? Kexi stops that in its tracks, still not far enough away. Wheelu gives away possession with a long ball, and Akai doing a good job to get that double touch. He's got a bit of space. There's even the bump attempt coming out there, but a good save is forced out. Happy Meal keeping their team alive. Now they've got a little bit of a counter-attack with an open goal. The bump attempt up, but Akai more than ready for the task.
Akai bumped out of the goal, but still hunted afterwards, and still with the squishy save, able to get it out, and now Willu gets it over one. Great little scoop underneath that ball for a second. Akai not the touch he would have wanted. Friction having to bail his teammate out, and now Willu taking an opportunistic shot, but a shot that was not on target. So second pickings comes out, and Friction finds a miraculous stop on the goal line.
No, okay, OnlyFans so close to having a way back into that game, but it all comes down to this, man. Friction managing to get up for it, then decides to hand off and go for the bump once more. Prevalent across every part of the field, and a great way for Trifecta to level up their namesake, pick up a third goal. With a minute left, it puts a big task on the shoulders of OnlyFans.
Big task indeed, and they were ever so close. Gonna grab that replay later just to check how much of that ball was already across the line. A lot was definitely not missing, but alas, And a game of details and a game of the minute details. Trifecta having the better end of them. So now Kexi can just supply that ball to the side. Unfortunately for him, Shadow is already waiting and looking for the second touch, but an easy whiff is going to give possession and control back in the hands of Trifecta.
Friction still with a stalwart defense, turns to the side, just the back throw to OnlyFans, and Kai's got work to do and he can't. Happy Meal comes in, receives the pass across the field. A little bit of consternation, Shadow cutting across beautifully, managing to beat out both of the challengers and hands it off to a long-time friend. Happy Meal sends it home, 24 seconds left, suddenly OnlyFans with a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel.
Glimmer of light, and let's see if they can even break it up further. Do they got their pickaxe with them? They certainly try and knock down the wall. Kexi more than ready for it. Happy Meal puts it down. Friction not going to be on the end of that one at this time. Trifecta will not be denied.
Well, we said this game was going to be hard to predict, and it just shows why. This chat was split, the desk was split, and right now, Akai splits there, static on the ground, as the ball ricochets off that crossbar. And OnlyFans with 11 seconds left to bring us into this game. Can they get a kickoff goal? Can they put complete pain to this? Friction once more forced into a defensive save. Kexi trying to get it up. Happy Meal wants to give them one last look at it. Had the read there to be able to get there. Shadow can't get it towards the center. And we start this clash with an overtime.
1 OT. At the beginning, at the top of the desk, we said this game is a coin flip. It was unpredictable, and Trifecta and OnlyFans certainly proving that way for us. Willow going to try to continue that play downfield. Shadow taking control over Dekai there to intercept. It's all about the speed here, all about your positioning to that ball. Friction, that's a great control touch. Can he get the layoff? Yes, he can indeed with the demo as well. Kexi, he do on the ball. It's very slow. It's too slow perhaps, but he still manages to wiggle his way into the box.
So close to the flip reset there, which would have gave him the option to go up and beyond it, but the pass so good. Kexi always ready to re-engage with this. Friction looking for his new teammates, and the region certainly showing that they're not away from it just yet. Friction again, now great touch, gets to that proactively before it becomes dangerous in front of the net. Now working next to Kexi. Kexi can't manage to find it past Happy Meal in the center. It's up to Akai, manages to bounce it out the corner, but a great read from Shadow. Finds Happy Meal. Happy Meal sending it down. Kexi should have this covered. And it goes towards the corner. Akai sends it a long way down. Break down into this midfield fight once more. Akai with the shot. Tries to get it up, and he manages to sneak it, even despite the attempts of two of the OnlyFans defenders. It just came down to being able to go back, even when you're pushed against your own goal line, and it sneaks in the bottom corner.
It sneaks in, and it's so heartbreaking for OnlyFans. A bump on the goal line there as well between Willu and Happy Meal. Willu getting just that slightest tap that sent him off course, and whew, that's certainly a game here, Alt, to start off the series, and a game where pretty much everyone was firing. If we look at the stats, but there's one notable exception, and that's Willu, the quietest of the loud players.
Yeah, 100%. Everyone else getting involved. A huge number of shots coming out from Happy Meal to lead the team. Demos abounding, and Wheeler leading the charge on that one, but it just wasn't timed effectively enough to open up the opportunities for the rest of the OnlyFans side. Instead, Trifecta, it's their cohesion that seems to be dominating their play style, and they're doing it with aplomb. Left it hard for themselves near the end, and OnlyFans nearly sneaking their way back into this game. I mean, game number one is certainly the exciting event that we wanted it to be, Mark.
Yeah, certainly an exciting event, and also answering a lot of questions for me personally about this OnlyFans roster, where I think all of us on the desk and all of us in the talent crew certainly wondered, why was OnlyFans struggling? Why couldn't they go back to the place where we thought they deserved to be? And it seems to be that just the rotation hasn't been figured out. I personally thought it was possibly maybe a bit Shadow. He was the least proven of the three OnlyFans player, but the fact of the matter is there's so many double commits. They have so many problems with communication in between each other that that's just inviting easy goals for the opponents.
Yeah, and there seems to be a slight lack of distrust, and I mean, a couple of the shots, a couple of the touches go awry. This one goes past the open nets there. Kexi not managing to find its way into the back there and open up the fans' defenses, but Right now, they're being tested themselves. Kexi with work to do. Manages to come off the backboard nicely enough. Gonna try and get on the back of this. Without the boost, though, can't do too much. Shadow tries to pick this up on a cheeky little flip reset in the center. Has to be relegated to handing it off to Wilu. Wilu trying to take it up in the air. Gets denied out by Akai. Forces its way harmlessly into the corner. And then decides to check Shadow on the way out as well. Just to mitigate any further opportunities.
Wilu had a good idea that lying that off to the side. Unfortunately, neither of his teammates able to latch onto it. So pressure gone, and now OnlyFans have to re-establish that presence on the blue half of the pitch. Is not going to happen with Akai cutting in close behind. Kexi taking over. What can he do? Been a revelation in game one from him. Kai trying once more, this time to defend though. Shadow double tap it down. Oh, Shadow! 1-0 for the fans.
Man, Shadow has always been a dominant force in the air. Look how high he receives this, and then using that gravity, gets the car angled perfectly to slot it through there. Bounces in front, but as Greybeard likes to say, that is the clinical African bouncer, and it brings OnlyFans into a lead. They've got a little bit of a breakaway. Akai forced, but he's still being harassed. Happy Meal trying to recenter it, doesn't manage to get the distance, and no one really backing him up on that attempt, so gives it away to Kexi, but the rest of OnlyFans now starting to join the assault. Akai with the desperate miss there. Both these teams, you can see why they're sitting, struggling at the bottom of this, fighting for their lives. The touches just haven't been as clean as they need to. And the mechanics starting to let them down. And when you combine that with the distrust and the lack of perfect rotations, it certainly makes for opportunities waiting to be plucked up as Akai nearly finds one there.
That should have been one. That needed to be one for Trifecta. Opportunities like these, you're not allowed to miss. Simple as that. Kexi, now a long shot. Wilu more than able to defend this one away. Friction. Oh, it's just quickest to that loose ball. Happy Meal having to stretch thin. Sakai not just gets the ball back in center, but also grabs the 100 booster. Certainly Trifecta stay in the offense will be elongated as Friction comes in, and there is the South African bouncer once more.
Man, the tenacity of Trifecta. Look at them. They've got two in the corner, and Friction still has the audacity to charge in from third man, pre-jumping that, and manages to pick off the smallest opportunity that pass created. Trifecta back into this within the first half. And suddenly, once more, this game hanging on a knife's edge. Oh, a guy!
Can't quite get himself on top of that ball to spike it down, but it was still a dangerous proposition here from Akai. Inside of Trifecta, who might not have the most of the possession, granted, but I don't think their playstyle is dependent on that tier ult, where Trifecta are just very happy to just find their way and find those sort of like little direct counterattacks with Kexi again, a bit out of nowhere that goal for Trifecta.
Trifecta looking a little bit scattered there. Two people committing towards that. Then Shadow decides to start pushing up. Ends up getting a little bit under the ball. And Kexi, flexing a bit of those mechanical muscles, manages to find a way, manufactures something past all three defenders, and suddenly Trifecta are in the driving seat here with OnlyFans looking for an answer.
OnlyFans, I hope they can do more than just blow a bit of air, because they're going to need a lot of steam behind them here. Sakai already going to be a challenge for Wilu to overcome, but Wilu does brilliantly still though. Second fastest to lose balls, and that's going to be a bit of a theme here for the rest for the series thus far. Trifecta willing and just a bit quicker in their head, it feels like, a bit quicker to react to those loose balls.
And they managed to find one near the center, well deflected by Akai. Still Wilu up to the task, trying to get it back in the center. Can't manufacture anything out of it though, and Akai managing to beat it past two, has got Friction on the receiving end. Friction denied by the smallest of margins. The angle was there, and it just doesn't bounce in, unfortunately. Trifecta unable to repeat what they did in game one and go 3-1 up for now. They still got large control of the ball. Left Happy Meal static on the ground as Akai looks to invigorate once more.
Akai looking, but Shadow is just making himself as big as possible to force his way through. Friction, does he have the angle? He does, and Kexi backing him up. It's nervy time still though for Trifecta, still not out for a minute. Akai, great speed to contest Shadow in the midfield, but Boost running low. Friction, the only one having one. Now Kexi as well on the backboard. Nervy times now punted away.
Happy Meal now trying to link up with Shadow. They have played together, tries to roll it around the car. Unable to pick it back up. Happy Meal lofts it towards the center, but no charge in from the third man. Probably a wise move considering Trifecta's ability to counterattack so effectively. That ball, though, doesn't find anything past, and suddenly OnlyFans linking up. Kexi forced to do some work on the backboard. He's got a Kai with him. Great early challenge to set it up long. Wilu static. Decides to kill it down there. Starts the dribble going. Got 22 seconds left in this game. Well, they could be facing a game point just in game number 3. Kexi with a bit of a breakaway. Every time, every second that this dies in this corner is going to go the way of Trifecta. So one more breakaway attempt.
One more breakaway. Willow, can he supply some magic? He certainly does some wizardry in the center of Shadow. Not latching onto any medium, but it doesn't matter. He still gets the shot off. And Willow darting away, looking for the goalie and saying, no, man, you are not getting that safe friction.
Oh, Wilu just with the awareness. You could see him trying to come back towards the center, understanding that they may need a desperate attempt to keep the ball up, but swerves back towards where he's needed. Catches Friction off guard, shuts him down there. Wilu having a last little look before we head towards our second overtime. And instead, Trifecta, in fact, finding their way all the way down to the other side of the field, shut down by Shadow. And we head to overtime once more.
Overtime number 1 after game 1. Successfully done by Trifecta. Can OnlyFans do it here? No, they can most certainly not do it. A Kai of the waterfall, the Noob Slayer, as some may call them. He finds the second OT winner for Trifecta.
Man, that touch from Kexi was flawless. It doesn't just drop down the backboard, which is a little bit easier to read. It pops off just enough to give a Kai the perfect read on it, catches it underneath, waits for the defender to dive over the top of it. A Trifecta, they clinch a second overtime, once more led by Kexi, and still Wilu sitting quiet, but this time joined in the silence by Happy Meal. 10 shots out of them, but only 2 of them finding the back of the net.
They certainly don't lack the shots, and Trifecta is also playing with fire on defense, if we're going to be honest. A lot of saves on the goal line. I mean, obviously, the poster boy of that was that game 1 save of Friction of the goal line, but still, even here, even in game 2, there were 2 or 3 shots of OnlyFans that were saved by stretching yourself as much as possible, and granted, they still got the part of their car on it, but I feel like always when it comes down to those on the goal line saves, it's not a reliable enough strategy.
No, you do not want to be leaving yourself to that, and that's what's taken them to overtime twice in a row, is just giving too much of an opportunity, especially a ball like this that opens up in the center. Shadow has the biggest look in the world there. You combine that with something like a bump, and I mean, you're good at making saves, but when you're not present because of a little bit of physicality, there's just no chance. So OnlyFans obviously having an opportunity, having a lot of opportunities to get back in the game, but they're still on the deficit of the aggression, of the tempo control, I feel.
Yeah, and the tempo is not in their favor. Granted, but that's something that you can work around. And I feel like Wilu at most times, whenever he goes forward, whenever he has off the ball plays, he's going for the correct idea. He's going for those bumps. He's going for the physicality, and that's a very valid way to make a speed deficit still work out in your favor ultimately.
100%. And you know, Shadow's also getting highly involved in that sort of play. We've seen numerous demos coming out from him, and they're doing well. A little float there from Wilu actually stops it dead in front of the net. Everyone from OnlyFans charges forward, and Shadow's the one to claim the opening goal. It didn't take too long, but Wilu with such a good job, and a little bit of consternation there from the Trifecta defense. You talked about it, not a reliable strategy to always be able to cover that, and OnlyFans takes advantage.
OnlyFans taking advantage at last, but an early goal, it's going to calm the nerves, yes, but Trifecta has shown time and time again that they are more than capable of putting goals behind you, so I doubt that a 1-goal lead will be enough here for the fans. Kexi trying to reestablish some possession here in the midfield. It's going to be blocked away, and Kexi already hunted. Oh, he's a bit laissez-faire on that defensive stand, allowing OnlyFans to have a sniff on target.
Oh, that was tentative for a moment. Just hanging around, and still OnlyFans there and thereabouts. Wilu carries it all the way from the side wall, and it all started with that extra bit of hesitation that Trifecta now had to try and recuperate from. Kai goes up for a valiant attempt at a pre-jump, but the finesse from Wilu more than up to the task, and OnlyFans suddenly in the best lead that they've had throughout the series.
OnlyFans suddenly back where they feel like they belong, in the lead. Let's see how that all turns out. Kexi, second to the ball there. Rare occurrence on this in the duration of the series. Friction able to just kind of long clear towards his teammate. Kexi to Friction is a quick little 1-2, and it's a 1-2 that works out for the trifecta.
Again, when these trifecta players start linking up, they are indomitable. And look at the pace that comes off that, basically turning it into a ground pinch and finding a rocket towards that upper left-hand corner. Trifecta, when they're able to start linking together, is beautiful to watch, but they've got to do it one more time. They've got plenty of time, 3.5 minutes left. This may end up being one of our highest scoring affairs.
Certainly would seem that way given the opening 90 seconds. Kexi tries and gets the dunk on the end of it. Hello, that's an open net. Kexi finds the equalizer. Opportunism doesn't matter. He's there to reap the rewards of his anguish.
You know what they say about Rocket League? It has nothing to do with luck. The more you practice, the luckier you seem to get. And Kexi in the right place at the right time with the idea of going for the 50. He was there to guide it in if it didn't go perfectly in, but just smiles, waves, hits the calculators, call out in chat if he could. You can't see that. That's absolute. The Friction, that one, absolutely no luck needed. That was a pure placement coming out there. And the pass from Makai setting it all up beats Wilu. And no chance for Shadow anywhere close to that ball. Suddenly Trifecta take the lead.
Suddenly Trifecta yet again out of nowhere. They come out of the Shadow Realm. They move forward and are now 3-2 up. And I feel like, again, the follow-ups on the side of OnlyFans are just lacking. They don't have the game read at the moment. They're struggling to read whatever Trifecta's got up their sleeves, and that's a huge credit to Trifecta. But there's Wilu to yet again find another equalizer. 6 goals in about half a game.
Really nice play from Shadow there. Had a bit of a breakaway. Didn't have the ability to take it straight towards the net, and so pushed it towards the corner, following with that 50. And the fortuitous pop out towards the center, taking advantage of. You create whatever opportunities you can, and then you hope your teammate is there. Wilu not disappointing, and he's going to try one more. Doesn't manage to get anything on it. Keeps it there and thereabouts, though. Dying in front of the net. Kexi with work to do to try clear it out. It's up to Akai to make the save. Turns it down. Still, it's going to be, I believe, that Shadow pushing it towards the center, but Kexi taking it long and high, making it difficult.
Long and high, and crucially not past Wilu. And Shadow has a double tap. The metronome, it keeps on swinging back and forth and back. Shadow, brilliant recovery off the ceiling, and then right, a nice little double tap to match.
Well, I said it was going to be one of our highest scoring affairs. We've already beaten any of our previous tallies, up to 7 goals here. And it's back and forth, like you say, between these two teams. Kexi decides to fake it out, tries to go low there, wants to make it an 8-goal game. Fortunately for now, denied out there. Difficult touch, though, from Shadow. Makes it even harder for Happy Meal. And Happy Meal, a smile wiped off his face. His work to do. He's done it with a lot of proficiency. The pass towards the center's up to there. Wilu makes a good backwards rotation off that wall. Manages to keep OnlyFans alive in it for just a little bit longer. Now a good transitional play.
Good transition here. Coming out, but the fans, again, not making contact in the final third when it matters most. Kexi falling back. Shadow still hunting, but not finding anything that can be exploded. Friction hasn't shot on target, has a look. Happy Meal more than able to get it away. Kexi, was he a bit too eager for that boost? Yes, he was. 5-3 for the fans.
Unable to just pick up this pinch out of the corner there. Reads it on the hardest part on that curve and sliding it low and fast. OnlyFans manages to push back up to that 2-goal lead with 90 seconds left to go. Trifecta certainly have their way back into this game. They're looking for these demos constantly. They're being pushed back harder than they have yet in the series.
Being pushed back, having to certainly face starker opposition. Friction. Oh, he's got to go off the ceiling. That's a triple commit. That's an open net in the back. What has happened to Trifecta Synergy?
Oh man, at that stage, everyone with their own ideas, dreams, and glory flashing in front of their eyes, and OnlyFans more than happy to oblige by shutting it down and having it all crash at their feet. What looked like a close game up until the last 10 seconds, suddenly evaporating. Trifecta half the score line of their opponents, and when you're sitting at a 3-goal deficit with a minute left, make that a 4-goal. OnlyFans suddenly have come alive.
OnlyFans are not out yet, but this is a question for you. Is it the old adage of, it's the first game on match point, so you're allowed to take a bit of a breather? Or is this the genuine start of a comeback here?
Oh man, I think this game is still far too difficult to try and predict. It's a weird mix-up here from Trifecta messing up and OnlyFans taking advantage, to Trifecta managing to manufacture opportunities for themselves where there weren't any before, putting themselves in a dangerous situation. But this could just be the cataclysm of what Trifecta was relying on so heavily, the huge number of saves, and now they're going to be pushed once more. It's going to be read off the backboard by Friction. Markfish, to answer your question, it could go either way at this stage, but I believe more that OnlyFans can bring it back.
OnlyFans certainly in the position and certainly poised to do that, with not just this game going heavily in their favor, but at least possession-wise, a lot of the previous two before that. Now just time elapsing, running down. Maybe OnlyFans can find an 8th here. They certainly try. Willu, smaller drop down, shattered towards the backboard. There's a bump from Friction onto his own teammate, opening up the scoring. It's an 8th goal for OnlyFans. Happy Meal, he's loving that.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, this brings us to the interesting point that while Trifecta up in the series, suddenly OnlyFans winning it out in terms of goal deficit. And I mean, it doesn't help that they were all concentrated in that one game, but it certainly shows their intention. It certainly shows their capabilities. And suddenly, Wheelu, Happy Meal, Shadow, all of them coming to the party. 15 shots with very little reply from their opponents in the big part. So many of those coming from assists. Suddenly, OnlyFans banding together, utilizing demos to their proper effect. And suddenly, this Trifecta side needs to find an answer where there wasn't even a question previously.
Certainly a lot of adaptation from OnlyFans, but the main adaptation was just, well, they finally hit the target, to be honest, and they finally hit the target when there was no defender back to save it. It sounds so simple, but in the end, that was all that's happening here between Trifecta and OnlyFans. And still, though, Trifecta, every time they came forward, they certainly showed a lot of power, a lot of prowess to get it past the OnlyFans defense. But in the end, the offensive pressure just too much, and Trifecta only getting 5 saves there as well in this game. Also, I can't help but feel a bit worried here.
I know, right? It's this very trepidatious feeling that's hanging around this matchup suddenly. We went from okay, this is a pretty one-sided. I mean, one-sided is still a bit of a push after those first 2 games. They did go to overtime for both them. So now you're suddenly sitting on the Trifecta side going, okay, we didn't win comfortably. Yeah, we won twice, but comfortably has never been on our side. And so they now need to come back. They are, of course, still on match series and life point effectively for OnlyFans. But OnlyFans with all the momentum behind them.
OnlyFans have got certainly loads and loads, truckloads of that momentum behind them. Trifecta now need to try and calm down. Try to get themselves over it and get themselves back into the contention where they were. It's a tightrope walk for Trifecta, but one that they've managed to successfully pull off twice before. Happy Meal has an open net, but misses the final opponent of Rocket League.
And I think this is the big part of what Trifecta needs to do. They need to start shutting these balls down before they get so dangerous. How many of these goals from OnlyFans have come from a ball off the backboard being received proactively by the OnlyFans players? We see a forward attempt here from Trifecta. It's the night out. Akai doesn't manage to get to that, and suddenly Kexi having to do work. The ball once more trickling across the goal line. No one up to it. The cut across goes out from Shadow. Still here in the blue half. Touch off the ceiling, unable to be read by Happy Meal, but still they keep the pressure on. It seems like Trifecta once more unable to grasp the ball and wrench possession away from their opponents.
Trifecta certainly try though, and Kexi finally finding that one interception in midfield. And a shot on the end of it.
What?
No one challenged him. What happened to Happy Meal?
Oh man, there was just no one there for any part of this play. They obviously just underestimated how much power Kexi could get off this. No one was guarding the backboard. No one sitting on baseline. No one up in the air. The big part is no one there to make the save. Trifecta bring back one, and that's got to settle the nerves, Macht.
Oh, and suddenly back firmly pressed against the wall, but maybe they can use it as back support to come out swinging here. OnlyFans. Only 3 minutes potentially left in this second open qualifier of split 2 in this 5th overall.
What?
Kexi double flip resetting casually his way through the defense, but in the end, Shadow was having none of it.
Still making life hard for the OnlyFans defense. Pinned in this corner, looking for the pass out there. Good interception. Still up to Kexi. He pops it up high, keeps it out of reach of any of the OnlyFans clearances. They're all rotating frenetically to try get back. Managed to get hold of the ball. Cannot ever get a double touch. And once more, Kexi trying off the backboard of his own pass. Doesn't manage to do it. But suddenly there's a breath of fresh air from OnlyFans, but just a breath.
Just that tiny little breath of fresh air. But it might be enough to fill the lungs for a big moment. Sakai does not get a pass. Happy Meal. Double commit on the side of Akai and Friction as well. So Kexi again on his lonesome, but doing immaculate work on defense time and time again. Now the counter does find the power. He does not.
Open net, the hardest target in Rocket League for those of all ranks. And this time, Trifecta unable to clinch their victory with that one. Gonna have to do the long drawn out work, or Akai can just throw his body on the line. First one forward and makes the challenge that counts. Gets a good position off the wall, recovers well, and Happy Meal, thinking he has time on the ball, slows it down and gets punished for it.
If MENA players are known for anything, then it's that they're fast and they don't give you any time on the ball. Happy Meal having to experience that unfortunate truth on his doorstep, right at the worst possible time. Second goal, 2 goals to lead now in favor of Trifecta. And with how good and how solid they look defensively here, OnlyFans have got a mountain to climb.
They do, and there's no way that Trifecta is going to make it easy for them. Kexi has been mechanically sublime throughout this series. Keeps trying to find these opportunities. The first demo that we get to see in a while. Trifecta going to utilize that chaos to come in there. Kai once more aggressively over the top. Finds his way back down to the blue half, but Kexi happy and patient with that ball. Now trying to find someone to take out, but OnlyFans wrenching the ball into their grasp. It's up to Kai, and he's done well off the backboard.
Kai done sublime. Good job to not just deny the double tap, but finding a good touch on it as well, getting enough distance between him, the ball and his own net. Friction finds Kexi in space. Does he have the angle? No, on 0 boost. Not able to supply power and angle. Only one of the two. But still, Trifecta move forward, unrelenting, mercilessly.
Unrelenting, a good term to use for this Trifecta offense. They're throwing everyone at it, and sometimes it leads to these double commits, but they're not overextending just yet. They've learned from their previous mistakes. They continue to turn the ball around before it reaches that midfield line, harass their opponents on the wall. Shadow has to bring out everything that he's got to try to take it up high. With Kexi buying the time for Friction. Friction once more makes it a difficult job in the midfield. Wheeler being pressured now. Kexi just hesitated. Sorry, Akai shadowing him around the outside, but a breath now for OnlyFans. A breath drawn into their blades, but they do not find anything from it. 12 seconds left into it, and OnlyFans looking to be held out here with a clean sweep against them. They tried so hard. They looked so good in game number 3, but that was just a dead cat bounce with nothing coming back more than that.
Nothing coming back, and in the end, this lead unsurmountable for OnlyFans. They may have drawn a quick breath in game 3, but you know, the wind of change, it has come truly to sub-Saharan Africa. The wind of change has blown straight into the face of time, and Trifecta taking the victory and stay alive here for a final round of Swiss.
Well, from our SSA squad there, try as they might, there's only going to be one set of fans delighted at the outcome as our reunion and coincide this squad from across the world coming together and buying themselves another match. They've gone 2-2 in this, and they've given themselves one more lifeline. Only fans, though, are relegated to the junk heap, and they're going to have to try again once more in 2 more weeks.
Man, oh man, oh man! It's a tough world out there. Rocket League has gotten a lot harder, and I have to say, at the start of the broadcast, I said in 2 years we'll look back at this and go, man, that was a crazy time. Remember that. I do think ultimately we're better for it, but in the meantime, the only fans, as you've just pointed out there, Ultrazum, are going to have to dust themselves off, pick themselves up, and try again, as the old saying goes. But Macht, perhaps you were right there. It was the obligatory game you win when you're on the verge of losing, when the team who's about to sweep kind of takes their foot off the gas. But still, with an 8-3 win, you would have thought that would have given them the momentum to take game 4.
I mean, you sort of shot all your powder there at that one game. Probably best to just save a few of those goals for the rest of the series and sprinkle them in whenever you need to. But yeah, I feel like that was just a lot in that game 3. There was just a lot of frustration coming out of OnlyFans. That was a lot of frustration of them knowing how good they can play and them showing that mechanical ability. Especially Willu in that third game had incredible mechanical ability to back to where we've seen him in last spring, really. But it's just a flash in the pan, unfortunately, for OnlyFans. The consistency seemingly just not there. That's the harsh reality of this new era, is if you're not consistent, you are not good enough.
Well, you know, that's the thing about this new era. Greybert, you said it. You know, we talk about in 2 years' time, we're going to be looking back. Rlcs started 2 years ago, and if we look back, Happy Meal, Friction, all of these players were at the top of their game, and now Happy Meal and the rest of the co not managing to make it to day number 2 just shows what the new era is like. It is a hard game of Rocket League these days. It's not that these players have gotten worse. It's just that the bar has been raised to such an extent. You have to do so much more. And I think that that's in some ways a bittersweet thing for us to look at for the region. Everyone's getting better, and that's what we wanted for SSA as a whole.
And I wonder if they've had any coaching OnlyFans. I don't know if they have an official coach who's out there helping them. I mean, there's a bunch of guys who've sort of come into the region and are sort of into that coaching role. But I mean, you've made the point several times, Max, that individually these guys are all. They've all got a proven track record. They can do this, but perhaps there's just a bit of strategizing, a bit of, whether it's rotation, like where are the holes? And if they plug that, there's no reason they shouldn't be regularly making top 8. But this wasn't the only match in this round 4. We have a bunch of other series going on. And here they are. Limitless managed to clear 77 blocks, but not in a sweet 3-1. Snake's Den taking down World of Tanks. So those two teams both through to the next round. The Elites, though, taking out 9 Lies. So it was actually 3-2. So the score you see there, not what it actually was. The Elites winning 3-2 there. But 9 Lies will have another. They'll have another crack at it in round 5. And Nigel's Lighties not being able to do the work, unfortunately, against the Drift Queen. So Nigel's Lighties out, 104 Annie out, and OnlyFans out. So that's where we stand right now. Remember, Driver of the Day is open. You can go and vote. Who is your effectively player of the day, your driver of the day? acgl.gg/vote. Go and do it. You earn a bit of ACGL currency at the same time. And there we go. We are now, to quote Machtfish, at the business end of Swiss. Just one more round to go. 5 teams have made it through. There are 6 teams remaining, but only room for 3 more. We will find out who those 3 are after the break. And we are definitely in round 5, the last round of Swiss. 5 teams have made it through. Is that correct? Yes, there is only space for 3 more for the top 8. And it does mean that we'll have 3 SSA teams going through to the top 8 as the best result there. But it's been quite right from the start, if we look at who made it through to main event, there were 6 teams in this top 16 who weren't here last regional. So already there was a bit of chaos, and a lot of tonight hasn't really gone according to plan, other than Team Mobula. They were expected to go through, and they went through 3-0. We would have expected Limitless to do the same. They had to do theirs in round 4. Astronic looking really, really strong. So overall, Q, it has been your Swiss kind of night. We're all lamenting the state of our predictions, and it just has been that kind of night.
It has been that kind of night, but I do feel like when you look at least the field that's been sent through, although maybe not in the order we would have expected, I do feel like it has a lot of the competitors that we would have expected, which I think just kind of goes to show you, hey, just how tightly contested it is kind of up at the top, and then also in that second tier behind there, which just means we have nothing but better Rocket League moving forward, even after today, and I'm excited about that.
All right, well, let's have a look at the schedule to see our final round of matches. 6 teams, 3 matches remain. 9 lives up against... No, there we go. Everyone's made that mistake. 9 lives against Trifecta. 77 blocks, Drift Queens. World of Tanks, Unknown Goats. Now, Bromeo, for me, World of Tanks are a bit of a mystery. They have been in every regional, and I still feel like they're this outside team. I don't know much about them, but here they are contesting for a place in the top 8.
Well, I think that's down to the fact that World of Tanks has been consistent, but they haven't been consistently high. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is their deepest run yet. And if they make it through to top 8, it's definitely their highest, because 9 Lives, Trifecta. We know these teams. Drift Queen, 77 blocks. We know these teams. But like you said, World of Tanks is an unknown. And to be fair to them, we should know them better, because if they've gotten this far, we need to take note.
All right, and then here's our Swiss bracket, the most colorful graphic we see on every broadcast. And for the uninitiated, it's a bit confusing, but effectively what it means is the green ones at the top, the teams, those are the teams that go through. The ones in red at the bottom are the ones that are out. So there you see 5 teams at the top who've already made their way through, 5 teams who are out. And then now it's deciding on the last 3 here, the last 3 that'll go through for the top 8. And the other match is 9 Lives and Trifecta. We've seen both of them tonight. And Q, I don't know, 9 Lives doing well. To me, they shouldn't be a team battling in round 5 of Swiss.
Yeah, but I feel like we talked about at the top of the show, man. They're one of these teams, when it's hot, man. But sometimes they're getting a little lost in the kitchen at the same time. And now you only have 1 more series. I do got to say, one thing I really liked about that graphic we just saw, how far we've come from having a bunch of just standard Rocket League cars up there as the logos as well. But no, I mean, we've got ourselves down to our last round. I think we do have 3 really good series. But I think here it's just going to come down to who wants it more. You've been through a long day. At this point, it's about who's been putting in the work since the last qualifier to really be able to lock themselves in that top 8.
All right, well, let's turn our attention now to the focus match, the match we are going to be showing live here on stream, the final elimination round of Swiss, and it is going to be 77 blocks versus the Drift Queens. And chat vote is immediately open. #77B, #DQ for who you think's going to win. And given the performance, Bromeo, of Drift Queens in the last qualifier, here they are fighting for a place in the last round.
Well, they went from Kingslayer's last split to Slade Kings this one, but they're still in it. They're still here. This English outfit does have what it takes to carry on through 77 blocks. The Germans They haven't had a deep run so far this major, so it's also good to see them here, but they're definitely up against it. Drift Queens haven't been playing to the best of their ability, but with stats like that, 2.5 goals a game, 9 shots a game, they'll definitely be in it. Interesting stat, though, for 77 blocks is that they average almost 4 demos a game, which means they're an aggressive outfit, and I hope we see that going forward.
Yeah, Q. This is an ancient rivalry. The English and the Germans battling it out on South African soil in the service. And yeah, I mean, by numbers, Drift Queens, given their recent performances, you would back them. But 77 blocks, even going back to the first split of the season, had pretty decent runs there. So you would expect them to be doing well, and probably of the last series that are being played in this final round, this probably gonna be the closest, the most likely to provide excellent entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I thought you would have told me at the top of the day that these two teams would have been competing for one of the last spots instead of being, two of the field of 8. I would have been rather surprised. I think we've seen both of these two teams' ceilings. You mentioned obviously how good we saw Drift Queens doing in our last qualifier. We saw 77 blocks show some signs of greatness during the first split as well. I feel like for 77 blocks, they've got to come out and control the pace more so. We talked about just a couple minutes ago, the demos. They've got to be disruptive, because Drift Queens already not going to be in their bag. They're surprised to even be in the 5th round right after results that they had in their last qualifier. So if you can continue to make them uncomfortable, I feel like that's going to be the recipe for success.
All right. Well, let's start talking about who we think is most likely to make it here in terms of our prediction. And I know, Bromeo, our predictions are shaky at best, and I feel like it is going to be far easier for all of us tomorrow when it's a little more settled. But how are you feeling about the result of this?
Well, look, it's going to be a tough one, but Drift Queens made it to Saturday last weekend. They've carried it through. They've been very consistent. I can't see them buckling at the final hurdle here, even though it has taken them longer to get here than usual. I think other than that, there's no other reason why Drift Queens would fall out at this point.
All right, and are you keen to venture a score, perhaps?
I've been seeing game 5s all evening, but I don't think this is going to be a game 5. I'd say game 4 at most.
All right, and then coming across to you, Q.
I'm going to take this one to a game 5. I'm also going to take Drift Queens, though. I do got to say that if 77 blocks takes it, it's got to be sooner than later. I think if it goes 5, Drift Queens is going to inevitably pull up on top. If it goes game 4, give me a throw up. If it's a sweep, it's definitely 77 blocks in my opinion. But give me Drift Queens in 5.
All right, fine. Before I give you my prediction here for this round, I want to get more predictions from the two of you. Let's look at nine lies and trifecta, Q.
As far as for 9 lies and trifecta, I mean, I got to roll with 9 lies. I feel like they want to try and earn themselves a spot in top 8 and see just how high they can push it. I feel like their ceiling is high. Let me go ahead and catch them catching fire. I'm actually going to take them 3-0.
3-0 to 9 lies. Okay, that's okay. Not a bad one. How about you, Bromeo?
Both of these teams deserve to be here. Both of them deserve to make it through. It's going to be a tough game, but one of them has to take it. 9 lies in 5.
All right, fine. Then let's go. Bromeo, staying with you. World of Tanks, Unknown Goats.
Oh, wow. It's Unknown Tanks, so I've still got to go with Unknown Goats. I know how they play. And it's going to be a close one, though. 5 games. All
right, and Q, World of Goats or Unknown Tanks?
Yeah, I got to actually piggyback on that. I think it's going 5. I think I'm also going to roll with the Unknown Goats on that one, edging it out and a tight one.
All right, fine. Well, coming to the chat prediction for this game is 76% say Drift Queens are going to take it. I think that looks like a good one. I'm going to back Drift Queens to do it. 3-1 is my prediction. The all-EU matchup. Last round of Swiss. Last regionals. Slayers. Drift Queens. And we're off.
Drift Queens coming through as the clear favorites from both the panel and the chat. And so far, chat's been pretty on point here, but everything could change when it comes to do or die. Our last match, our last chance for these two teams coming in here. 77 blocks versus Drift Queens. And Romeo, this could end up being a bit of a slugfest.
Well, it has to be. This is Swiss round 5. If you don't do it here, you go home. And if you do it, you get to go to Saturday. And that's what everybody wants. And Drift Queen starting off on the back foot. But it is looking like this is going to be one of those games that it's going to go hammer and tongue for the full 5.
Oh yeah, I mean, at the end of that last round, we talked about how the scene has shifted and how difficult it is now to really make a name for yourself. And it's incredible to see these two teams stacked up as they are with such mechanical prowess. And I mean, just shots and saves like that combined into a single play somehow keep us level up here. But what a contest that these two teams can promise for us.
Well, definitely there. Drift Queen's new sign, Velocity, showing his worth early on, and he's definitely going to want to make an impact here to secure his team's passage through to Saturday. Velocity playing off the ceiling, almost a goal there, but luckily 77 blocks making it out.
Man, you had two players waiting for it and the patience to hold that pass off. They've got another attempt though. This one's going to go high. Rlcs up for this. Doesn't need to be though, as Crypto receives that own backboard pass with all the space in the world, and the 77 blocks defense caught lacking.
Whoa, what a opportunistic strike from Crypto, hitting it exactly where the defenders were not. And we've seen his quality in the past, that amazing goal versus Limitless. But sometimes it's not the mechanics that you need. Sometimes it's just the goal. And now that puts Drift Queen 1 up in the series. And you'd think this is a very good start for them. This is where they want to start. 77 blocks is a very aggressive outfit. So the earlier you get up on them, the better.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Drift Queens is doing, completely cramping them up right now, even when the ball's deep in their own half, each of them looking for who's going to be the first one to take that challenge. The patience comes out from Crypto, and we've seen his proficiency in the air. Goes for the musty off, getting that reset off the ceiling. Still nearly finding an attempt towards that, unfortunately on top of the goal line. So Drift Queens regather themselves. Now it's Rlcs to take it into the air. Doesn't manage to get control of that. And it actually comes clashing off their own player. Energizer picks up a goal by taking advantage of this unstructured defense.
Revsy just trying to do a little bit too much, and that unfortunate bounce off the bonnet grants 77 blocks a lifeline. And halfway into this game, it is still 1-1, and that says a lot about this matchup today, is that yes, they've got different styles. Yes, Drift Queens is more storied, but oh, very, very close there. But it should be all the way, and I just think that this is one of those games where we've got to watch out, because it could turn on its head at any point.
Oh, it really can. You know, the thing is, Drift Queens tends to go, especially led by Crypto, with these very high mechanical places. You can see them coming out now, just turned aside. But when they get it wrong, 77 blocks, a team, like you say, that wants to show that aggression. They want to show that proactive nature to be able to get up and punish any sort of mistakes. They're not afraid to get their hands dirty, though, and Energizer manages to pick up a demo, but he's been leaving his backline a little vacant. With Drift Queens, they can come in and assault you from any direction.
I think the matchup Twinzer and Twister might be the one that makes it count here. But as I say that, Velocity takes another one very much against the grain of play. Catches a bounce awkwardly with a very good demo there, and Velocity beating the last man to put it bottom left. And as you said, the rest is history.
Man, that's the thing about this matchup. Both of these teams have such good efficiency at all stages of the game. You see Crypto going for the mechanical plays, goes off the ball, still involved in that, gets a cross across the entire field, goes for the bump, goes for the demo, but 77 blocks, not needing to get into any sort of shenanigans. They're going to play this good old classic. They take their opponent off the ball. Twister manages to find the ball off a soft touch and sends in a rocket into the top right-hand side. Again, this match swings back to a neutral position.
Velocity almost managing to get there, but that play was just too good. Fantastic demo there by Crypto. Twins are trying to get this one out, and he does. This is very, very helter-skelter at the moment. Back and forth. Energizer up in the air. Couldn't get the beat, though. And now Velocity with a massive clear. Crypto trying to play it through. And with a minute to go in this game, the scores are tied. This is a very good reflection of where we were supposed to stand on this. They're not rewriting the script just yet, but one of these teams is hoping to do it, and shot off by Velocity. Couldn't quite get there.
Even with the series tied up, though, it still feels like Drift Queens creating a lot of opportunities for themselves. They've been denied by smallest of angles, and 77 blocks. Their goals have come through big, powerful shots. Drift Queens, though, just seem to always have this ball in the air on their opponent's half. The pass comes down there, not able to pick up anything like that. Crypto instead once more returns to the skies.
Ooh, Drift Queens definitely want to tighten things up if they want to get this goal. Too many have hit the crossbar, and not enough passes have found the bonnet of their intended recipient. Now with a very big clear, but Energizer up in the air, couldn't beat. And now it's into the corner, and Velocity with the clear. Oh, this stands like a little bit. Wow, wow, what a save there.
Great rotations to come out from Crypto, not just using those mechanics. No, not like that though. 77 blocks, 6 seconds away. They've been on the deficit the entire game and always fighting from return. And Energizer getting a little bit overly caught up in the play. Realizes all the time and then sends it careening by the slowest margin. Eventually finished off by Drift Queens, and I don't know if that's how they planned it. Our script certainly didn't write that one in a desperate attempt at the end from 77 blocks to make up for the errors. But it is going to go the way of Drift Queens, but not how we expected it.
That final bump by Velocity and getting the final little touch in. And a lot of credit must go there. That was an inspired bump because that set up the goal. And Crypto getting the MVP here. 5 shots, 1 goal, but it was an all-round performance. Velocity up front, taking those opportunistic goals. And Revsy bringing up the third to, let's say this, it was a very close game until it wasn't.
On Crypto's shoulders, the manufacturing of the goals, the opportunities that he's able to do by carrying the ball in unexpected ways or just a little bit further. Of course, he carried one back to his own net, but at the end of the day, it's that 1 goal ahead. The Drift Queens really do seem to have more ideas on how to approach their opponent's goal than what 77 blocks is, but 77 blocks always ready to make that counterattack, and they make it quickly.
Well, looking in earlier games, we were admiring the aggressive intent by some teams. And now I suppose we need to see more aggression from these two, because right now they're feeling each other out. Nobody wants to make the mistake. Nobody wants to go home in round 5 of Swiss. That's painful. So one would think that they're just trying to play the error, not to make too many mistakes themselves, and just try and see this one through. But if they want to win this, either team, they've got to grab it by the horns. They've got to go hammer and tongs. They've got to go all out for this if we want to see a true victor coming through here.
Yep, we wanted a slugfest, and a slugfest is going to be required. Like you say, you can't be too aggressive and give away those open goal opportunities. But at the same time, being overly hesitant means that you don't have the resources that you need to keep up the pressure, to keep up the opportunities. And Crypto abandons the goal at the exact wrong time. Maybe thinks that he can go towards his corner boost, but he's already got 2 players there. Not sure why he was diving out towards the side. Maybe thinking he can clean it up. And Twinza pounces on the opportunity.
I think Crypto just didn't get the touch that he wanted off that, and that was a bit of this might be a little bit rough here, but Velocity getting back in time. Demo on the ceiling on Twister, and it looks like they have taken those notes to heart. There's already been a couple of demos this game, and 77 blocks coming out, the more aggressive outfit. They're putting in the hits, they're taking the challenges and putting up against the backboard, but cleared so far. But I think if anything needs to happen, 77 blocks are primed for this because that's their natural game.
Well, they're being forced backwards right now. Second shot, third shot finally finds its way in there. Again, it starts out the corner here. Crypto finding an amazing pass across there. And while Reevesy couldn't pick it up the first time, he certainly covers up for Velocity, missing that open goal, turns it into a pass, and brings Drift Queen back to this level.
Bicycle goal for Drift Queens, getting in there in an unlikely manner because sometimes the only person you need to beat is the post, and in that case it was proving quite an adversary. But now with Twinza back in possession in the corner, he's going to make a play through to the middle. Energizer's up, can he get it? What a shot by 77 blocks. Energizer getting an absolute clanger off this pass from up high, gets the double, and that's all she wrote.
Quick ball to come in there. Difficult read from that angle, and still up to the task. Manages to launch into the air, redirects it down, and 77 blocks. I said that they weren't manufacturing a lot of their goals. That was a fantastic opportunity, and so is this. Energizer going to take a second one on the trot. And being this pass, or again, Twister pops it up out of the corner before Crypto can turn effectively, or more before Reevesy can get up to it. 77 blocks, suddenly in a more commanding position.
77 blocks definitely taking the lead in the way they see fit. Very aggressive, straight up front. Good demo there, could be another. But Twister getting it a little bit wide, and that means that the scores are going to remain as they are for now. But the demos are flying in. The cards are getting murdered at this point. Open net. And that's another Twinza goal. And this is the chaos that 77 blocks brings. They get the demos, they get the gaps, they score the goals.
And the pace seems to have just escalated here for 77 blocks, both in terms of the power from their touches and the fact that they're getting it straight onto the bonnet of their teammates, who are charging forward with reckless abandon and managing to make it count from anywhere on the field. Suddenly the finesse of Drift Queens being dismantled by the pure brute force aggression of 77 blocks.
Sometimes that's all you need. And there we go, a response. Velocity knocking it in. But what a play. Straight off the ceiling, played down. And Velocity, all you had to do was tap it in. We say it's easier than not, but Revsy, what a play through. Now, with 2 goals to go, it's within shooting distance because there's still 3 minutes left in this game. But 77 blocks are going to want to keep on top of this, and so do not be surprised if they respond quickly.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, pace seems to be the name of the game for both these sides. Neither of them taking an inordinately long period of time to get these goals. You know, it's not like 40, 50 seconds worth of pressure that's eventually escalating to a finisher. Instead, it's a breakaway, it's an opportunity, it's a shot from a random place, or a quick pass in. Crypto trying once more to find it out of the corner, still managing to make a nuisance of himself. Twinza up to the task on the backboard, can carry it, manages to turn that into a flip reset, doesn't get any more distance on the ball, instead hands it off. It's up to Twister to try and reinforce this, and we're in a deadlock in the mid-heat.
It's not looking like it's going anywhere fast, except everyone is moving very fast. This is a very fast-paced game. Possession is changing hands incredibly quickly. And like a shuffling deck of cards, you don't know what's coming out next. But Twinza, with possession, but no boost, plays it off into the corner. He's trying to get this pass off now, and couldn't get it quite off. And now, possession changes once more, but Crypto up in the air. He's going to try and double. He can't get it, though.
The bump was there. Crypto had the read, but again, the deck reshuffles right now. Velocity looking to keep it out of the corner. Energizer slips in a trump card. Pulls it back. Reevesy, though, trying to just reset the deck. And Twister once more goes back and forth between these two teams. We once more lock up in the middle. Twinza sitting on the ground, waiting for something to pop out from Energizer. It's a soft attempt to deflect. And the pop comes out there. Crypto up to this, carrying it low above the ground. Still holding it on the back line, struggling to get it out of Drift Queens.
Velocity with the clear there, but Twinza responding in kind. Can he have a little bit of sleight of hand there? We'll yet to see, but Twister playing it across the corner, up in the air, nobody to take it. And now, Velocity trying, last man back. And it's dramatic in the orange half right now as Drift Queens are trying to escape, but the pressure being applied by 77 blocks is impressive. It's really, really immense right now, and their game plan to suffocate the play right in the half of Drift Queens is working. And Twister now going to play it up and see if he can get something from it.
Still, this pressure, whether a goal comes from it or not, is enough for 77 blocks. They did all the work earlier, and now they just need to mitigate any damage coming around the other way. Still holding firm. Drift Queens, 25 seconds left. Reevesy takes to the sky. He's got the flip. Could he have the double? And he's denied out on the baseline by Energizer.
Not over yet though. Revsy playing it up against the backboard. Velocity here, but very, very well cleared by Twinzer. Twinzer again, Twister. Twinzer trying to get this through, but the great wall of 77 blocks is unyielding. Yet another demo. Are they going to squeeze through? One more goal. The bum hits the floor though, but that is enough. And 77 blocks come out winner of this game number 2.
You know, 2 weekends ago was the first time I got to see 77 blocks, and at that stage, the thing that stuck out to me the most was their saves. They are phenomenal on their baseline, managing to keep 7 of the goals out there, and only 3 in reply from the Drift Queens is the difference maker here. Nearly even on shots, but the goals leaning the way of the blue thanks to a stalwart defense from them. A great way to do this, not needing to take the ball into their own hand and get the mechanics out there. They are just unbreakable in the back line until they get their opportunities.
Those 4 goals were immaculate, but the way they held out Drift Queens, who by record like to score fast goals, and this is a team that has beaten Limitless. So 77 blocks coming out here 4-2 in the end is indicative of how good of an outfit this is. And, you know, maybe we haven't been sold on them because we haven't seen them that much, but this is a very good showing from 77 blocks so far. And honestly, if they can keep this aggression going into game 3, this might be a short round.
Yep, this could be a very short round. I mean, I don't want it to be, personally, bro. I want this to go all the way to a game 5. It's our last one for the day. And these two teams both with so much to earn, so much to prove. They are such good teams. It's heartbreaking to see one of them go. So we want the final hurrah, the final goodbye. We've still got plenty of games to go. Game number 3, and Twister opens it up instantly.
Twister taking advantage of a little bit of a disorganized kickoff. Lovely block there, and needed to beat a very flat-footed Velocity, making it look incredibly easy. And now with only 4 seconds on the clock, 77 blocks are up again. And if they can maintain this, very good save there by Velocity. But now Drift Queens are in a position where they need to make up straight off the bat.
They want to, but they're being forced back once more. Crypto tries for a cheeky little slow down play. All he finds is the other half of his side of the net. A little bit of a push forward here from Reevesy. Denied possession, still maintaining that presence of the Velocity, now forced into a shadowing role. Tries to go up. Windsor thinks better of the early challenge. Instead, hands it off to Twister. Twister regains the pressure here. Drift Queens once more looking for a creative way out of this. They've got a vacant defense, but it's not for long. They cannot take advantage. And instead, the ball breaks away to the real vacant defense. Energizer picks up 1 and 77 blocks, gets a second.
That goal might have been vacant, but wow, what a response. And just like that, 77 blocks are up by 2, and not even a minute has gone. And that is how quick these teams are on the counter. You blink and there's a goal. Very, very good fake there by Twins. The Energizer coming through and immediately pressure back on the Drift Queens line.
Crypto has to force himself to use all of his boost. Now going to have little to continue on with his offense. Tries to cut across the midfield, but he's not needed. Velocity's taking this all on their own shoulders. Rolls the ball up. Manages to combine here. Everyone trying to force their way down that left side, and with a quick cut across there, Velocity finds it even with 2 defenders at home. This is the speed of the goals that you talk about from Drift Queens.
Drift Queens responding in kind. We're talking about speed, and they respond with speed. Now, deficit only 1 goal, and it is still anyone's. Twister faking it out, almost getting through the defense there. And Drift Queens on their line as they repel attack after attack. Now, very good demo there by Twinzer. Shot against the back, and Energizer is going to be the one to claim the third goal. And these blocks definitely laying down a message for their competitors.
It really does come down to a fact that Drift Queen's unable to create space for themselves when they're on the defense. They just can't get the ball up. They're relying on taking the ball hard, long air dribbles. There's no solid big clears, and instead 77 Brock constricting that noose ever tighter, managing to pick up a third goal right now. And I mean, what an intense showing we've got here as Drift Queens answer back.
Oh, Crypto putting in a laser. Unstoppable despite 77 blocks having two defenders back. The shot was just so damn fast, and this game is teetering on a knife edge. It is anyone's to take. Now Drift Queens with position 3 gets the redirect in. Oh,
again, the accuracy just not coming to fruition for Drift Queens. They're so close. They're beating everyone except for the woodwork. And denied once more. They have work to do. Trying to pass it towards the center. There's one on the backboard. The ball trickles harmlessly over the top. This one, again, trying to find a high ricochet. And yet denied out. Still Drift Queens finally getting an extended period of play. The pass goes across. They're deflected by 77 blocks. Now into their own hands. Twister has a lot of boost to work with. He's got a long way to go. And he's shut down quickly by Rlcs.
oh, but Drift Queens still on their line, trying to launch something from deep. But very, very well intercepted there, and yet on the counter, a very, very good save there to clear it through. But this is very back and forth right now. It seems like no team can get the commanding lead, but there we go, shot through, and Twister scores what might be the deciding goal, but who knows? Who knows?
2.5 minutes left, half a game to go, and the margin only 2 goals here. The entire series has been at a deadlock, but there seems to have been a shift. The block starts to slide and gain momentum as it goes careening through the Drift Queens as they struggle to navigate the corners and intricacies, relying too much on their finesse and control being wrenched away from them right now. Send it up high. Rlcs looking for velocity. Velocity's there. He's got the touch. But once more, it's stopped on the goal line by nothing but pixels and comes down to a counter-attack. A vacant goal from a team pinch that finds its way, splitting the defense.
That bounced a couple of times and it was still 110 kilometers an hour. What a response. And my heart bleeds for Velocity because he did so much work and could almost get it there. Must be so demoralizing. Oh, to play it through. And wow, what a save there by Velocity. Can he do it again? And Rlcs this time coming out with the save. And Crypto gonna take it high. He's gonna see if he can maybe hit a backboard double. But Twister has his number.
Yeah, that's the thing. 77 Blocks seems to have started reading Drift Queen's mechanical plays and started to throw in a couple of their own, showing that they're not to be outclassed. And right now, it really does come to this. Even when the ball high in the air, there's already a challenge coming out from 77 Blocks. Takes it out of reach and makes it difficult to continue that momentum. A little bit of a slowdown from Twister means that Crypto ends up sending it back towards his own side, but immediately reclaimed. No, Twinzer, he's got a bad touch. He sent it in under his own third man, and Rlcs gotta get credit.
All of these runaway goals just by a simple misplaced third man. This has happened a couple of times. Maybe 77 and Drift Queens want to position a third man just a little bit deeper, just to watch out for all of these errant plays. Twins are getting a commanding kickoff, but Rlcs now playing it across, trying to beats one. Can it beat two? Oh, it's very, very close, but Twins are on the line, makes the save, and they are out of trouble.
Oh, he was a brick wall there, or a block wall, if you will, considering the matchup, because it really just 2, 3, 4 shots, and they're nothing. They're every one of them controlled, turned aside, and even though it can be tense for a second, 77 Blocks still maintain their composure, keep their 2-goal lead. 44 seconds, and the time starting to direly run out here from the Drift Queens. They need to make something happen now, but it's once more dealt with sufficiently.
Twins are playing it across, but a little bit dangerous. Has to clear it through mid. Now Rlcs faking it in, fakes the entire team. Can he get it through? The bump coming in a little bit too late. But Crypto now off the ceiling, wants to see what he can do. Gets the booty bump, but not there. It is not it, but Drift Queens definitely showing that they've got what it takes.
They've got what it takes, but how long is it going to take is the big question. It's great that you've scored the 3 goals, but you've still got 2 more. You've let things go too much. A bit of a turnaround. Velocity is going to have a shot. Once more, the accuracy just not on point. And 77 blocks maintain their German precision, go through, and they've turned this entire series on their head. Now they're sitting on lifeline points.
Yeah, if you had asked me before the beginning of this series if I thought that 77 blocks had a chance, I would have said no, but Twister, Energizer, and Twinzer are playing their hearts out. Energizer claiming the MVP there, and all around, he got 2 goals, 3 assists, 2 saves, all over the park, and he is the linking man between Twister and Twinzer. And honestly, the way that they are playing now, they deserve to come back tomorrow.
Yep, 100%. It seems like Drift Queens kind of had one strategy, and that was based off Crypto, and that's not to say anything bad about the 2 fellow teammates. You know, Velocity and Reevesy have been there to reinforce every time. They've been there for the opportunities that have been created. They've even taken it upon themselves a couple of times, but I mean, we saw there on the scoreboard as it flashed up, Crypto shut down completely and no way back into the game right now. No opportunities being manufactured. Suddenly the plant running dry, and it's all 77 blocks who've managed to just stalwart this team down from composure on the backline to quick counterattacks.
No, 100%. And having a look at the quality of this Drift Queen side, you got Crypto, who was instrumental last weekend, and the new joined Velocity, who's all over the place. And all they need to do is link together because they are such fast mechanical players. And they just need to link up. They need to get that synergy going if they want to stand a chance at defeating this very, by the looks of it, well-oiled 77 block side.
Yeah, it's going to be coming down less to those individual mechanics. Sure, that's a great way to start a play, but there's so much in terms of the 77 blocks rotations, their aggression, the fact that they're challenging you constantly. You don't have the space, you don't have the time. Crypto is still going to try and make it work. Had Velocity up with them, neither of them managing to get a touch to the ball. And while it's great intent from Drift Queens, it's getting a clear look.
Well, it looking a little bit hectic over here, but the clear is good. And Energizer playing through the pass. Twister just needs to land it, but the blocking party is there. Now, Revsy trying to maintain possession, but it is contested so fiercely in the midfield. That's where most of the action takes place, and that's why so many goals have been runaways, because all of the hard work is done 50 meters before the goal is even in sight. Now, there, very, very close opportunity there from Drift Queens, but just as quickly Energizer is back. They're going to take a shot through, but blocked by Revsy.
Velocity having to store out for a second. No boost to really engage with that ball, and he's at least managed to find a bit. 77 blocks, quick into the defense, and even quicker into the counter attack once more. And just banging this ball towards the net, forcing Drift Queens into these awkward saves where they have to just deflect the ball away from their net and not ever managing to take possession for themselves. Energizer back into the sends it up high. A deficit of boost from the Drift Queens now, putting them under more pressure. They can't challenge these balls as fast as their opponents. They can't get up into the air. And eventually they get a little bit of a breakaway, but it's turned aside. Now finally Drift Queens get a bit of a look, and Twister cuts in underneath to stop it there.
I was just having a look at their boost bars there. I think every single one of the Drift Queens team had 0 boost at one point. It was absolutely wild how much pressure 77 blocks was applying. But what was even more impressive was just how quickly Drift Queens got themselves out of that situation and returned the favor.
Oh, 100%. They just seem to have an answer for everything. Crypto, though, trying to start something, and again dealt with on the goal line here. Quick into the attack, takes it up over the top. This one's a bit of a breakaway. Twister's jumped awkwardly, but thankfully it's off target for him. And somehow, bro, we are sitting at 0-0.
Well, both teams are gauging the other team accurately, and they're starting to counter their style of play. So it's only natural that would get tighter as we go. And this tit-for-tat kind of play, Twister trying to get the clear out, but almost intercepted there by Crypto. And this is so tight right now. We've still got 2 minutes in the game. Anybody can score. But now with Twister, with the ball, playing it down, and it's just, there's an open net now. If anybody can take it through, and he can almost. But it's maybe summing up this game so far is maybe opportunities not taken.
Opportunities not taken once more. You get so close to the goal line. You have a great look at it. And it's just that finer details at the end of it that come to your detriment, and the shots coming in from 77 blocks. They've looked confident. They've looked well placed and powerful every time. And they're not the ones struggling right now with the backboard, with the corner posts. Drift Queens, though, yet to find an answer for that. Yet to find an opening goal in this salvo. And once more forced to make the saves on the back line. They haven't got it out far enough. It's up to Velocity to try to clear this out, but he hasn't got it too far. Instead, the next shot comes to test.
77 blocks taking absolutely no prisoners here, but they can't come away with a goal despite absolutely peppering the Drift Queens line with attack after attack after attack. Energizer coming through now, but well cleared again by Crypto. Loose ball in the middle needs to be taken advantage of, but redirected there. Can he get the shot off? But saved again. If this goes into overtime, I will not be surprised one bit. But the shot by Energizer, as I curse the overtime. 30 seconds left to go, and finally getting the breakthrough goal.
I mean, they worked so hard for this. They were around. They were constantly testing Drift Queens, and I mean, credit where credit's due. Drift Queens did hold it out for the longest period, but that's not their forte. That's the speciality of 77 blocks, and 77 blocks just go, you know what? One goal. We worked so hard. We deserve more than just one. And they make it a second off the kickoff, suddenly putting paid to all the hopes and dreams of Drift Queens and asking them, do you have anything else you want to throw at us? Because we've handled the rest.
Kickoff goals are the absolute worst for a defending side when it comes to morale, because it doesn't matter how well you've played. One little errant kickoff could be the difference. And now with 15 seconds left to go and 77 blocks in possession, Drift Queens need a miracle now. Crypto trying to play it across, but this might be another goal. Energizer, absolutely clinical while standing on the hearts of Drift Queens.
Oh, that is brutal right now, where this game has been locked for so long, this series balanced and poised as it has been, and suddenly in the last 30 seconds you stamp your authority on this. Go, you know what, tomorrow we're going in there with everything we can. We deserve to be there more than you. And they just prove it right here and now. Nothing can find its way past the 77 blocks, and I think that name might just come out to how many they had to make throughout this series, because they did it superbly, and then they were able to turn on the fire on the other direction. I mean, look at that. Getting a total of 11 shots and only 4 in reply. Their saves, for the first time, dominated by the orange side just because they had to try and hold on by their fingertips.
How is that stat? 8 saves to 2. They were getting absolutely peppered the whole final game, and Energizer coming out the deserved MVP of that game, and possibly the series MVP, because he was just everywhere. He was the opportunity taker. And now we're looking at a team that made top 4, and now they're out in Swiss, and a new contender is in their place, Greybeard.
And we've got so looking at the top 8 from the last qualifier, a whole bunch of them not here now. Reverse Oreo gone, Strazkibity gone, and now Drift Queens gone, and new players have entered into the chat, and one of those is 77 blocks. So a big turn of events for them, but very well played to the Germans. They make it through to the top 8. So, well, let's have a look at the results of the other 2 matches. So 77 blocks have made it through, and the others that have made 9 lives, who love to take it deep. Game 4s, game 5s for them, but they take out Trifecta and World of Tanks going down to Unknown Goats. So Unknown Goats making their second top 8 in a row, Ultrazim.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. They are a great side. They took it a long way to get there. I mean, game number 5 on Swiss is never a comfortable approach. And I mean, the seeding that they're going to end up with tomorrow is going to be a devastatingly tough task to answer with. But I think it's a great performance. I mean, like you say, there's enough teams that haven't made it. So many didn't make the main stage. So many didn't make today. So many not making tomorrow. The fact that they are there and they can say time and time again, look, we deserve to be there. I think it's a great showing from them regardless. And I mean, even in a fight like this against World of Tanks, who upset a couple of teams throughout the day, 3-1 is a comfortable scoreline.
Yeah, and it's well, listen, I mean, it is. I love it is such a weird time for us right now. I love the fact that there's more teams playing. There's broader competition, but it is so weird in terms of like where it leaves us. And it does mean that there are 3 SSA teams through to the top 8. So which is good, but certainly not enough of them. But we're going to talk about what this all means in terms of bracket tomorrow. But all night you've been voting for the driver of the day, who you feel. And before we show that, because I know production's got a trigger finger, they want to show the results of the driver of the day. I don't know, Alt, if there is anyone in your mind that has stood out. And there's been a lot going on, so it's kind of hard to filter through. But anyone stood out for you in terms of driver of the day?
Bromeo mentioned Energizer, who's definitely a viable option for this. But unfortunately, again, being showcased so late in the day, everyone's already cast their votes most of the time. The big one that stands out to me, because of the singular impact of how he played, was To Die For. That was someone who basically created and manufactured and brute force and begged his team to just be like, guys, I'm doing everything I can at this stage. I mean, that was a great showing from him in versus Astronic for Limitless. And I believe that To Die For has always been, or has for a long time, been one of the best players in the region, and certainly has showed up today.
All right, so To Die For Ultrazim. How about you, Bromeo?
Mine be just a little bit out of left field, but I'm going to go with Ram. Because Ram was immaculate today. He did his job with aplomb, and he made Werty and Eliakim look so damn lethal. He laid the groundwork, he did the hard yards, and for me, he's easy driver of the day.
That's amazing. That was going to be my pick, and now I feel like I'm just jumping on the coattails, but I thought he did a fantastic job. But let's see it. According to your votes, today's driver of the day is Cams.
Yeah.
Okay. Well. Okay. So that Cam's out of 9 lives is going deep in the distance to round 5 of Swiss. But there we go. You sound like that's a fair result there, Ultrazim.
100%. I mean, we talked about 9 lives and how different they look today, and Cam's was a massive part of that. I mean, he was showing mechanical skills. He was playing fantastically well with the team. His aggression was there and made life so hard for every one of his opponents. Absolutely. I've always been a fan of Cam's, and I think he's now kind of been caught for a little bit in this little bit of a miasma of which team is he really going to call his home. And today they look like a team that really came together, and I'm a big fan of this youngster.
Good man. Well, congratulations, Cams, today's driver of the day. And the good news is he'll be in contention for it tomorrow as well. So there we go. So let's talk about tomorrow. After 5 rounds of Swiss, we have the top 8 bracket, and it's going to look like this. There we go. At the top, congratulations to 9 Lives for getting through to top 8. They get to meet Limitless, and Astronic will be meeting 77 Blocks, and man, they look good. That is going to be, I think, a scintillating matchup. The Elite, Snake Den, and Team Mobula versus the Unknown Goats. Bromeo, Limitless, 9 Lives. This might be the time to take down Limitless. I mean, they've been beaten 3 times, unheard of in the last 2 qualifiers. Not by an SSA team yet, but maybe now is the time.
Well, this Limitless side is they're hurting right now, and we said the same thing last weekend, just before they lost up against Drip Queens. So my faith is a little bit shattered right now, and honestly, Nine Lives has been playing very, very good Rocket League. Limitless on paper should beat them every day of the week, but I've said that before every Limitless game.
Yeah, I know, and listen, we'll get to talk about that matchup in depth a bit more tomorrow, but definitely one to keep an eye on. But it does mean we are guaranteed to have an SSA team in the top 4 for this regional, so that is the good news. And probably 2 SSA teams, Snake's Den up against Elites. And I don't know how we're feeling about that one. I'm pretty confident with Snake Den, how they're coming together. Bromeo, you talked about Ram. I think they've gelled incredibly well. I don't know how you're feeling about that forecast, Ultrazim.
Yeah, I'm really liking the way Snake's Den. They came as a really fun organization. You know, we were chatting to them at the previous regional, that their organizer was sitting in the chat, interacting with everyone, telling the story of their name, and it really warmed my heart. But then I got to see them today, and they weren't just a fuzzy team. They were the team made of real pros of the scene. And coming out there, I think Elites is one of the more conquerable oppositions for tomorrow, and so it does give them a better shot at it. It's a decent seeding for them. And so combined with their high performance today, the link up of it, the variability of their play, from the fact that Eliakim was all over the field making good plays, Ram was making his typical forays into the back lines of the opponents. It was all just good Rocket League to watch, and it made me very proud of the South African region.
And then Bromeo, I mean, the Elites do feel like they should be the more conquerable of the teams there. But having said that, they've been terribly consistent, and I think maybe even underestimated a little.
Look, the Elites have also proved that they deserve to be here because they posted good results time and time again. So underestimate them at your peril. Look, that said, if Ram can prove to be his brutal best like he was today, the Elites are going to be up against it, but they have also proven that they can beat teams like this and better.
All right, well, 70 teams started out the journey a week ago in the qualifiers. 16 arrived today to try and stake their claim, but only 8 have made it through. So congratulations, Team Mobula, Unknown Goat, Snake's Den, the Elites, Astronic, 77 Blocks, Limitless, and 9 Lies. We will see you all in action tomorrow. Every series from here is broadcast. Best of 7s. All the way from here until the champions are crowned late on Sunday. And that action will be starting, as always, 5 p.m. is kickoff, live on stream at around 4:30. But that brings us to the end of day 1 in Qualifier 5. So everyone involved, the fabulous talent, and of course in the background we got Reggie, we got Blank, a new man on the production team, the Peach. What a quality addition to the broadcast team. Great to have him. But that's it from me. Barba Grease and the Pedromeo and Ultrazim. We will see you all again tomorrow, 4:30. Peace.
Doubling in crypto, doing all the world trials and not
We are back.
Ooh, this is nice here.